All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. And first up is Tim Frost, a senior fellow from Cicero Institute. Welcome to committee, Tim.
Morning, Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on regulatory reform. For the record, my name is Tim Frost. I'm a senior fellow at the Cicero Institute. We're a nonprofit that's dedicated to evidence-based policies that champion liberty, accountability, and innovation. A little bit about my background. I'm coming to you from Boise, Idaho, so flew in yesterday. I'm a pharmacist by training, but I've spent a lot of my career working with the executive branch, whether it's on the business side, crossing over into the executive branch, or in the executive branch itself. I served under Governor Little as the Deputy Administrator of the Division of Occupational and Professional Licenses, and I also served as the Chief of Staff for Attorney General Labrador in Idaho. During the time that I served over occupational licensing, we went through a process where we consolidated 13 agencies into one. It included 48 boards and commissions. And during that time, we also did a regulatory repeal and replace of the entire administrative code across the state of Idaho. So very familiar with the ins and outs and inner workings of Administrative Procedures Act. And I hope I can just share a little bit of what that experience is today and some things that we've learned, and maybe just some things that Kansas consider. Certainly you have your state sovereignty. Kansas is different than Idaho, and I'm not asking you to replicate everything that we do, but I do think there are some strong things that are happening around the country on regulatory reform that this state should consider. I guess I'll jump in. Imagine a Kansas where a young family from Wichita can afford their first home without unnecessary building and energy mandates, inflating the cost by thousands of dollars. A Kansas where a rural entrepreneur from Salina launches a small ag tech firm without navigating a maze of duplicative licenses. A scenario where a doctor in Topeka delivers fast, cheaper care via streamlined telehealth allowances. This doesn't have to be a distant dream. It's achievable through targeted reforms that prune regulatory overgrowth without sacrificing the essential public protections. Today, I'll outline Kansas' strong economic foundation, the hidden drag of accumulated rules, and the tangible benefits of reform on everyday Kansans, a clear roadmap to what those solutions could look like. By acting decisively, we can supercharge growth in Kansas, create jobs, and ensure government serves the people. From an economic standpoint, Kansas is a beacon of Midwestern resilience. Steady growth underscoring the diverse economy rooted in agriculture, aerospace, and manufacturing. The population has increased by 1.1% from 2023 to 2024, showing that modest increase. Economically, Kansas is powered by more than 260,000 businesses. That generates over $213 billion in gross state product annually. These enterprises support nearly 1.47 million employed Kansans, and currently well below the national average on unemployment. Exports reached a record $14.1 billion last year, driven by transportation and processed foods, while healthcare and tech occupations are projected to add thousands of jobs through 2032. Yet beneath all of this economic growth and solid framework, there's a quiet threat, and that's regulatory accumulation. Kansas administrative regulation now exceeds 3 million words, laced in over 73,000 restrictive words, being shalls, must, or prohibited. That volume places Kansas near the national middle, but it represents a compliance burden that consumes time, money, and opportunity. I like to think of regulatory restrictions as like a pebble throwing into a stream. The first couple you don't notice. But eventually, if you keep throwing pebbles over and over and over, it creates a dam, it changes the water flow, and it changes how the entire ecosystem is going to work. Well, the same goes on businesses. Each time you add a new restrictive regulation, it begins to accumulate over time. Maybe the first one doesn't cost a lot of money, but over time you have regulatory strings tying down businesses, preventing opportunity and preventing innovation, and therefore preventing the jobs and the freedom of the citizens of Kansas. Mercatus Research Center underscores the cost. Jurisdictions that reduce their regulatory burden by roughly 40% unlock 1 percentage point in annual economic growth. For Kansas, that 40% reduction could mean 20,000 new jobs and $2 billion added to the GSP over a decade. So why does this matter? Like, how is this relevant to the everyday citizen in Kansas? I think it's housing affordability and home ownership, reducing unnecessary building and energy codes that add costs without proving safety, lowers the soft costs of home ownership. Small business growth. Maybe it's cutting duplicative and unnecessary licensing that reduces startup launch, creating thousands of new ventures across the state. It's healthcare access, increased scope of practice, reduction of provider ratios that reduce business autonomy and choice in flexible models that ultimately increase access to patient care. It's lower everyday costs, reduce compliance of overhead, making grocery, fuel, and repairs cheaper, relief that's especially valuable for fixed income households. Agriculture, it could be simplified inspections and transport rules to speed the farm to market sales, boosting revenues. It could be infrastructure, streamlining the permitting and the RFP process could reduce road delays, complete more bridge projects, and improve safety for consumers. So what does solutions look like? Generally, when we look at the Administrative Procedures Act in Kansas, there's a lot of positives I have to point to. You know, when the Cicero Institute reviews state APAs, we did a 2024 national rankings, and Kansas came in as 16th. And so I have a lot of positive to say about the legislature and the work that this body has been doing over the years to hone in on the important levers of regulatory reform. Some I could point to the JCAR's 5-year rule review, economic impact statements, the 2024 REINS Act that requires legislative review of rules that exceed $1 million threshold over a 5-year cost. All of those are positive. But I think it's important that we continue to keep the momentum up as it relates to regulatory reform. One of the best ways I like to look at is it's a lever or a tool. You can have a fantastic Administrative Procedures Act, but if it's not utilized by the executive branch and utilized by the judicial branch and utilized by the legislative branch, that doesn't mean it's actually going to be implemented and have the effect that you want. And so when we're talking about the Administrative Procedures Act, when we're talking about regulatory reform, it's thinking through what are the tools that maybe other states have or ideas that are out there that Kansas could implement that makes sense for Kansas, that makes sense for your state sovereignty. And I don't mean a copying what other states are doing. It's thoughtfully thinking through how your judiciary works, how the balance needs to occur between the executive and the legislative branches, and what tools do you need within the Administrative Procedures Act for that to work properly. One of the things that I think would be highly relevant for Kansas to consider is an automatic expiration or sunset on rules. Require every rule to expire automatically every 5 years unless affirmatively renewed by the legislature. Today, almost all rules must be reviewed every 5 years through JCAR, but they do not expire. So this reform would convert. It would review this, turn this into a sunset, and it would convert it, flipping the default from perpetual, things will continue if there's a checkbox and a sign off on the rule review, to you must prove that this rule should exist because the rule is expiring. Another scenario that I think would be really beneficial for Kansas to consider is increasing or strengthening your cost-benefit analysis, particularly adding a retrospective cost-benefit analysis. Right now, current law requires economic impact statements and the Director of Budget to review rulemaking, but this reform would extend that to a retroactive cost-benefit analysis where analysis are open to the public and they're also open to judicial review. It's one thing for an agency to detail what an economic impact statement is going to be and what the potential cost of a rule is going to be. The reality is there's no retrospective look back. We don't know whether or not that played out over a 5-year period or a 10-year period. And if you were to pair a mandatory sunset and an expiration of a rule chapter with a requirement of a retrospective cost-benefit analysis, you can now see, did the projections that we made play out over time? Did it cost what we said it was going to cost? Were our calculations correct of how this played out? And it allows us to really narrow that and work still in a transparent, negotiated manner through normal rulemaking. But it allows businesses to actually test the theories of what the executive branch said on the proposed rulemaking. Another thing that I think would be beneficial for Kansas to consider, and this might not require legislation, this could be a partnership with the Secretary of State, but also could be added to the APA as well, is to require all rules, the analysis, the data sets, and the code to be published online in machine-readable formats and bulk download for version tracking. We're getting to a point where when you have 3 million words of text in Kansas administrative regulation, and you have 73,000 prohibitive words, that it becomes incredibly cost prohibited, or high cost, if you will, to navigate that from a compliance standpoint. Businesses have to hire lawyers, they have to hire consultants for them to navigate just even opening a business to then staying compliant. There's a cost associated with that. My belief is that AI is going to help reduce those compliance costs, reduce those legal costs. And I think one of the key things that can be done working with the Secretary of State is, while everything is already publicly available, it's already publicly posted, ensuring that whatever formats you're doing it is machine readable. Because I think our citizens are going to continue to lean on AI as a function of how do they comply from a business standpoint as well. Another scenario where I think Kansas could consider improving in regulatory reform is restoring legislative authority. In 2024, you adopted a REINS Act, and it was a cost-based REINS Act of over $1 million impact over 5 years, would require and trigger legislative review. But I think every state should strongly consider, shouldn't legislative review of rules before those rules go into effect be expected for all rules? And I know there's some complexities as it relates to the judiciary and some former Supreme Court cases. I recognize that there are former ballot initiatives that cross over. So I'm in no way saying that there isn't work to be done to figure out how this would be properly implemented. But what I do know is there's a serious deterrent effect when the executive branch is aware that the legislature will be reviewing what those proposed rules are before those rules go final. And that deterrent effect is important. It's important from the perspective of they have to ensure that not only they have to go through the APA process, but they have to listen to stakeholders. They have to read the comments. They have to respond to those comments, because if they don't, there is a recourse with the legislature. Another scenario I think Kansas could consider is a independent review, creating what the federal government has with OIRA, of an independent review body prior to rules going effective. You could house this within the governor's office, you could house this within JCAR, but essentially an entity that have veto or remand authority, audit the cost-benefit analysis, and recommend the repeal of obsolete rules, as well as managing a regulatory budget. Again, depending on how you want to structure it from a state perspective, more often than not, I see this within governor's offices to ensure that the executive branch isn't proposing and adopting a rule that's out of misalignment with the governor. But I've also seen the legislature similarly do this on the legislative service side as well. Lastly, I'll highlight one less talked about regulatory reform concept, and that's really unwinding delegation, thinking about rulemaking as a short-term instrument. One thing that can be done is introduce a 5 to 10 year shot clock on statutory delegations of rulemaking authority. In other words, after expiration, after sunset, surviving rules should be codified into statute by the legislature, a process of moving rules to statute. And the framework of this is, by default, regulations should not have a permanent lifespan. We should not have regulations that have been in existence for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. At some point, if it's been negotiated, if it's been worked out with the stakeholders and navigated properly, codify that. Create the business stability by moving that from rule to statute. There's a number of reasons why, I think this is beneficial in going in, but I think one of the things that is most common in regulatory reform conversations with the legislature is we need to reform the Administrative Procedures Act to keep the executive branch accountable. And I think that's a healthy conversation. And I think then there are conversations like there have been in the past in Kansas where we need to update the Administrative Procedures Act to ensure that the judicial branch has the tools that they need if an agency goes outside their rulemaking authority. And I think that's a great conversation to be had. But I think one of the conversations that we need to have more of is the legislature also looking at regulatory reform. Kansas has been in existence, if by my calculation correctly, for over 140, 150 years at this point. So you have a legislature meeting every year, and there are hundreds of bills being introduced every year. Many of those bills will implement some form of delegation of rulemaking authority. And that compounds over time too. If we were to look at legislative code, you would see various different agencies having delegated authority from the legislature. You shall adopt rules for this. You shall adopt rules for this. Well, that compounds over time just as much as rulemaking compounds over time. And I think one of the conversations we need to start having is starting to unwinding some of those delegations. Those were important at that time, but that does not mean that a delegation that was given to an agency in 1980 still makes sense today. So I think legislative review should also apply to statutes as well. I think it's healthy to take a look at what sections of statutes are defunct code, what committees have been created by the legislature that haven't met for years that we should repeal. What are sections of code that just we haven't utilized for years? In Idaho, we found, within occupational licensing, hundreds of sections of statute. Within our Health and Human Services Agency, last year they repealed over 150 sections of statute. And so that was just cleaning up code. We're not even talking about getting to policy reforms in itself. And so I think a healthy conversation of if we're putting pressure on the executive branch to think through regulatory reform and ensure that we're not adopting unnecessary restrictions and imposing burdensome regulations on our citizens, the legislature should also think through what would cleanup look like on a statutory perspective, and what would cleanup look like on delegations of authority, and can we begin to start unwinding some of those delegations where it makes sense. Kansas stands at a crossroads. It's steady for growth, steady growth and accelerated prosperity. But by adopting this framework, by continuing to look at your Administrative Procedures Act, by continuing to think through what can we tweak to make this state better, it will deliver lower cost, more jobs, faster care, and boundless opportunity while ensuring government serves the people and not the other way around. I'd be happy to tell more about my experience in Idaho. I'd be happy to take any particular questions that you have. There's many other regulatory reform topics that we could discuss, but Chairman, I appreciate the time today, and I'll stand for questions.
Okay, yeah, and thanks again for coming in today. Committee, this was kind of a leftover from last week. He couldn't get here. He couldn't get here last week, so we had him go first today. Representative Wassinger has the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. It's one of my favorite topics. I'd like your advice. If the executive branch decides they don't want to follow the REINS Act and would like to go around it, what is the best way to stop that from happening?
Chairman and Representative Wassinger, and I apologize if I say that wrong.
That was perfect.
All right. So I think the first thing is legislative review of rules is not a new thing. My understanding of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act is if the legislature wanted to call a rule before you, you could. There's almost always a pathway in every state, and that pathway looks a little bit different, but there's almost always a pathway. If you want to call a rule before you for review, there's some level of committee process. So I would encourage you to look at that. In the event that an agency didn't follow the REINS current APA statute, you'd have the judiciary to consider, or you'd have, can you pull it before you from a legislative standpoint? I'd go back to my kind of original point of legislative review should not be cost dependent and solely cost dependent. And so I think one of the statutory reforms you should consider is making legislative review a requirement regardless of a cost threshold. All rules should flow before the legislature. And I'll give a quick example of what that looks like. In Idaho, every single rule has to go before the legislature prior to going final. We looked at over a period of 10 years of all the different rules, and the legislative rejection rate on average was about 5%. And so the legislature was supporting what the agency did and the rulemaking 95% of the time. But what it doesn't account for is how bad were those 5%? that were rejected and how problematic were those. And so that was very beneficial to have legislative review. And it doesn't account for what was the deterrent effect. What were the rules that never made it to the legislature because the agency had pause on how the legislature would feel if they brought that before them prior to final adoption. The last thing I would say as it relates to your question is there's a number of states that the governor's office will work outside of the APA through emergency and temporary rule. So one of the things that you can consider is looking at the current authority of the executive branch over temporary rules and agency rules to tighten up that. That way they are not skirting around a REINS Act or any type of legislative review process.
I hate to take up today's time for this. However, you might look at the court case from 1984, Stephan versus the Kansas House of Representatives. It significantly binds the hands of this legislature from doing much. So that's why we're working on a constitutional amendment to change that and give us some oversight. This is all great ideas, but we are very limited in what we can and cannot do. And so we do need to pass a constitutional amendment. But if you look at that, great ideas, just can't do it. So thank you for being here, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have a question about kind of the nuts and bolts of like a 5-year auto expiration. So how does that work? Do you have to go through the whole legislative or the normal review and approval process again in 5 years, or is there a way that they're automatically renewed? Or if you have ones, how does the timing work if, say there are areas where you wouldn't want, like, if a change application on a water right, you wouldn't want those standards to lapse most likely, right? There are other things that would matter less, but how does that work with getting things done timely, and who reviews that, and what's that process look like?
Chairman Tarwater and Senator Titus. So first I would say is determining the actual year amount is a flexibility framework. Right now you have a JCAR 5-year review, and so my recommendation would just be to mirror that. I would say anywhere between 5 and 8 years is probably an optimal time frame to figure out the scheduling. So first I would say you build it into the Administrative Procedures Act where you schedule the agencies, so it's not every single agency in the state of Kansas is going under review on the exact same year. But as it relates to the actual expiration, it would expire and require the agency to then go through the entire Administrative Procedures Act process. So they have to go through initiation of a notice of proposed rulemaking, then go through proposed rulemaking, have hearings on that rule chapter. So it flips the default into just a checkbox of we're extending the rules that we've always done, and this is still necessary for public protection, to having to go through the entire process and reauthorize. And so the mandatory sunset would require that. As it relates to exemption on agencies, that's how I would recommend to navigate it. What I've seen is states that have a mandatory sunset will often have 2 to 4 or 5 unique scenarios in their state that they decide to have a rule review on those agencies, but they don't put those agencies under mandatory expiration. Like they don't put them under a sunset. But I would say that is an exception, not the rule.
Did you find I don't know what the process was like before or how long it's been in place in Idaho, but did you find a big increase in a fiscal note? Because for some of these agencies, essentially they'll be having to hire staff and attorneys, and the only thing they'll be doing is repromulgating regulations. And it takes our AG, upwards of a year to get a reg through right now. The fiscal note seems like it would be quite high in order to institute all of these. We're almost adding a layer of bureaucracy. I understand the intent. I don't disagree with it on principle, but I'm afraid there'd be a whole other layer of bureaucracy we have to pay for in order to actually do this.
So, Chairman and Senator Titus, there's 2 scenarios. It's whether or not you set the framework that this is a priority of the legislature and they need to work within the resources that they have, or whether or not you decide, hey, we're going to create that buffer layer and we're going to provide FTE. It's one of 2 things. What I'm not going to sugarcoat is it is work, legitimately. The executive branch is going to have to go through work to repromulgate rules, but I also think it's a necessity. I ran an agency of 272 individuals. We had 48 boards and commissions, more than 60 rural chapters. We did not hire a single person, and we did an entire repeal and replace sunset of every single chapter that we had over a 3-year period. Does that mean that we didn't need resources? No, we needed resources, but we prioritized that. The governor made it clear that this was, and the legislature made it clear, both the governor and the legislature, that this was a priority, that we need to get it done. So we built it into our strategic plan. And once it was in our strategic plan, personnel is policy, and how you utilize your personnel from an agency perspective is based on your strategic planning. And so we just put resources towards that. So I would more ask agencies from a first perspective prior to putting out a fiscal note is, where are you currently spending your resources? And are those aligned with where the legislature wants you to spend those resources? Could there be a few scenarios where you decide that you want to add FTE? Absolutely. But I would encourage you to do that at a different level. I would encourage you to do that maybe at the JCAR level to supplement the cost benefit analysis review or the sunset process, or even if the bottleneck is the Attorney General's office, of thinking through how do we streamline that side of it. But I don't believe it's necessary to add FTE across every single agency to comply with sunset. I think this is a known expected thing. The first time they do it is going to be the heaviest lift. After that, it becomes a spring cleaning process every 5 to 8 years.
Thank you.
And I guess over time, some of those regulations would become statutes because they've been renewed so many times, and that would lift the burden a little bit.
Chairman, completely agree. And that's where you get into the holistic part of this of, if you go through the first sunset and then you also implement a retrospective cost benefit analysis, and then you're also thinking through unwinding those delegations over time, you now have less and less rules, less and less reviews. And so certainly a lift on the front end.
So last week we were talking about just giving the agencies carte blanche rules and regulations authority and being a little bit more specific. Would it be possible to say, rather than you shall make rules and regulations, can you say you shall bring the legislature rules and regulations for codification by a certain date?
Chairman, I think this is probably, I could probably answer this in a couple ways. I think the first thing that the legislature should consider in every new bill introduction is, do you need to make rulemaking mandatory? Or can you just, first of all, can it just be the agency may promulgate rules? I think oftentimes a bill is presented and there's a discussion of the agency is going to have to fill in all these different details through rulemaking. That might be true, but it also might not be true. And I can tell you on occupational licensing, more often than not, the restriction that the agency and that particular regulatory board has is a statutory restriction. It says you shall adopt rules for continuing education. You shall adopt this exam for jurisprudence. You shall adopt this license. And so I think, we can ask an agency to do regulatory reform, but if the statute says you shall do something, their stakeholders are going to come to them and say, the legislature made it very affirmative that this is a requirement. So I do think one of the things that needs to be considered is, can you go from shall to may on a rulemaking perspective? Outside of that, I'd have to think more on the Supreme Court crossover into, does no matter what legislative review looks like in Kansas, does there need to be a cost threshold connected to it based on the Supreme Court decision? I don't have an answer for you.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. It was really interesting. I'm actually really not opposed to kind of right-sizing regulations for the state and what that means. But I guess I'm struggling with like how do we prove that is true, right? You say we have so many prohibitive words or things like that. Like, let's say we wipe out 20% of those, or we just kind of re-examine. How do we prove that it is leading to the desired outcome? Do anti-regulatory states lead to higher GDP growth? I glanced at the list. It doesn't seem like there's a strong mix one way or the other of maybe anti-regulatory states versus pro-regulatory states. So how would we prove that we're actually, let's say, over-regulated versus not?
Chairman and Representative Shi, is that you said? Shu? Thank you, I apologize. I think two ways I'd go about this. First is the Administrative Procedures Act is a process. And to your point, it's a bipartisan process. I mean, every state needs to have it. It's the process by which if a citizen wants to engage with an executive branch agency related to a business or something that they're interested, this is the process by which it goes through the public notice, to the comment period, to how do I go and dispute this with the courts if I disagree. So I think that's really what we're talking about, is like, what are the tools and levers that make sense and appropriate for Kansas? As it relates to impact, the data on 40% reduction increases 1% is from the Mercatus Center from George Mason University. So that would be the reference I would point you back there to. I think actual calculation, I think there are two forms of regulatory reform. One is a little bit subjective in nature, and one's a little bit more objective. So oftentimes governors or the legislature will set forth a regulatory budget where they'll say, we want to see 20 to 30% of word count reduced. To your point, it could be just duplicative words of statute. It could be consolidating the code to make it look and read easier. And it could not change any single piece of substance that would actually lower the cost and therefore have an economic impact. And I think that's a true statement. But even if it's just that, I don't think that's a negative thing for citizens of Kansas. If they can better understand their rules, if it's less pages, if it makes sense to read better with statute, if over time we can move those rules to statute so there's one singular place for people to understand how to comply, I think those are good things for citizens. And so even in this scenario where we're not calculating it out for it to be a net positive on the economic side, I still think there's benefit. I think on the economic side, you have to get into each particular profession. And so you have to think through, I'll simply speak as it relates to, being a pharmacist. I have to look at, can we simplify license types for pharmacy businesses? Do we need, can we move away from licensing to the location specific? Can we remove board approvals for every new type of business innovation? Remove the mother may I's, if you will. Can we reduce ratio or remove ratio? Can we simplify sharing, from a technology standpoint? Can we remove jurisprudence exams? We could go down like that. I know would have an economic impact on pharmacy particular. And so I think each profession gets into the specifics of, would this better business? Would this increase or decrease innovation? I think the Administrative Procedures Act just simply creates a method or venue, if you will, for it to occur.
Okay, so where would you start if you were part of the legislature? What would you suggest that we do first of all your suggestions?
Chairman, of all the things I've talked about, I think the first thing that should be the strongest consideration in Kansas is moving towards a regulatory sunset, of a sunset of regulations over time, of putting an expiration date on the entire code. If there are certain unique scenarios or unique agencies that need to be exempted, you can have that conversation. It's going to be an exception of maybe 2 to 3 if that's the case. But putting a sunset forces the spring cleaning. It forces the agencies to the table to then have a conversation on, we're going to have to repeal and replace this rule chapter. It's a mandate from the legislature. They're going to have to then go through the Administrative Procedures Act. But also we'll know stakeholders are going to be at the table. So the people that, may come up and say, well, I'm not quite sure if I'm okay with a mandatory expiration. My client is worried about the stability. Well, they'll have the notices. They'll be able to show up to the comment, periods, the public hearings. They'll be able to submit comments. You can do multiple hearings if you need to based on the scenario. But I think that's going to have the most impact, because then you can set forth an expectation to the agency of like, here's the regulatory budget we have. We'd like to see 30% reduction. We'd like you to report back of what are obsolete sections of statute. We'd like you to look at the surrounding states and maybe a few others to determine, are we a higher regulatory burden? Are we a lower regulatory burden? I'd like you to do a, cost benefit analysis on, these particular sections. You can set forth what your expectations are, and I think that can get into, at a minimum, a really healthy spring cleaning, if you will, pressure washing of the regulatory code. And I think at best, if you have the right tenants connected to sunset, real economic growth.
Senator Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You find that when you go through these reviews, the original intent of the legislation has changed after they write the rules and regulations?
Chairman Tarwater and Senator Alley. Sorry, I can't see. Yes and no. More often than not, I think agencies do a good job. I'm not in the camp of the executive branch is always bad. It's an institution that you've created it. The legislature has created it. The legislature has created all the various different regulatory boards. If you don't think they should exist, then repeal them. But if they do exist, we need good people working there. With that being said, there are times that delegation of authority over years, the interpretation can change. And that could be a scenario of the general counsel trying to come up with a unique interpretation. It could be based off of regulatory capture in particular businesses, wanting to prevent new competition from coming in. And so therefore they're trying to work within the current framework of statute rather than come back to the legislature and fix it. But I think that gets to my last point of it's important to unwind those delegations. It should be like rulemaking should be a temporary solution. It's not to say that rulemaking shouldn't exist. It's not to say that there are some things that you're not going to be able to figure out in a part-time legislature, because there are going to be some things that you have to trust the agency to go fix and fill in the gaps. I think the important part is rules should not be a continued existence forever. I think we should have a lot of caution if we had rules in place for more than 10 years, because it should beg the question of why haven't we moved that and codified that into statute? And when we do that, we should unwind the delegation authority to ensure that we're not getting new interpretations.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Thanks again for coming in this morning.
Thank you, committee.
All right, we're going to move on to Eric Adele. Overview of the economic development policy and programs. Thanks for the work, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Eric Adele with the Kansas Legislative Research Department. We have handed out a few documents for you for reference for today. The first one of those has a list of economic development incentive programs or incentives that we've put together. And they're categorized kind of by a general development target that I'll sort of talk about those categories when I get into my presentation. And then the types of incentives that are involved for each of those programs. So that's the document that says Kansas Economic Development Programs and Incentives. The second document in that stack that we gave you is a sample from the Department of Revenue's tax expenditure report. That is a report that provides an itemization of amounts of foregone revenue for different kinds of tax expenditures. And so I've just pulled out the ones that are related to income and privilege tax credits, and then a small sample of sales tax exemptions as well. I'm not going to be going through that, but this is just kind of for your reference as things may come up. And then the third document is for the presentation that follows me from Legislative Post Audit. It's a listing of the reports that may come up during that presentation with the file name that they have listed on the S drive. We didn't upload the audit reports to the testimony on the website, but you should have them in your email, and they should be available on the LPA website. And I believe that in their presentation, the testimony from LPA has hyperlinks to each of those reports. So just for your information as we move through the day.
Eric, are those all, these 3 documents, are they uploaded online? Or can we get them?
Only the listing of programs and incentives. The other one really is just a way for you to organize, to navigate the S drive, the one from LPA, and then the tax expenditure report that is available on the Department of Revenue's website, and it's in complete form.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. We were asked to give an overview of economic development incentives and programs, and as we started putting together a list of these, it became very apparent that there are a whole lot of them. This is apparent in the table that I've given you of the list of incentives. We got to around 100, and then we decided to stop and decided instead of giving you a list of an explanation of all of these programs and what they do, we thought it might be more helpful to kind of give you an overview of what we're talking about with economic development, and then kind of Kansas policy related to economic development, describing the tools for economic development that are available or that we're using, and then giving an overview of some of the kind of major programs in terms of these categories. So when we talk about economic development, there's kind of 2 meanings. There's one, in the one sense, there's just this idea that it's a process involving economic growth and development of the factors that contribute to that growth. But when we're dealing with public policy, most of the time we're talking about incentives that can be used to strategically guide that growth and development and achieve particular public policy goals. Again, when we talk about economic development, there are kind of different components. And these are the categories that I've chosen to use: workforce development, business and industry development, infrastructure development, and community development. Economists sometimes typically talk about this in different terms. They might refer to development of human capital versus physical capital, and other kinds of resources that allow for economic growth. But when we look at public policy, these are kind of more the sorts of categories that tend to, that the development programs are organized around. So workforce development can include things like job creation and retention, training and education, relocation support, or higher education support. Business and industry development can include attracting new businesses or industries, fostering entrepreneurship, promoting trade, or developing new markets and providing access to capital. Infrastructure can include access to transportation, utilities, and communications, energy grid and digital infrastructure improvements, and strategic management of resources. And then community development can include things like affordable housing, revitalization and preservation of existing structures, improvements to amenities, attractions, and quality of life. And these are not exhaustive, and there's overlap between these categories. So affordable housing could be considered infrastructure development as well. So these categories are not absolute and they're not definitional, but these are also the categories that we've used to organize the document that we provided with the list of programs and incentives for your reference. In Kansas, when we talk about economic development policy, there's no clear definition in Kansas law of what economic development is, and most states avoid that definition, or if they do, it's in their administrative code for regulations. But we do find many examples of the kinds of things that economic development entails, and we see definite but usually somewhat vague statements about the kinds of results that are intended to be achieved by the policies that are enacted. The Kansas Economic Development Act of 1963 provided a clear outline of Kansas's public policy. It begins with the statement, this particular statute that provides for the purpose of the act, begins with the statement that the legislature declares it necessary and to be the public policy of the state to promote, stimulate, and encourage development of the general economic welfare and prosperity of the state. And that was to be through promotion and development of particular sectors of the economy. And this was in order to create employment opportunities, increase personal income, and promote general welfare of the people of Kansas. And then the statute also lists a number of outcomes that were deemed necessary to be fostered in order to achieve those goals. These are things like diversification, attraction, and expansion of industry, and a number of other things that we find throughout statute. The act also created the Department of Economic Development to achieve the policy goals and to coordinate activities of public and private groups that were engaging in such efforts. In the mid-1980s, when Kansas was, there were a number of economic crises that had a major impact on Kansas's industry, especially agriculture and energy. And as a result, the legislature commissioned an economic study in 1985, and then they took up a number of policy changes that they adopted in order to promote sustained and strategic economic growth over time. The Department of Economic Development was reformed as the Department of Commerce, and they didn't change the underlying policy rationale that we find in statute. And then the same year in 1986, that was when the Economic Development Initiatives Fund was created. That fund is intended to finance programs that support economic development. And also in that year, 1986 was the year that the House and Senate Standing Commerce Committees were created. And they were created with a purpose and a charge similar to the purpose that was created for the Department of Commerce. And there's examples of those things there. And then also in 1986, that was the year that the Constitution was amended to authorize local governments to provide property tax exemptions for businesses for economic development for up to 10 years. So does anyone have any questions before I move on?
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eric, for all your work on this. I really hate to add to it, but on this first sheet that you handed out, would it be possible to put a column, I know you have to squeeze it down quite a bit, how it's administered or who's responsible for administering it?
So we actually started doing that, and then we didn't have the time to, there was a lot of information we wanted to include. But we can follow up with that and include some more of the information, like for the tax credits, whether they're refundable, transferable, that sort of thing.
I was going to ask for that, but I didn't want to. I know Eddie's been putting that stuff together too, but that would be excellent, Mr. Chairman, if we could get that information this handily. I've never seen it this concise and this well put together. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, the first one that was on top. No, I think this is impressive what we have, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you putting it together. I just thought it would be handy for us to be able to see who's responsible in the administration of it and where to look for those programs. So thank you, Eric. Mr.
Sorry, my mic's been off. That's okay. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm going to move on to talk about the economic development tools that are used. These include things like tax incentives. That's probably what most people think of when they first think of economic development tools. Most of the larger programs for economic development minimally include tax incentives, but these can include things like credits. Some of the terminology around credits I think is important to highlight. If you see investment tax credits, that is, well, credits in general, they allow for reduction in income tax liability. And investment tax credits are allowed against all or part of a qualifying investment. Refundable credits are tax credits that can be claimed for amounts greater than their actual tax liability. So they reduce tax liability to zero, and then any remaining credit amount gets refunded to the taxpayer. Transferable credits can be transferred to other taxpayers, and then credits that can be carried forward can be claimed in a future tax year. Then there are also tax exemptions or abatements, and those are exclusions from tax. Tax abatements typically refer to property tax, and they're a temporary exemption from all or part of the tax liability. And then tax rebates and tax refunds as well. And those are for taxes that have already been paid. Financing tools are another really important tool in economic development. These can include direct payments like state awarded grants or reimbursements. Loans and loan guarantees offer access to capital with favorable loan terms. Government issued bonds can be used as a low risk means to finance spending. And frequently those go together with what's called incremental tax financing or tax increment financing. And that's a way of repaying bonds by committing local tax revenues to their repayment. And the revenues it's incremental because it's above the tax that was being generated before the economic activity began, if that makes sense. So when a property is added through tax increment financing, any additional property tax that is taken in goes to pay down the costs of bonds. And bonds are also used as a way of financing because they can be resold at lower rates than other instruments that might be available. Special tax levies and assessments are also local tools that are available. These are kind of best thought of as charges that are levied against a property that is benefiting from an improvement. And then transferable income tax credits, again, I would list under this category because generally the reason to have tax credits be transferable is that they're intended to incentivize outside capital, not necessarily, so for housing, like the housing tax credits, they are transferable so that developers can sell those credits at a discount and then get investments in the development projects to fund those projects. So generally when you see transferable income tax credits, they're intended to get investments from external sources. And then other incentives can include things like reimbursement for expenditures. We have lots of programs that reimburse training or education by employers. And then services, workforce services in particular are very common. The state or administration of a federal program that provides resources to employees. Administrative resources exist as well. Those can include things like prior certification of a site for development. And then infrastructure support can include things like utilities access or other resources. Does anyone have any questions about any of that?
Seeing none.
All right. So I'm going to talk now about some of the major Kansas economic development programs and incentives. And you might notice I had a hard time limiting this list as well. As I had conversations with the chair in planning this meeting and vice chair and others, these programs, different programs came up as people had different interests in some of them. And so this is the list that I have. But I'll just begin with APEX, which was enacted in 2022. The APEX Act stands for Attracting Powerful Economic Expansion. As I'm going through these, I've limited the amount of detail that I'm going to be providing. I'm trying to provide an overview, but if you have specific questions, that might be better for one of the later conferees, especially Department of Commerce in the afternoon. They'll be able to tell you a lot about the specifics of how they're administered and more specifics about qualifications for eligibility, those sorts of things. But hopefully this will give you a pretty good overview of what they look like. With the APEX Act, the purpose is to attract large capital investments in certain industries like manufacturing, aerospace, and then a number of others. But it provides tax incentives to qualified firms who agree to invest at least $1 billion in Kansas within a five-year period. And then also provides certain incentives to up to 5 of the suppliers of that qualified firm. And the incentives that are available include, so with this also I would note, participation in APEX excludes the firm and their suppliers from participating in a number of the other major development programs like PEAK, HPIP, Job Creation Fund, and then a number of workforce training incentive programs. And then the incentives for APEX, as with a number of these, are awarded through agreements that are approved by the Secretary of Commerce. So the incentives that are available under APEX include refundable investment tax credits for capital investments. Firms can receive up to 15%, credit of 15% for their investment. And then suppliers can receive up to $100 million, up to the first $100 million of an investment, and it's scaled based on the amount that they invest. And then sales tax exemptions for construction costs of business facilities for both firms and suppliers. There are partial payroll rebates for up to 10 years. Firms can receive up to 10% reimbursement of their total payroll cost, and suppliers can receive up to 65% of their withholding tax. And then up to 50% reimbursement for employee training and/or relocation expenses. And those reimbursements have different annual and total dollar amount limits. And the limits for training reimbursement are different for firms and suppliers. And the relocation reimbursements are only available to firms and not suppliers. Makes sense.
Let's go ahead and ask, and if there's any questions on that program, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eric. So on the APEX program, I have 2 questions, actually. The refundable portion, that reads as if there could be a cap on it. Is there a cap on it? And the second thing is, I don't see the $1 million bonus that was part of that bill also.
That might be, I'm not sure I can answer that right off the top of my head. So
That's fine if you could get back to the committee. That would be great. Thank you.
or it might be a question that Commerce would be able to answer.
Commerce will be here this afternoon. They could probably clear that up.
Okay, I don't know about the refundable cap, but okay. But the $1 million bonus, absolutely.
Eric?
So HPIP is the High Performance Incentive Program, which provides incentives for qualifying employers paying above average wages that provide training and skills development for their employees. This provides a transferable 10% investment tax credit for eligible capital investments in qualifying firms that can be carried forward for up to 16 years. The tax credit is up to $50,000. There's another tax credit of up to $50,000 for investments in employee training when that training exceeds 2% of the total payroll cost. It's non-transferable and must be claimed in the year that the investments are made. And then there's a sales tax exemption for construction costs or improvements to qualified businesses. And then in order to qualify for HPIP, there's a required minimum capital investment of $50,000, except that businesses in the 5 largest counties, Douglas, Johnson, Sedgwick, Shawnee, and Wyandotte, require a minimum investment of $1 million.
Any questions on that HPIP? Seeing none, thanks.
PEAK is a program that is promoting employment across Kansas, and this is designed to encourage economic development and job creation by incentivizing companies to relocate, expand, or retain business facilities and operations and related jobs. Eligible companies can retain 95% of their state payroll withholding tax for peak eligible employees that receive wages at or above the county median wage for a benefit period of up to 10 years.
Any questions on peak? I've got one. So if the approved amount of payroll for the 10 years or for the peak program at the time of the agreement is within range, but it falls below range, do they still get the tax credit going forward? So if the county were to, the surrounding jobs were to increase pay, and then this particular company that gets this credit is now below that threshold, do they still get the tax credit for each year?
It's an excellent question. I can't say for sure, but most of these programs do have clawback provisions. So I think it depends on how exactly each one of them is administered. But we can certainly include that information with our listing of information about programs when we follow up for each of these programs, whether there are clawback provisions and or something along those lines.
I can ask the Commerce Department later too.
Sure.
Thanks. Go ahead.
The Angel Investor Tax Credit Program is designed to incentivize investments in businesses, and it provides a transferable tax credit for up to 50% of a private investor's cash investment, and that is up to $50,000. An investment up to $50,000 in qualified securities of a Kansas business. Sorry, the credit is up to $50,000. And the credits are capped at $350,000 per investor and $100 million per business. And this program sunsets after tax year 2026. And the credits are capped at $7.5 million for tax year 2025 and $8 million for tax year 2026.
Any questions on Angel Investors Tax Credit? Is it being used? I see the limits of 7.5 and 8, but are we getting close to that at all, or? I guess that's in your handout.
So if you look at the individual, this is page 2 of the tax expenditure report. Actually has page 6 at the bottom in Department of Revenue's report. But the 4th line down, it says that 201 filers used this credit, and there were 4 million of expenditures. And this would refer to tax year 2022.
Okay, thank you.
The aviation and aerospace tax credits, these provide an employer hiring incentive and tuition reimbursement for newly hired employees of up to $5,000 per year, up to $25,000 total. And there's an employer non-refundable tax credit of 10% of compensation up to $75,000 in credits per employee. There's an employer tax credit of up to 50% of employee tuition in a qualified program for up to 4 years. And then employees that are qualified new hires can also receive a state income tax credit up to $5,000 per year.
Any questions on the aviation tax credit? Senator Tyson.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just add to the list that Eric's going to create for us. Will you also put if there's any sunsets on these programs?
Yes.
And thank you.
This one sunsets this year also. And there'll be somebody from the aviation industry here a little bit later today to talk about it.
And I would note, just looking at the individual income tax, there were 815 filers in tax year 2022, and the credit amount, the tax expenditure was about 1.6 million. Yes, that's right.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have just a question in general, and Eric may not be the best person to answer it necessarily, but I would just like us to think about this. I think this is a great list, and I absolutely appreciate all the work that's been done. I'm just wondering about when we have tax credits or programs, zero expenditures, zero filers, and I know this is 2023. Who can tell us how long that's been the case? Would it be Department of Commerce? And should we, my second part is, should we be looking at disbanding some of those programs? Mr. Chair?
Eric?
Yeah, if I may. So at least one of the conferees this morning after legislative post audit will be addressing that specific issue. And then just in terms of who can tell you about the utilization, Department of Revenue can typically for the tax credits. And one thing I would note is if you see one of the credits that say confidential, it's usually because there are too few taxpayers for them to give an amount because it might, there are rules for, basically you can't provide information that gives, lets you, that doesn't preserve the anonymity of the taxpayer. But so for the most part, Department of Revenue would be able to tell you for credits how long they haven't been utilized if they're not being utilized. And then that I imagine would be the case for programs that are administered by the Department of Commerce as well.
Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead.
KIT and KER are programs that are intended to provide workforce development resources. They provide reimbursements for expenses related to training and skills development of workers and require wages at or above the median county wage. And KIT, that's as part of the eligibility. KIT is the industrial training program. It's available to firms that are creating net new jobs. So there's a requirement that the jobs, they have to demonstrate that the jobs that they are creating aren't taking jobs from another part of the state or from another industry. And then industrial retraining is available for firms that are restructuring as a way of helping with employee retention for employees that might otherwise not be able to continue in the same industry if they don't receive that training. And that program requires a dollar-for-dollar employer match.
No questions, go ahead.
The Rural Opportunity Zones program is intended to incentivize relocation into Kansas, into rural areas. It provides student loan repayment assistance and income tax credits to incentivize that relocation. Currently, there are 95 counties that are designated as Rural Opportunity Zones counties, and they can offer either of those two benefits: the relocation, there's student loan repayment, or state income tax credit. And according to Commerce, there are 23 counties as of June, this past June, that will be ineligible for the student loan repayment, but still eligible for the tax credit. I believe the remaining of those 95 counties offer both. Loan repayment recipients can receive a total of $15,000 in student loan repayment spread out over 5 years. And the income tax credit recipients receive a credit of 100% of their income tax liability for up to 5 years.
Representative Clayton has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you remind us when ROS was put into place? How many years has it been going, and when it has a sunset?
We can get you that information here momentarily, probably. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I'm sorry about that.
I can tell you, I think it sunsets not 26, but maybe 27. And I'm going to have a recommendation. I do not like this program. I've never liked this program. There's many people on the waiting list that have moved back to the counties already that participate, that they're not getting anything yet. And so therefore, that's not the reason they moved there. I'd like to see these dollars redirected for something that really works in the rural areas to bring people to the rural areas. I'm not suggesting that we do nothing, but we've got to do better than this. So,
Well, add me to one of the people that agree with you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm glad we're looking into this more.
any other questions? Senator Alley.
Chair, you're exactly right. The program was, and I'm not sure exactly how many counties were in the original one, and it was for rural. It wasn't for, actually, somebody proposed adding Johnson County to the rural opportunity zone. I don't think you can classify Johnson County as rural, but anyway, the original intent of this was to populate our rural areas. Do we know, or is there a chart that says the counties that have used RAWs, are we getting additional population in those counties? Or what is the actual use? Since it's been in force, have we grown in population in those counties is I guess the question.
You know that? I mean, clearly the most recent census says otherwise, but do you have any?
It's not something I could address off the top of my head, but we can also look into that.
Okay, seeing no further questions on RAWs, you can go ahead and move on.
All right. The Job Creation Fund is a program administered by the Department of Commerce through agreements, and the fund was combined from two programs, which were the Impact Program and the Kansas Economic Opportunities Initiative Fund. Those funds, my understanding, or those programs function differently than the current Job Creation Fund. I think that the Impact Program is more of a funding mechanism through bonding, but the current Job Creation Fund is, it provides state awarded grants to fund projects that promote job creation and economic development. Commerce has an annual report of this, and for most of these programs, I believe they have an annual report available that has information about utilization and awards that are made. So for the Job Creation Fund, it's I'm not sure off the top of my head, but between 10 and 20 projects that are that currently have agreements with the Department of Commerce, and they have the dollar amounts that are awarded for those projects and the the nature of those projects. But they're awarded to companies that agree to create or retain a certain number of jobs or achieve other economic development goals. And that's as part of the agreement.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This doesn't necessarily apply to JCF. Wouldn't Commerce have the ability to bring by also how long these have all been in effect? How many years we've had them? It would be interesting to see how long we've implemented these programs, as well as the dollar amounts. Because this is great that we have this many, but then when you look at something like this, as the senator said, a lot of them aren't used. So it's interesting to see all of that. And I don't think necessarily you have to find all those. I have a feeling that Commerce already has that information. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Eric.
So I believe the Job Creation Program Fund was created in 2013 or 2011, one of those. And I don't know what it's been utilized in other years, but the most recent year, I believe it was about 13 million that was utilized for Job Creation Fund projects. I can provide some specifics off the top of my head.
Okay, so where do those funds come from? Are those just SGF funds that we put into Job Creation Fund, or is it automatically reloaded when it's expended, or how does that work?
They wouldn't be, it's its own separate fund, I believe. We can follow up with one of our fiscal analysts, or Commerce can answer, but there's an appropriation to that fund, but I don't believe it is through SGF, and I believe that they probably utilize some federal grants for that as well, but I'm not sure about that.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we can move on.
The Star Bonds program, and I just humbly request that you don't ask too many questions that get into the weeds with Star Bonds. It's a tax increment financing program that allows city governments to issue special revenue bonds to pay for major development projects. Within a sales tax and revenue, that's the acronym STAR, Sales Tax and Revenue Bond District. Those bonds are repaid by any incremental city or county tax revenue from both sales and use taxes, local sales and use taxes, and local transient guest taxes that are collected within that district. And then for some, I believe, not all, but a designated portion of increased the state portion of sales and use taxes can also be dedicated to the repayment of those bonds. And the bonds typically have a 20-year repayment period. And for projects to qualify, there are, among other qualifications, there's kind of a general, there are kind of different scenarios when a project can qualify. And we added additional types of projects that could qualify in a budget proviso, I believe 2 sessions ago, that I think that is running out this year, but that included like mall redevelopment and vertical construction. The program is sunset in July 2026, and the qualification threshold is capital investments of $75 million for projects in metropolitan areas, and then rural area projects just must be of major regional or statewide significance. And then industrial revenue bonds are low interest bonds that have, they're exempt, the interest that's payable on those bonds is exempt from income tax. And so those bonds can be sold, and the proceeds from the sale of those bonds enable investors to purchase land and pay for cost of building, equipping new facilities, and improving and expanding existing facilities. The bonds are issued by cities, counties, or the Kansas Development Finance Authority. And again, they have low interest on those bonds. And then there are also tax exemptions that are a part of that sort of overall tool. Properties that are financed through those industrial revenue bonds, they qualify for a property tax abatement of up to 100% of property tax for 10 years, and then a state and local sales tax exemption on construction costs.
How are the bonds paid off? The property tax that is abated for 10 years, or how are they paid for?
That's a good question.
Is that a double whammy, like they're not paying property taxes and then the city is paying the bonds off?
Yeah. Let us get back to you on that.
Okay, thanks. So they're issued and backed by the city, but they may not be paid for by the city. They might be paid for by the developer through the savings on property tax, or?
I think it's probably through the proceeds of the bond sales, but I'm not, this is outside of my.
All right, we'll ask Commerce later. Okay, thanks.
And then there are a variety of other economic development programs and tools. I'm not going to go through all 104 of them that we have listed, but these are a few of them. There's a Department of Transportation economic development program that provides grants for transportation improvements. And there's a utility incentive there are utility incentive programs that provide discounted rates or other cost-saving tools to companies that are looking to establish operations in Kansas. Tax increment financing. This is specifically, there are districts that are created by counties or cities that enable the incremental increase, the increase in tax revenue to be used to finance projects within the TIF district. And then there are property tax abatements authorized by the Kansas Constitution, as I mentioned earlier, that cities and counties are able to offer to businesses for economic development purposes. And with that, that's all I have, but I'm happy to stand for any additional questions that you have.
Committee, any additional questions? I guess that's the benefit of going through questions on each one. So now you're free to go. Thank you. Thank you, and thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We're going to go to legislative post audit. Kristen Rottinghouse is here. And thanks for putting together the presentation in such lightning fast time. You only had about a week, less than a week to prepare for this. So, and thanks for your work.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. As mentioned, my name is Kristen Rottinghouse. I'm the Deputy Director at Legislative Post Audit, and I am also maybe the fortunate one who's had the opportunity to work on many of our offices' economic development incentive evaluations or manage them over the years. So for those of you, I know some of you are familiar with our office. For those of you who aren't, because I know we're not over here all that often, we are nonpartisan legislative staff, just like research and revisor staff are. We work a little bit differently in that our role is to provide legislators with accurate and unbiased information through performance audit reports. So generally speaking, the topics that we audit are requested by legislators. But what I'm here to talk about today works a little bit differently in that in 2019, you all, the legislature, passed a law that requires our office to evaluate economic development incentives on a recurring 3-year cycle, and all newly created incentives the year after they're created. So the statute includes language about what those reviews should include. So that includes things like the history of the program, that's its purpose, its goals. It specifically defines return on investment, but kind of gives a pretty big, long list of things that could be included as return on investment and gives us the discretion to do that. So that was the case up until last year. So 2024, you all changed that statute to be upon the request of the Commerce Committees. So we no longer do that automatically, but it is something, again, that you all can ask us to evaluate. So I went back in preparing for this presentation and looked at the last decade. So since about 2015, our office has completed evaluations of 25 incentive programs, 10 of them under that statutory requirement that was created in 2019. So my purpose in being here today is to discuss some of the repeat findings and themes from our evaluation of those reviews. And my hope is that there's 2 big things that you're going to see come out as kind of a pattern through the results of our work. And that is dealing with the lack of clarity about the purpose of economic development incentive programs, and also the lack of reliable data. So sometimes that means data that's missing altogether, and other times that means data is maybe available but not accurate, not reliable enough to draw conclusions on it. So to that end, you do have 2 documents. Eric referenced one of those. So thank you, Eric and KLRD, for putting together that table that shows, it's just an example of some of the reports that our office has done. And then to supplement that, I created a memo, which you should also have with my name on it. That is essentially taking the 7 most recent audits that are listed on that table that Eric and KLRD put together, but going in reverse order. So just to be confusing, I guess. I started with the oldest ones and moved to the most recent. So I am going to I'll kind of loosely follow the memo that I put together. to go through that. So it highlights several things for your all's attention. That includes the questions that we were trying to answer, the results as they speak to those questions, and then recommendations related to those reviews. And so the ones I'm going to highlight today are the ones Chairman Tarwater specifically asked us to focus on, ones that speak to return on investment or things like usage of the credit, or a program fulfilling its purpose. So just a disclaimer, my plan is to hit the highlights of those reviews, but just again, so you all can see the themes and the patterns in them. But because there's so many of them and they are so broad and some of them are so old, I may not be able to answer in-depth questions about individual evaluations today. I'm happy to try if you have them. But I would encourage you to reach out to me or to someone in our office, because we, as your staff, are more than happy whenever it works best for you to meet one-on-one to kind of go through those results if there's any of them that stand out to you that you're particularly interested in. So again, I'll kind of go through loosely this memo that you have in front of you. The themes that I'm trying to draw out are that nearly all of the evaluations you're going to hear me talk about focus on return on investment or the purpose of the program. And the theme that you'll see is that the answers aren't especially clear. So that suggests, our results suggest things may not always be working as you all intend them to, but that it's hard to say that definitively because statute does not clearly define what success looks like for most of these programs. And you will also see some recurring themes about, again, the data problems that I mentioned a moment ago. So after I hit the highlights of these reports, I will also then talk about some suggestions that we all have for you all to consider that would maybe make evaluations of these sorts of programs better and easier to do. So starting in the memo, I'm going to start with, we did an audit of the Star Bonds program in 2021. There were two kind of questions we were looking to answer there. One regarding the purpose of the program, and the other regarding its return on investment in terms of how long it would take the state to break even in terms of recouping the sales tax revenue that it gave up to support the development of 3 Star Bond districts. So generally, what we found is that in terms of the purpose part of this statute, and I think Eric talked about this just a moment ago, the purpose that's in statute is very general. So it's along the lines of to promote general and economic welfare of the state. So we, as your legislative staff, went through and kind of looked at additional documentation, including some metrics that the Department of Commerce has created to measure some things that it thinks is important about the program. And what came to our attention is the tourism aspect. So the Department of Commerce, at the time that we did this review, again, remember this is several years old now, their goal was to attract 20% of visitors to Star Bond districts from outside the state of Kansas and 30% of visitors from at least 100 miles away. And what we found is that only 3 of the 16 Star Bond attractions that we reviewed met those goals in 1 or both years. The problem is when we did that work, because the purpose isn't especially clear in statute, some of the, let's say, criticism that we received is that there are other things that people might like to see this program do, including the department. So there were arguments about this program is also useful for improving the local quality of life or for job creation. And those are things that we did not review in this evaluation. The other problem with this is that Commerce didn't actually collect sufficient or reliable data to evaluate itself whether or not the attractions were meeting its own tourism goals. So they do or did receive estimates of what projects were expected to create, but then in terms of the actual, so once the project is approved and has happened, in terms of collecting data on what that looks like, much more hit or miss. They have like an annual report process where some organizations kind of spotty. So some don't report any information, some would report information, but let's say it's kind of a rough estimate of how many visitors they receive. So our way of going through this work was we worked with a company who is usually used for transportation purposes, but it's based on cell phone data. So we just went to a different source to get the information to come up with the answer that we got here. And then, as I mentioned, the second part of this audit was looking at how long it would take the state to break even on sales tax revenue. We did that for 3 star bond districts and estimate that it will take the state several decades in most cases to recoup the amount of sales tax revenue that it gave up for those developments. So if you're following along in the memo, there's a section where I've listed the recommendations out of that audit. The first one deals with the data issue that I just described. And that was, again, to have the Department of Commerce collect and use districts' visitation data to determine if they're meeting the tourism goals of the department. And then the second recommendation is related as a suggestion to you all, to the legislature, to consider amending statute to be clear about what the expectations are for what would make that program successful in your all's eyes. Do you want me to move on, or do you want to stop for questions?
Let's open it for questions on the star bonds. Any questions? Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your investigation, I guess we'll call it, or audit, was it your thinking that maybe tourism and commerce should be collecting this data? Would that be the most logical place? You're talking about visitation.
Well, and this would be visitation to those established star bond districts.
To anything, right?
So because there is an annual reporting requirement, we think that it makes sense for Commerce to be the entity that would be collecting that data.
I guess my question is a little more detailed than that.
Oh.
So tourism is a small agency inside of Commerce that might be the entity that could most easily capture that. So are you recommending Commerce itself as a monster in a good way, not a bad way? To say it's big, it's very, very big. So, I mean, is it a situation where no one was tasked with that responsibility?
I think the situation is that data is difficult to collect in the first place.
Because, can you finish that sentence?
Because each of these districts looks very different, but let's use the Speedway area up in Kansas City as an example. It's a fairly large district. So how to gather data on who's visiting, let's say shopping at the Legends, would look a lot different than actually going to a race at the Speedway, for example. So events that are ticketed, that might be easier to gather data on them, but some of these other types of star bond districts that don't have that sort of ticketed events would be a more difficult undertaking to gather information. So what we saw when we did this audit was some entities were trying to do things like ask someone when they came in to visit what that information about them, why they were there, where they were from, just sort of a casual thing, but that wouldn't be for everybody who comes in. So I just think there's some difficulty with gathering the data, which again is why we went to something that's imperfect, but going to something that's more like again, we went to a transportation company, but they're using it to track kind of transportation flows and congestion in certain areas. That's what we use to come up with these estimates ourselves, so we could avoid some of those data issues.
I do see the issue. I mean, it is a very difficult thing to be able to track. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Star Bond bill, it comes up for sunset. And the Senate worked on it quite a bit last year, and the House did. And I think we've taken into account these recommendations. We talked about zip codes when you run the credit card. And we've talked about, I think you used cell phone data, didn't you, when you, to determine the number of visitors from out of state and out of over 100 miles. We talked about that, and I think, I'm not quite sure what we settled on so far, but we didn't want to list specific, because, specific ways to collect the data, because it changes so quickly and there could be something on the horizon that would make it much easier. So we kind of, right now, have left it open, but we're going to demand it. Go ahead, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to what you were just saying, yes. Some of the conversations, those sidebars, has been a little bit like Big Brother is watching. Like you're collecting so much personal data for that use. It might feel intrusive. This is an FYI. Just some conversation. Thanks.
May I speak?
Eric, you look like you have something to say.
Yeah, just something that I think could be helpful is in response to this audit, there were some changes that were enacted in 2021, and those included implementing mandatory visitor tracking and requiring a study on return on investment by the Department of Commerce. So I know that they have been working on implementing some of those things, and they may be able to say how that has worked out.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did any of the I realize that they may not have accomplished their stated goal, but did any of them actually fail? Were there any defaults on the STAR bonds that you're aware of on any of the projects?
At the time of our review, there wasn't a default on them, but I believe that Prairie Fire has now, in Overland Park, has gone through that process or is working through that process. I don't know where it stands today.
Okay, so Prairie Fire and Overland Park
Park.
is going through some level of a default process. Okay, thank you.
We'll talk to the Department of Commerce. We can ask that later. I believe that particular project fell behind for certain reasons, but I think they're back on track. But we can talk about that to the Department of Commerce later. All right. Seeing no further questions, unless Senator Dietrich, do you have something else?
No, Mr. Chair, we didn't think my mic was on. We're having audio difficulties.
Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the ones that you selected, you just select them as a result that it would be easy to access the cellular information on those projects, or what drove the selection process?
For the ones that we reviewed for tourism, we reviewed all of them that were, everything that was a Star Bond attraction at that time. So there was no reducing the number. We just looked at all of them.
And just using cellular data was the key indicator?
Was the indicator, correct. And that cell phone data, to maybe alleviate some concerns, is it's all anonymized. So it's not actually tracking an individual. It's tracking patterns in and out of certain areas. So again, it's an imperfect way because not everyone will have a cell phone with them, but probably most people these days do.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll move on. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so the next one that I was going to highlight is a 2022 audit that we did of the Industrial Revenue Bond Property Tax Exemption Program. And in this one, our question was focused on the return on investment and specifically the economic and fiscal impacts associated with that program. So highlights, again, I'm going to be very brief in this because I know we have a lot to cover, but This one, we did more complicated econometric modeling to look at it. So because we're talking about economic and fiscal impacts. So based on the model, which we did for 8, so this is a smaller selection of the total number of IRBXs, we estimate that most of the ones that we reviewed will generate positive overall returns, but that none of them will offset their costs through higher tax revenues. So a way to think about this is what the model showed is that for 7 of those 8 IRBXs, they would generate enough economic activity through things like job creation. And then when those jobs are created, it has spillover effects on the economy. So the supply chain also hires workers, and then those people have higher incomes, so they spend more money in the area. Those sorts of economic activity would be large enough to offset the cost of the exemption amount. However, if you put it in terms of tax revenues to tax revenues, so what income, property, and sales tax those IRBXs would generate was not enough to offset the amount of the exemption for the 8 that we reviewed. So again, those were our findings. We don't have any strong conclusions, again, on whether or not that's okay, because statutory goals are once again very broad. So it uses language like develop the general welfare and economic prosperity of the state. So in terms of things we think would be helpful, this will tie into things I'm saying later, with trying to bake into statute to say things like, which element of this do you think is most important? Or do you even think that economic and fiscal impacts are the correct measure to determine whether or not this program is working as you all intend? So related to that, we did have, just continuing on really quick, recommendation related to the legislature considering amending statutes to make those things clearer.
I think we have one question for you on the IRBs, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to make sure that I'm understanding, so when the IRBs issued, those are basically federal and tax exempt bonds that the city acts as a conduit per se for those bonds. The business is still responsible for paying those bonds. And so when we ask the question that will it offset the cost through higher tax revenues, you're talking specifically about the tax exempt portion of those bonds and whether during that bond period it's offset. We're not considering future property tax payments on the building per se that will come back on the tax roll at some point in the future. Correct. So it's just that moment in time per se.
In terms of costs, we're just looking at the cost of that property tax exemption component. On the benefit side, I believe we estimated out for 30 years, but I would have to double check that. So the model is estimating what those, because it'll take time for those effects to be felt in the economy. So I think we looked at a 30-year time horizon to do that.
That's where the perceived benefit does exist. It's just that cost of that abatement during that period of time. The economic development and increase in employment taxes or whatever is not making up for the difference in the lost property tax revenue.
It's not quite. So the economic development will, over that 30-year period, make up for the cost of the incentive, according to the model estimates. But it won't in terms of the income, property, and sales tax revenue. So if you specifically look at tax revenue over that 30-year time horizon, it does not generate enough to compensate for the amount of sales tax revenue that's given up, of property tax revenue that's given up as part of the property tax exemption.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead.
I would also note on this one, we did have a data issue. We did not have a recommendation for it, but this, again, will relate to something I bring up later. So for IRBXs, cities and counties are responsible for administering those, and they report information to the Board of Tax Appeals, but none of those entities are required to centralize any of that data or to sort of check it, oversee it. It's just BOTA collects information, and that's as far as those requirements go. So we compared, in this instance, we compared their estimates that cities and counties get for those projects for the eight IRBXs we reviewed, and then compared them to actual data from the county appraisers after the fact, and saw a few significant differences. Or sorry, not a few. We did see significant differences across most of those data sets. We did not have a recommendation related to that because we didn't review the full system. So we don't know who would be the best entity to collect that data, when and where they might collect it. That would be kind of a more comprehensive look at a system than what we were able to do in this audit. I can move on to 2023 major commerce incentive programs. This is very similar to the one I just talked about, and that we were looking at the return on investment for 5 major programs that Eric talked about a moment ago. So that's High Performance Incentive Program, or HPIP, Job Creation Fund, or JCF, Kansas Industrial Training, and Kansas Industrial Retraining, KIR, and the Promoting Employment Across Kansas Program, or PEAK. And so we did, followed a similar methodology where we used econometric modeling to look at or estimate both the direct economic and secondary economic effects, and also the tax revenues, and found the very same thing, that all 5 programs appeared to generate economic impacts that are greater than the cost of those incentives, but that none of the programs would cover the cost of those incentives to the state through higher tax revenues. It's a similar case here where we didn't have any recommendations for this audit. Most of these programs have at least a little bit clearer purpose that's in statute. But again, it's not clear if return on investment is even the measure that you all would consider the most important one to determining the success of that program. I'll keep moving on to 2023 Rural Opportunity Zones program. In this audit, we were looking at whether or not the program achieves its purpose again. So in our estimate, again, you're going to see a theme here. We think that the program is intended to slow or reverse population decline in rural areas. This was a question, Senator Ali, that you just had. So this report did look at that actually. And what we found is that based on our estimates, the ROS program had limited effects on rural depopulation statewide, but it did seem to make a difference in 19 counties where it may have slowed or reversed population losses or added to population gains. I would note that one of the maybe interesting things we saw here is that participants in the student loan part of the program can and often did move from one ROS county to another. So it seemed to be more like reshuffling people around those counties than it is bringing people outside of Kansas into the state of Kansas in those areas. So it was not bringing in, it's not to say it didn't bring in anybody from outside the state, but not enough of them to offset the number of people leaving the state from those areas in general.
Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this has a $10 million cap, correct, this program?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It does. I'm just reinforcing it. I just want to demonstrate because I hear some angst in this. This is the one program that's set up for the rural. I'm not saying the chairman doesn't have a great idea, but I'm saying we give away billions in other counties. And this is one incentive program that rural is set up specifically for rural. I wouldn't mind putting every county in it, Mr. Chairman, but I like that you're going to look at this. Thank you.
Senator Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Could you remind us how people are tracked for ROS? So you mentioned that, folks are moving in and out, but how exactly are we tracking that data?
I I don't recall exactly how and where we got this information. So both the Department of Revenue and the Department of Commerce are involved in this. So the Department of Commerce is responsible for the student loan portion of the program, and the Department of Revenue is responsible for the tax credit. I don't know if I said that wrong. And Commerce is responsible for the student loan portion of the program. This actually speaks to one of the issues we saw, is that those two entities don't communicate with each other in terms of trying to compare lists. So in our estimates of who is using the program and where they're from, we could not get that information to determine if there's overlap between the two populations. So we had to estimate that because they don't have any sort of identifier that would allow those two data sets to speak to one another.
Of course, thank you.
So they're individuals that are filing these, and so they're easily tracked because they're the ones receiving the benefits, not the business. So we know where they've been and where they are now.
Sounds kind of creepy.
You may go ahead. Representative Hoheisel.
Great start to the morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. One quick question. Senator Tyson, I just leaned over to ask her. This was done in 23, correct, this audit?
2023.
2023. So if memory serves me correct, it would have been before the expansion went into effect, when we expanded and added a number of counties to the eligibility list.
I think when we did the review, 95 of the states,
It was
105
so this was
counties.
the 95 one? Okay, okay. And that might have been just right after we expanded it out then. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What, and you may not know this, what part do the counties, the different counties that are qualify for the ROS program, what part do they take in this, and why aren't they keeping track of the people that are there? Because they would know immediately that if somebody left Ellis County and they went to Franklin County, you would know. Everyone would be able to tell you. So is that another way to track them?
I think that the counties are involved in the like upfront side of things. So it's in terms of who's participating in the program. But then the only information each county has is for its own, and remember this is for cities and counties. So it's for their individual location. So the thing that makes evaluating the program as a whole more difficult is you start to try to look at what that looks like statewide. And so one county isn't tracking that information. You have to go to all individual counties. So I think in this instance, we were able to get, again, on the revenue side of things, because it's through a tax return, you can get information there. And then the Department of Commerce tracks information on users. They just don't have a way to like get those two data sets to talk to each other. So it's kind of viewing them as individual silos, but there is overlap in who's participating in those two things.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing no further questions on that, we can move forward.
And those, again, relate to recommendations in the audit. So we had a recommendation related to Commerce and Revenue developing a way for those two data sets to speak to one another, and for the legislature to consider amending statute to clarify the purpose of the program. Moving on to the 2024 alternative fuel and community service tax credits. We looked at the usage of those credits. So in terms of starting with the first one, the alternative fuel tax credit, we looked at the years that we reviewed, fewer than 5 total corporations have claimed it since 2014. So it's an example of one of the credits that it is used, but it is not used by a lot of taxpayers. And that's because the credit eliminated both electricity as an eligible fuel source, and it eliminated individuals as eligible recipients. And then in terms of the second part of this audit was looking at the community service tax credit, and again, how it's used, and then how the Department of Commerce made the decision on who could use the program. In the 2 years that we reviewed, 2023 and 2024, Commerce awarded $8.2 million in community service tax credits to 62 projects. That was out of 113 applications for projects in that same time period. We could not answer how Commerce made its decision to award the projects that it did. And that's because it did follow its own established process for scoring applications, but it didn't document their eligibility checks for the projects that we reviewed, and they didn't document their decision on which ones they chose and why they chose them. So this led to a recommendation to the Department of Commerce to document that decision. So this is related to evaluation and also specifically transparency of the process.
Was that more or less just a slush fund then? If they don't have to document why, which projects got it and why?
I mean, they did document certain elements of their scoring. So they have a established kind of scoring process for that. So they did document certain portions of that, but not all of them. In terms of deciding which ones get the money, we have no way of knowing how they're making those decisions. So I can't speak to what they're basing them on.
Okay, so is there a limit on that fund and is it maxed out every year?
I believe they get more interest than they are able to give credits out for. But I'm not sure if there's a cap on it.
Okay. Senator Alley?
Thank you. So the guidelines, there's not a lot of guidelines, is that correct? On how they give the money out, who they give it out to, is that what?
A lot of that is up to Commerce's discretion to determine. And then they were not, at the time of audit, documenting those decisions.
I missed, what was the total dollars that they're giving out into that one?
In 2023 and 2024, it was 8.2 million in credits.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, moving on to the 2024 Commerce Transparency Database Limited Scope Audit. This one we were looking at which essentially boils down to the purpose, but whether or not this is, again, looking at the Department of Commerce and there's a statutory requirement that they have a transparency database of the state's economic development incentives and whether or not it met the statutory requirements. Again, at the time of our review, 13 of 60 incentive programs that we expected to find were missing from the transparency database. So many of them were there, but some of them weren't. The transparency database also lacked about half of the 11 statutorily required program level pieces of information that we reviewed for 5 programs. So that, again, led to recommendations about clarifying some elements for the legislature of what's included in the statute, and then also some data-related suggestions for the Department of Commerce to ensure that the database includes that statutorily required information, or in some instances, if it doesn't make sense, which I think is what the Department of Commerce response was for some of those elements, that they include an explanation in the database as to why that information doesn't appear.
Erica or Charles, I think we worked on this last year. Did that end up passing? I know Representative Williams had a bill on that was quite comprehensive, and I thought we fixed most of this, but Charles?
I believe that passed. I'll check to make sure.
Thank you. Any questions on that one? All right, seeing none, we can move forward, and Charles will get back to us on that answer.
2025, we reviewed, this is very recently, we did another limited scope audit on the high performance incentive program and the affordable housing tax credit. And this is looking at the usage of those credits over the last 5 years. So regarding the HPIP program, we couldn't report how much HPIP credits businesses earned and used in the 5 years that we were reviewing because of reliability issues with the Department of Revenue's data. So during this audit and during some previous audits we had done of the HPIP program, KDOR provided us with data sets showing the amount of credit earned and used. But the 3 data sets that we received differed by tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in a single year. So we didn't have any assurance that the data was reliable enough for us to draw conclusions on it. So we did not give an answer to that portion of the question. We do have recommendations for the Department of Revenue, who is kind of undergoing a process already to try and fix that information and have it in better shape for the 2026 legislative session. Regarding the second portion of this question, which is about the affordable housing tax credit, that one we're able to get an answer for. So since 2023, it's the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation that administers this program. They awarded rental housing development projects about $73 million in credits. And it may award an additional $34 million in tax credits by the time the affordable housing tax credit ends, which has a sunset due to recent action that you all took in 2028. So at the time of our audit, no taxpayers had used the affordable housing tax credit to reduce their income tax liabilities, but there were signs that some of them were getting ready to do so. And over the next approximately 15 years, we estimate that taxpayers will use enough credits that would result in the state foregoing about $1 billion in income tax revenues because those credits can be used every year for 10 years. So again, our loan recommendation in that audit was related to the data issue on the HPIP program for the Department of Revenue.
Okay, so seeing no questions on that, we'll move forward. Charles, did you have an answer for us?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so the changes to the transparency database were made in House Bill 2304, and that did pass last year.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions on the 2025 most recent audit? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
Okay, so on to the part that I hope is helpful to your all's discussion here later today and maybe into next session is about some things to maybe keep in mind as you put eyes on what it takes to evaluate these incentive programs and whether or not they're performing the way that you all would intend. So if you are following along in the memo, this is on the last couple pages where it says effectively evaluating incentives. We did put together a guide in 2020 about some important considerations for evaluating incentives, and there's a few of them that I just wanted to highlight for your all's consideration today. So one of those is that policymakers can measure an incentive's success in many ways, and those things can be simple or they can be complex. So just looking at the examples that I talked through earlier, that, it can include things that are relatively easy, like to track and to report out on, like the number of new jobs or the amount of new investment, or it can look at things that are more complex or more complicated to gather data on, and that would include something like return on investment, which often involves the econometric modeling component. And those things, as you evaluate the programs, can be backward-looking and estimating the impacts that have actually occurred, or they can be forward-looking and estimating what the future impacts might be, again, because all of these things happen on different time horizons and sometimes take a number of years to be put into place and for the effects to be seen, felt, measurable. The second item I wanted to mention is that evaluations can estimate incentives' positive and negative effects. So rigorous analyses will try to account for all of these things, but many of them are difficult to know and involve some amount of estimation. So some of them that I would highlight include things like a term you all might have heard is the but for question, or it's getting at causality. So is it the incentive that is driving the behavior and is credited for and should be credited for all of the economic effects that are felt, or is it due to something else? So those something else might include things like business. I think research will show that businesses also consider things like infrastructure or the workforce, and if who's available, what's their training, are they ready to do the work, the quality of schools, things like that. So in one of our audits, we surveyed businesses, and they pointed to the incentive maybe not making a difference in terms of whether or not the project happened, but it may have made a difference in terms of the timing of the project or the size of the project. So that concept is really important because it deals with how much credit you're basically giving the program, but it is awfully difficult to measure because it is sort of inherently unknowable what the answer to that question is. Rigorous analyses would also consider things like opportunity costs. So if instead of using the money for the incentive, the money was used for a different purpose, let's say it could be education or infrastructure, something like that, that would also generate economic effects and tax revenues. Do those offset what the economic incentives are, or the economic benefits are from offering it in the form of an incentive? So those are all things that are important to consider as part of an evaluation, but are necessarily difficult to do. That also includes things like displacement effects. And then when you bring people in, does that also increase demand for other public services? So those are things that are challenging to have data for. And then the third point that I wanted to just emphasize is that policymakers should evaluate incentives from several angles. So I think something we commonly hear is discussion about return on investment. That may make sense for some incentives, but as Eric highlighted, there are so many programs and so many incentives that using the same metric to measure success for each one probably does not make sense. So an example could be, something that's like HPIP, that's about capital investment and job creation. That might be a different measure of success than something that's like a credit for donating money to the Friends of Cedar Crest Association, for example. So suggestions that LPA has for trying to capture that type of information and being able to evaluate performance is there's the three, this is going to be the very last page of the memo, the three things that are numbered there. And that includes identifying a purpose for each tax incentive, identifying measures or benchmarks that would help someone determine whether or not the program is meeting expectations, and then identifying what data is needed to measure those sorts of things. So those are all elements that we think the legislature and agencies can do something about that would all help with evaluations and the transparency of those programs. So importantly, what that would do is require the legislature to discuss these sorts of concepts before passing new tax incentive legislation. It would probably also benefit to go back and look at existing programs. Of course, that would be a much larger undertaking and maybe difficult because some of those programs will have been around for a very long time. And then additional considerations when if you all decide to do something like that would be, again, highlighting some of these, thinking about the differences across programs. So a single measure is not going to work for every single incentive program. So it would need to be tailored to each program. Thinking about things like whether or not what you're looking for can be measured on an individual basis. Like, are you looking for one company to grow jobs, or are you looking for an entire industry to grow? And contemplating those sorts of things. You'd also want to consider creating certain data reporting and collection requirements. Again, if there isn't a requirement, let's use the example of a decentralized program that's administered locally. If there is no requirement to centralize that information, it likely isn't going to happen without some sort of obligation to do so. So things you might consider there is how and who administers the program can complicate that and make it less transparent even. So again, that example of if it's TIF districts or it's some of those other programs like the rural opportunity zones, if there's no entity bringing that together, it can be difficult to track, but there's also a trade-off. If it is decentralized, there's a cost to having all of those entities report, someone gather, check the data. But those would be important processes because it's sort of the adage of garbage in, garbage out. So if you're gonna create a reporting requirement, someone would need to be paying attention enough to know that the data is good and something that you can trust. And then that's also, the reporting requirements would bring up the issue of confidentiality requirements. So again, this is something Eric mentioned, but the Department of Revenue does have guidelines they follow regarding not being able to report out information for programs that have fewer than 5 filers. So any of those sorts of programs, even if you establish reporting requirements, can be difficult if they're especially small programs in terms of being able to report out that information. Last couple of things I will mention is that there are certain factors that I mentioned before that are important to evaluating incentives, but that are difficult to gather. So you all maybe would want to grapple with, do you want information on things like displacement effects or trying to capture but for components or opportunity costs as part of any sort of performance evaluation of these programs. And then the last item I would mention is just the time that it takes for tax incentives to be realized. So any of your conversations about what expectations would be for goals and data that should be collected, the time frame does matter. So something like HPIP has a 16-year carry forward. That's going to have a lot different time horizon than something that is going back to the Friends of Cedar Crest credit, which someone makes a donation, gets a credit, that all happens in short order. That is much different than a program like HPIP. So that is a ton of information, but I am happy to answer questions.
All right, committee. So those of you that are on LPA realize that this isn't the first time we've heard this. In fact, we've heard this for the last 10 or so years. We're just not listening. And I think most of you in here are, several of you anyway, are on a Commerce Committee in the Senate or in the House. And we do have several incentive bills that are coming up that are sunsetting that we're going to have to look at. And we probably need to start listening to legislative post-audit and do our job a little bit better. And that's one of the reasons that I think the Senator requested this day. And I'll open it for questions. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going through your documentation, and you did put a lot of information out there for us to read and to decipher. And while reviewing your documents, it said like on Peak and JCF and Kit and Kerr, they have positive returns. They can show a positive return. They probably generate enough economic impact to cover their cost. But the thing, it doesn't generate enough tax effects to cover the cost. And then you also said that the business incentive, the businesses said that those incentives probably affect the scope of the project and the timing of the project, but didn't change whether the project would be built or would happen. Can you expand on that a little bit? Why?
I don't have a lot that I can, so we asked them that through a survey question, and that is the response that they gave. So I don't have a lot of information about the why they're saying it would affect the scope of the project, but not necessarily whether or not it would happen.
One other thing you mentioned in here about the EDIF funds, that there was no guidance on the distribution of funds. Can you give us some, maybe some a little more definition?
Sure. So I'm gonna wing it a little bit here, but this is one, so I did not mention this in my presentation, but it is one we've reviewed a number of years ago. And in that instance, the legislature set up, I think it's 3 different funds that EDIF funds are supposed to be allocated to and then spent from. But those funds haven't been used for a long time. And it appears that this is something, again, that's in the legislature's control, but that money is just more being allocated by the legislature to whatever your all's priorities are at the time, rather than thinking about those funds that are in there. So I think that's the guidance that is referring to.
Who should be the regulatory oversight of those EDIF funds? What group?
I think it's the legislature because it goes to so many different agencies. There's not one that would like oversee EDIF, for example.
A lot of times that happens in conference committees. We're going to move it to here, we're going to move it to there. But that's what I'm saying. There's nobody overseeing the use of that EDIF fund. Thank you very much.
I think a lot of it ends up in Salina.
I didn't say that.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for being here. This question is something that, either a member of the committee could answer or you potentially. I'm not on LPA, but one of the things that I've noticed as a longtime member of the Commerce Committee is we do have these legitimate questions about ROI on these various eco-devo incentives that we've set up. But one of the things that we run into is that a lot of the data collection can be onerous, in particular for the businesses. So we don't want to put those extra things on the business owners. Has there been a question asked in LPA about what the best practices are for collecting that data? So, I mean, that is obviously a, bottom of the page here. Number 3 is, we do need to find that sort of universal metric, but our eco-devo programs are so different. They affect different individuals. How do we really find, and has that been asked? Do we need to set up a special study committee for that and spend more taxpayer money to do the research? Or is there a magic bullet for data collection of which we, the legislature, might be unaware?
Kristen, I believe you touched on this a little bit earlier, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that there's like a magic bullet for something you all aren't considering. And I don't know that there has been, unless you're thinking of something, Chairman Tarwater, that's different than me, but I don't think that there has been a specific evaluation from legislative post-audit about the best way to collect data from businesses and if there's any best practices for that specifically. I would mention, if it's helpful, that so the state of Washington has been evaluating their tax incentive programs for quite some time, much longer than many other states have done so. Their attempt at this was to create, I think they're called tax preference statements, that they require to be passed as part of any new legislation of economic development incentives, and they are intended to spell out these bits of information that I've highlighted today in those statements, what they call statements. So that might be a helpful resource to look to. It's one way, maybe not the only or best way.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much,
Of course.
as always, and thanks for putting it together on such short notice. All right, let's see, Charles.
I just wanted to respond to a question you had, Chairman, earlier about peak. I think you asked about what happens if the wages that are paid are lower than the county, than the median. And so peak provides, as Eric had mentioned, a clawback provision, and also that there's an agreement, and the secretary has the authority to terminate the agreement. The statute reads may, so it's discretionary. And in addition, there's also a requirement that the secretary annually review each company for compliance. So there's a basis in the law for if the wages aren't high enough, that would affect the benefits.
Thanks for clearing that up. All right, so next up, business perspectives on economic development programs. And we'll start with Eric Stafford. Looks like we have 5 different speakers. Are you going to introduce each one of them, or are you just going to go and let us run with it?
I can introduce Greg and Chris. I can introduce all of them, but Greg and Chris are who I'm going to be referring to a lot today based on what we've been doing since May.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Good afternoon. I think it's colder in here than it is outside. Yeah, really want to give some background on, I don't know if we have a clicker. I have some slides that I presented to you guys for a PowerPoint for today. Really what we've been looking at and talking about. Thank you. Good morning.
Can we pull up his presentation?
Oh, it's through my iPad. I'm sorry. I don't have a way to connect to that. That's okay. It's all good. I'll make sure the full committee has the slides as I outline what we've been talking about today.
We've got them all, and we've got them in front of us, but I was
Okay.
just asking
Okay. Perfect.
if we could pull it up on the screen.
Okay. So kind of how we got here, we had a working group that started back in May to review our state's income tax credits and economic development incentive programs. That group was made up of CPAs, economic development professionals, tax attorneys. It was myself, Natalie Bright, Marley Carpenter on behalf of some of their clients. And really, Senate Bill 283 last year, with that proposed to repeal HPIP and PEAK, angel investor tax credit, et cetera, is what was kind of our starting point of us being proactive to bring to the legislature what we felt would be a starting point for the conversation. You know, our organization, the Kansas Chamber, we have a standing legislative agenda position to oppose elimination of PEAK and HPIP. And sitting through that presentation last year, the hearing last year, led me to this Council for Community and Economic Research, where they have a database that compares all 50 states and lists out all of the tax credits and incentives that each state offers. And so looking at that, it shows Kansas, we have 70 programs, Oklahoma has 85, Florida has 38, Tennessee has 33, South Carolina 84, Texas has 38. So really what you see is even states that are no income tax states have a fair number of tax credits and incentives that are on the books. In a perfect world, you don't have incentives, but that's not the world that we live in. So what we believe in PEAK and HPIP is that they are effective programs. Are there flaws in terms of the reporting? I think the interim tax committee talked about that. Legislative post audit highlighted some of the issues there. I think that could be more of a software issue with Department of Revenue and some deficiencies in software that's outdated that might need to take consideration from the legislature to update.
but let's fix the flaws of the program rather than eliminate them. And so our group really started digging into, from that organization that we joined to get access to the full.
So your presentation is up online and.
Here we go.
Okay,
Yep.
you got it. All right.
Oops, I'm sorry. Am I going the wrong way? I want to go backwards. Oh, you're going through? Okay. Do you mind going back? I was like, man, I'm having a hard time here. That's a good joke. Do you mind going back to the background slide? Thank you. I appreciate it. So with Kansas having roughly 70 tax credits on the books, we started looking at, are there ways or are there some that we can eliminate? And so in August, we did bring in the Department of Commerce and their representatives. So we did a lot of preliminary work. We met, I don't know, it was either monthly or about every 3 weeks since May. And each meeting to start was roughly about 3 hours. And so we were pretty thorough on what we came up with, and ultimately found 21, my slides say 20, but 21 credits that we are proposing or giving you the idea to eliminate. Again, this is what we found. It's our starting point to give to you. We wanted to do the research, and if there are others that you want to take, oops, sorry about that. Take. I'm a hot mess this morning.
Is there anything else
Monday.
is there anything else we can throw at this conference?
So this is our starting point, but we do believe peak and HPIP matter and that they are effective. You know, HPIP specifically, I think it will show about $1 billion on the books in credits, but that means that we've had $10 billion worth of qualifying investments for the program. Now, not all of those credits will be claimed because as business, and that's why the HPIP program was modified to give a 16-year carry forward period. That's why it was changed to allow 50% transferability to another taxpayer where you can sell those credits. It's because a lot of those HPIP credits were going unused historically through the program. When a business reinvests its profit or does not make a profit, they can't claim those credits. They're not refundable. So allowing them to sell those credits provides at least some sort of economic benefit to the company for the credits that are there. But all that said, not all of those credits will be claimed, and it's a paper liability to the state, but it's not going to result in a realistic actual dollar liability to the state. We did meet last week with the Department of Revenue and just asked, as we're looking into this, is there anything that they need changed in statute, or is there anything that they need to help give better reporting requirements to you guys? I think the questions that you guys are asking about the programs themselves and the details and the uncertainty of what dollar amount is actually out there, those are fair questions. We can't fully evaluate if the programs, or you guys can't fully evaluate if the programs are effective if you don't have all the details and information. And Revenue told us, they said, no, we're working on the data that the legislature's requested. I think they're looking at the beginning of the year that they'll have that for you guys. I think it seemed to be, without speaking on their behalf, it seemed to be more of just limitations with their software system that's more than 20 years old, which we went through on unemployment insurance. So kind of a similar situation there. So what are we proposing to eliminate? Or what would we propose to you guys to eliminate? So here's the list. Largely, again, through the transparency database that the Department of Commerce has access to, Department of Revenue numbers, how many taxpayers are claiming these credits. A lot of them are not heavily utilized. Some of them are, but abandoned well plugging credit, I think that one is the first one on the list. The spreadsheet that we had is, I think there hasn't been anybody that's claimed that for several years. So some of those tax credits fall under that pie where they're really not being utilized today. Friends of Cedar Crest, that was mentioned by Division of Post Audit. That one is one that we're proposing to eliminate. We really tried to look at the effectiveness and economic benefit. When we looked at the programs, we aren't touching Department of Commerce grant dollars. We did not look at those to eliminate. If it was grant money, we took it off the table. So some of those programs that are funded by grant money are listed under that database spreadsheet website that I shared with you guys. But if it was grant dollars, that is funding through commerce. So we really wanted to just closely focus on credits. You'll see rural opportunity zones being highlighted. The Kansas Downtown Redevelopment Tax Rebate program, that one is in there too, tying in with the rural opportunity zones and why that's highlighted. And the reason we are proposing to eliminate the rural opportunity zones and why I highlight the downtown redevelopment tax rebate is that those rural opportunity zone was funded by the elimination of the business and job development tax credit. We've had 12 years to look at the rural opportunity zone program. Is it leading to population growth in those areas? I think there's been a mixed bag, but largely I think you could say the answer is no. I think there's been some success stories, but is it working? But to Senator Tyson's point, and the focus on rural Kansas and what we want to do, or what we propose is reinstate the business and jobs development tax credit, but it's a program that would focus on rural investment, job creation for businesses under 25 employees. So a lot of talk about HPIP and PEAK, and we're doing all this for big corporations, and there's not really much available for small businesses. And so what our working group came up with is let's focus on businesses with 25 or fewer employees, give a tax credit for capital investment, and give a tax credit for job growth for rural areas, but then also urban distressed areas, or as the federal government refers to, opportunity zones. I think that was first passed under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, re-extended. The IRS documentation here, yeah, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 is when it created the opportunity zone. So there's definitions of low-income urban distressed areas that you can follow, or we can refer to if the legislature in 2026 decides that they want to take this tax credit back up to focus on rural and urban distressed job investment for small businesses. But it's intended to focus on job development, and we feel like that's at least something we can put in place instead of the rural opportunity zones. And let's focus on giving employers tax credits for the number of jobs that they create for their business. So I think that might be my last slide. Oh no, sorry, here, one more. The angel investor tax credit. This is one that is set to expire next year. And it is also one that economic development folks, and we did have a good urban and rural mix of individuals involved in our working group this spring, summer, and fall. But they all said that, yeah, angel investor is being utilized and has been an effective program. That is set to expire next year. Same as the aviation tax credit, set to expire next year. That one was really put in place after Oklahoma was really trying to poach away the aviation industry's investment and jobs that are here in the state of Kansas. So I think it largely mirrors what Oklahoma has in place. So that's a competitiveness issue for their industry and jobs that are currently here in Kansas. So happy to answer any questions, but Greg and Chris are going to be speaking about some specific changes to HPIP and just incentive generally, so they'll add more to the specifics of what we talked about on HPIP.
All right, we'll go ahead and ask you questions first. Representative Clayton and then Hoheisel.
Thank you for being here. It's weird agreeing with you, but yet here we are. So So I strongly agree with the chamber when it comes to extending the angel investor tax credit. I've been a long time supporter of that. But one thing that I've heard from a lot of our smaller startup businesses is difficulty because the angel investor tax credit is great, but there's sort of this mid step before they're able to get, VC money. Has the chamber looked into how to sort of, I don't know, provide that extra ladder of a step? Definitely with you on the angel investor, but just want to hear more about that, or if you all have looked at that.
No, we haven't. Kansas City Area Economic Development Council might have. I'm not sure if they've looked at that, but I know we've done some studies in the past, not specific to this topic, but one of the reasons why we've been dinged on our entrepreneurial climate is access to venture capital. We know it's out there, but it's not out there like in some other parts of the country. So I don't know what role government can play in kind of spurring that on or just making people aware that this program exists. But I don't know. We haven't specifically looked into that.
Senator Heisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eric, for being here today in your case of the Mondays, apparently. Fumbling around up there like I hope the commanders are fumbling around tonight. I'm interested in your business and job development tax credit idea here. I know a place in Wichita, an opportunity zone, kind of in South Wichita, definitely benefit from a program like this. But what you said we had this at one time and then it went away to pay for the ROS program. Was it not successful then? What was the reason they went away from this program?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to go back and look at historical documentation. I mean, the Department of Revenue still has some information on their website about what the program, how it operated in the past. So it had to be a qualified business facility and then qualified business employees, facility employees hired as the result of the investment. There was no minimum amount of investment necessary to qualify for the credit, but investment had to be made. The credit amount was $100 per qualified employee, $100 for each $100,000 of qualified investment. And this was beginning after December 31, 1992. The investment had to be located in an enterprise zone. Kansas resident, $350 for each qualified employee, $500 for each qualified targeted employee as defined by Internal Revenue Code. And then non-resident benefit, there is a limitation of credit. Credit is limited to 50% of the tax on the qualified business facility income for the tax year, and then processes to claim the credit. So it was also non-refundable. I think non-refundability would be our intention as well. And again, dollar amounts is we just kind of put together as a group. If the legislature feels differently, if they want to change it to 50 employees versus 25, I mean, I think throwing this out to you is just kind of a starting point, and you guys can take it and run with it and do what you wish. And we just wanted to be proactive to say, okay, let's go ahead and look at what income tax are not being utilized and income tax credits are not being utilized, and have a starting point for the legislature. I'm sure there's a huge discussion that we can start taking place on sales tax exemptions as well. But at least on the income tax credit side, we wanted to be proactive.
Yeah, and I've got the statute pulled up right here. It also makes reference located in an area other than a metropolitan county as defined, and then goes into KSA. So just kind of interested in maybe the thought process back then of why they went away from this idea and more to a ROS program. So thank you for that, Eric. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Eric, on the business and job development tax credit, would that kind of just be in statute and be automatic, or would there be some sort of application process and approval from the secretary?
It appears here that there is there's an application K34 in the instructions for investments that began operations in tax years to qualify. This appears to be automatic, but I think if there's, again, it's kind of what you guys have been talking about and struggling with is where is the oversight and accountability for the taxpayer and transparency for you guys in the legislature. I think putting those types of protection in there is fair and expected. So if it's an application, I don't know if our group would have a preference. I think the tax professionals might be able to give some thought on that too. But I think something to ensure that you guys know that it's happening and that what the dollar amounts are and have all that tracked, I think is a minimum bar.
Okay, and you took our older program and improved on it and added urban distressed areas to it. So
Yes, I don't want to give the impression that this is the old program. We just kind of took what the old program was and modified it. Yes, you're correct. We wanted to have that rural focus since we're proposing to eliminate rural opportunity zones, have the rural employer benefit for jobs created and investments made in rural communities. And then also with the urban distressed areas as defined as opportunity zones under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it gives us the opportunity to have urban investment opportunity as well.
okay, any further questions? Senator Rowley.
Thank you. One question that popped up here as I looked at your ones you want to eliminate would be the Kansas downtown redevelopment tax rebate. Talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, largely, and I did forget to mention that under the Business and Jobs Development Tax Credit, it was on our slide that we did have the construction sales tax exemption similar to HPIP for the construction materials and facility investment for businesses who utilize that proposed tax credit. There's a sales tax exemption under that business, the downtown redevelopment program. Those that were involved in our group kind of said, well, if we put this in here, do we need this program? And they thought that the newly introduced business and job development tax credit would be better for a business. And if it's providing the same sales tax exemption on construction, that the downtown redevelopment tax credit would no longer be needed.
And the other one was your petroleum refinery credit. Tell me about that one.
I've lost my internet connection. Give me a second, and I will look up the data that I have on that tax credit as well. Okay, remind me again, you said petroleum?
Petroleum refinery credit.
Okay. This one appears to be a cleanup. The notes that I have here, and I think this was when we got the data from Commerce, this was effective basically January 2007 through January of 2011. So this one appears to be more of a statutory cleanup than anything.
Thank you.
Senator Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for research. If you guys could look up 7932-153, the statute that pertains to the business and job development tax credit, we still have that in statute. Is that correct? That's what it appears to me. Mr. Chair, if you'd like to move on while they're looking.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Eric. And I'm curious, thank you for your diligence on this, especially after the bill. Much appreciated. I guess I'd like a closer look at who was on this committee, what their vested interest is, because my question that I would pose as a business person, if you're getting a 35% return on your investment for every dollar you put in, 35 cents for every dollar you put in, would you continue that project?
I mean, if you put it that way, probably not. But I think if you're looking at The way that HPIP and PEAK work, you're getting the tax credit after you make the investment, and then the jobs that go along with it, and the return on investment for those individuals who are employed in Kansas. I would argue that the return is probably greater than 35 cents on the dollar. But I can tell you real quick who was on our group. So we had, I'm going to have to pull up an email. It's the only place I have.
Just email that to the committee. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. We have two of the people in the room today who are going to
that'd
be
be-
speaking after me.
That'd
So.
be great. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, so that's where I guess it kind of gets confusing, government versus business. Return on investment, you know, we use that term loosely up here, but it's very scientific and very specific. Especially, we do it with software projects all the time. So a financial return on investment is estimated at 35 cents per dollar. Now, your economic is a different number. So yes, as a body, we need to decide where we're headed and what we're doing. Because to me, both play an important role as government. And as a business person, I sure wouldn't continue a project with 35 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess to that point, again, I'll go back to the comment I made about states like Tennessee and Florida. Florida has a corporate income tax. They don't have a personal income tax. But Florida has, and I'm looking at this program, High Impact Business Performance Incentive Grant. So it sounds very similar to HPIP. Tennessee has a very similar plan to HPIP. So, you know, I think HPIP isn't, I think there are programs in states that have incentives that are similarly structured, and I'm happy if there's a state that anybody on the committee wants to look at, I can pull that data and pull those reports and be happy to email it to you. I paid for our annual association membership to this group so we can have access to this database. But, you know, all those states have similar programs. I think one unique program that we have especially as we've dealt with Chiefs and the Royals potentially moving to Kansas. I think Star Bonds is a unique program where that captures more of like the user sales tax fees in those local areas. We haven't really, as an organization, largely weighed in on Star Bonds. We did on the Chiefs and Royals one, but you know, I think again, at the end of the day, as states grapple with the talent war and investment war, and how do we get our state to grow? We are competing against lower tax burden states that also have incentives, just like we do. So we have to keep that in mind. Again, we're open to reviewing, is there some way we need to improve or modify the programs to become more effective, to be more accountable to you guys as well. That is a fair requirement. If you guys are going to offer these programs to taxpayers, there needs to be transparency in what the data shows, and are they effective. So I don't think it's unfair to ask that. But in the world of competition, we are behind the 8 ball in our tax climate, but still battling on a relatively level playing field when it comes to incentives.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric, I think you're onto something there, and I've had the opportunity recently to have conversations with some of these states that we are competing with, especially in the aviation sector, Oklahoma specifically. So you offer to get that data. I would really like to see those apples to apples numbers with states like Oklahoma, with states like Indiana, ag states like Iowa and Ohio. In my brief research down this rabbit hole of tax policy and modernizing our tax policy, specifically in commerce, they've got some innovative ideas, and I throw in there the state of Washington, even though they get very few things correct, they are, I think, on the right path in this category. Love to see those apples to apples numbers and brainstorm some ideas to how we modernize our corporate tax.
Yeah, looking through Indiana real quick, there seems to be very similar programs, capital access program, an angel investor program, economic development for a growing economy, non-resident payroll tax credit, employer child care expenditure credits, employer training grants, enterprise zones, film and media tax credit, headquarters relocation tax credit, health reimbursement arrangement tax credit, Hoosier business investment tax credit, So yeah, they have similar programs, but you can download these in spreadsheets. So if there's a specific state you want, just let me know and I'll get them over to you.
Yeah, I think right now, specifically talking about this, and then what we'll be talking about later in this committee, we should be looking at the states of Oklahoma and Washington.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. You were extremely prepared today, and even though we screwed with you with all the technology,
My own
thanks
fault.
for coming so prepared and with all the information at your fingertips. I think
Sure.
that was quite refreshing. So there
Sure.
weren't a whole lot of questions you couldn't answer, but we would like that spreadsheet. I think that's going to help going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I can sit with my laptop later today and I can download all 50 states one by one and just get it to Eric so he can send it to the committee. So, and you guys can see if there's something that another state has that you feel like it would be better than something we offer, let's look at it and talk about it. Again, I think we are in a talent war. We are in an investment war to try to compete against other states and countries. And if there's a way that we can get ahead to make Kansas #1 in growth, that would be a great thing to happen.
I had just popped up one last question. It was mentioned earlier that we didn't want to put too much burden on a business for reporting back to us. But if we're going to give a business, millions of dollars, is it too much to ask them to get back to us on how that's benefited them and request certain data?
Yeah, I think the data transparency database that Kansas has. So when that bill first came out, Christy Williams introduced the bill, Representative Williams introduced that bill, I think it was 2017. And we were opposed to it based on how it was drafted. And our testimony said, but if you do these 5 things, recommendations from Pew Institute on how to effectively have transparency and incentives, as you should, here are the 5 changes we would suggest you make, and then we would become a proponent of the bill. So it's not that we are opposed to the database transparency or anything like that, but the way it was drafted, you're dealing with personal identification numbers and information that should remain confidential, right? But the actual incentive dollar amounts, those types of things, I think reporting, it comes back to the clawback provisions that Department of Commerce puts in place. If you don't create X number of jobs as you promise or create X number of dollars of investment as you promise, then you're not going to get the benefit. I think those types of provisions are fair, and to have an employer report to show that they're actually achieving those goals and metrics, I think is reasonable. It's just what's in there, what's identifiable taxpayer information, especially as you're dealing with pass-through entities, S-corps that might have, 125 shareholders who are filing under their personal taxpayer information versus a C corp that's filing as an entity. So it's just those types of details is the only thing that could give a little bit of pause. But in terms of what you're asking for, accountability on the incentive side, I don't think there's objection to doing that. It's just how do you do it effectively and efficiently?
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm really starting to feel unwell because we're agreeing again here. So when you talk about that testimony and those 5 things that were listed, is that, just something that chamber staff came up with, or is that based on surveys of a lot of Kansas businesses? Because I agree we need transparency, but it needs to not be burdensome for the businesses or to, cause issues when it comes to privacy for consumers. So how did you all come up with those 5 things?
It was more of just economic development, best practices, I guess is what you could call it, more than anything. But again, it was the Pew Institute that had a white paper on taxpayer incentive transparency. But then when you compared what they said was good for transparency versus some of the provisions that were in the bill, that's where there was some discrepancy. But again, our point wasn't to come in opposition to the idea behind it. It was just, here are recommendations that we would suggest you change to have an effective transparency database, which I think there's some probably steps to work through on the local incentives that are being provided, property tax abatements and that type of stuff that was passed last session, that just how procedurally are we going to report this information through the database?
And I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request or not, but it's been a minute since we've had that hearing. I wouldn't hate it if you emailed that testimony, if you could dig that up or send the Pew recommendations to the committee. That would be very helpful.
Should still have that. I'll try to find it.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. And I think you are sponsoring lunch today, right?
I think I smell it outside.
Okay, so
yes.
we're going to, we have some of this segment slated for this afternoon right after lunch. So we're going to take a 20-minute break for everybody to grab lunch, and then we'll be back in here at 12:20. Let's go 12:25 and resume. Thanks. Let's get everybody back in the room if we can. All right, we're going to go ahead and start back up. And I'm back to you, Eric. You want to introduce your next, you had two conferees with you, right? So, and thanks again for lunch. That was delicious.
Yes, you're welcome. I was writing names down for ethics reporting, so that's why I was standing up here looking at signs. So Greg Kindle's from Wyandotte County Economic Development, and Chris Baltimore with CBiz accounting firm. So they were two of the representatives on our group. Jerry Capps is another CPA who was on our group. Lucky DeFries is a tax attorney, represents several of our members before Department of Revenue and BOTA. And then Joanne, I forget. Knight, yes. She's from Dodge City as well. So again, good urban-rural mix of economic development professionals, CPAs, and tax professionals who really gave their insight to us. And again, this was all spearheaded with Marley and Natalie saying, hey, why don't we look at our statutes? I was like, that's a great idea. So first meeting was mid-May, and it was 3 hours and 30 minutes long. So Greg has been a good resource for us as we've been digging into this stuff to know what works and what doesn't. Same with Chris. And then again, we did engage Department of Commerce in August just to make sure that our findings weren't far off from what they had and if they had any other input for us as well. So I'll turn it over to Greg.
Greg, welcome to committee, and congratulations on all your economic development success in Wyandotte County. You guys really turned that county around, so.
Thank you, Senator Tarwater and members of the committee. I'm Greg Kindle, President of Wyandotte Economic Development Council. Been there about 14 years, been in economic development about 25 years, and I'm the board president of the Kansas Economic Development Alliance, KEDA, as we refer to it. It has about 165 members from across the state, all largely practitioners in economic development. And from every corner of the state, we obviously support tax credits and incentives as essential tools to attract investment, retain the companies that we have, create jobs, and expand Kansas's economic base. Eric noted that I was a member of the committee, largely brought to it from Brighton Carpenter, who worked with KEDA. And I will tell you that I was a little suspect initially. We have not done a lot of work with the Kansas Chamber. We've not done a lot of this kind of collaborative work up front. And honestly, wasn't really sure where this might take us, whether we would have a good representation from the variety of different groups. And what I would tell you is that I was pretty surprised in the fact that I didn't know about many of the incentives that are on the list. So Eric noted that he had originally started off looking at C2ER, which is a database I had not spent much time looking at. I had spent some time with the Kansas Commerce Transparency database. And like many of you, that's a challenging database to go through. I found out pretty quickly that you can't go from page 1 to page 25 without going through every single one of those. And so I found it to be somewhat onerous. And so what we found in this process is that the tools that are on the transparency database weren't all on the C2ER database. And so we spent a significant amount of time actually trying to pull these things together, and probably would love to sit down with Mr. Ardell and kind of compare notes on what our lists look like to make sure that we actually do have the right list. And what I will also tell you is that collectively around that table, despite the differences in rural and urban and CPAs versus practitioners, we came to some conclusions pretty rapidly and some ideas that you've heard about to some degree. I kind of wanted to lay in, from practitioner's perspective, of some additional thoughts. What I would tell you is that incentives done well are strategic business decisions that help determine whether Kansas competes successfully for projects that bring high-paying, high-incentive, high-investment projects and long-term growth. Defining the ROI, though, however, isn't always a straight line. There are a lot of different elements that go into that, and it depends on a lot of things. You kind of heard that from Ms. Rottinghouse as well. I was surprised, frankly, in today's testimony that I found myself agreeing with a lot of what she had to say as well, because we often say the same things in terms of, you hear me say this quite a bit, you saw my written testimony about certainty, choice, and consistency, and the tools that we use and how we use those to make informed decisions. At the same time, we also recognize the importance of accountability and transparency. We also have to report back to city councils and mayors and you all, and to the business community and to site consultants and to all those other folks that play in the mix as we sort of make that sausage making that ultimately ends up into a project. And frankly, the projects that the public learns about are 1 out of 10, 15, or 20 projects that we actually vet that never make it through the gauntlet of projects and processes for one reason or another. They either just aren't a good fit, they don't provide what they really thought, they didn't have the money to do the project. For any number of reasons, they don't actually come forward. But we do think that this process is worthwhile, that there's a regular review of these programs is critical to ensure that they deliver measurable results and remain aligned with Kansas's economic priorities. We support them because we don't operate in a vacuum. We see incentives as a competitive advantage, like all the other states that were mentioned here. Other states aggressively use incentives to attract investment. Our eastern border with Missouri, which I know fairly well, we compete with them on 25-year, 95% incentive offerings on a regular basis. They aren't always the projects that we want, but we compete with them on a regular basis with our 10-year 100% abatement, although we don't ever offer 100% abatement in my community. And so while it's on the table, it's never something that's really out there. We win our fair share when we couple those state incentives like peak, HPIP, along with property tax abatement to attract companies like Marvin Windows that just recently had a ribbon cutting for 600 jobs, 400,000 square foot facility. This is the first of two if we do this right. Job creation and capital investment incentives help close those gaps for helping to finance those projects that bring in those high-paying jobs and significant capital investment. We recently saw this when you all approved the Apex incentive to lure Panasonic to DeSoto. And then economic diversification. Each one of these different incentives play a different role, and some of them can be coupled together, some of them can only play well with others, and so understanding who plays well with what can sometimes be creatively put together a package that helps us bring in those kinds of projects that we want, and in manufacturing, clean energy, technology, like data centers, right? So finally figuring out what that might look like, but then not forgetting those areas that we sometimes have a gap. So Eric mentioned that we are supportive of moving away from the rural opportunity zones because they're not performing it the way that we all collectively think that they probably should be and doing what we thought that they should do. Almost every county in the state is almost in the rural opportunity zones. And so that's the other piece of it. And then moving back to this small business job development tax credit, something for small businesses. And we've kind of initially came out with saying, look, we're going to define small business as less than 25 jobs. But it could be any number of jobs, right? The federal government says small businesses, anything less than 500 jobs. And so we're always sort of creating the rules and then threading the needle to determine how do we make that work. But today we don't really have that many incentives for small businesses. We talk a lot about it, but we don't technically have a lot of it. Most of us at the local level will use the neighborhood revitalization area program, which is a property tax rebate, but it's only for certain types of projects, certain qualifications. And so really trying to figure out how do we do that in a way that's meaningful and sustainable. Now, I mentioned certainty, choice, and consistency, and that is the same mantra over and over on why we support incentives, why you all need transparency and why we have them. But certainty gives businesses confidence that those incentives are going to be available and honored. And I don't think anybody is looking to take away necessarily incentives that are being useful and doing the right kind of thing. What we know is that there are certain incentives that frankly aren't being utilized and we could probably get rid of them. There are incentives that need some minor tweaking, some that maybe need a little bit more tweaking, and others that are working really quite well. And so figuring out what those are and then defining what is success, which Ms. Rottinghouse noted, I think is something that we would all agree on. On the accountability side, we do agree that there should be some regular reviews to ensure whether those incentives deliver the promised outcomes, whether that's jobs, wages, investment. I don't think you're going to find an economic developer that would stand opposed to that. I think the question is, what are we measuring and what is the definition of success? Again, back to not initially assuming that I would be in agreement with perhaps what Ms. Rottinghouse might present to you on a regular basis, but those are the same things that we say too, is what defines success when we get asked that at the local level too. What is the full story and what's that timeline? Refining them, eliminating those inefficiencies, aligning it with changing economic priorities. We are really big into evolutionary changes rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's typically how we operate at the local level as well. We do appreciate on those workforce incentives, just kind of a small segue, when those are tied to local training programs and partnerships with educational institutions, that's a real win-win because now you're really beginning to push those projects into that local community in multiple different ways and making sure that that training is done locally, and that tends to be local residents then who are also getting that training. It is important to note that these incentives are largely performance-based. They only receive incentives when they've made that investment of capital and or jobs. When we talk about the majority of incentives being discussed here, it's almost always new money coming to the state. They didn't, in fact, we don't do a lot of incentives for expansion or moving companies from one community to another. We don't see a lot of that. Most of what we're talking about are net new investment to the community and to the state. We, about 2 years ago, did a local incentives analysis. We kept hearing some of the general public saying, you gave away the farm, they're not paying their fair share. And what we found in that incentives analysis, and we reviewed about 36 different projects over a period of time, and we hired an outside consultant to do that project for us, is that all of those projects were driving more revenue than what was there before. And that was standard reason, right? Most of the projects we were looking at were net new to the community, so there wasn't anything on that piece of land. So 100% of nothing is still nothing. But 50% of a very large number is still a lot of money. And over time, those incentives burn off. And so what we found and was able to largely prove is that those incentives do a really good job. What we got back was a report saying, hey, but there are areas that you could do some improvements. One was an annual report coming back and saying, these are all the projects that are on incentives, what kind of incentives, when will they roll off, how much are they paying today versus what was there. And then also one of the things we didn't do was track the number of jobs. And the reason why is because we weren't incentivizing for the jobs. We were and continue to sell big projects based on jobs, capital investment, all the things you're going to do. But because we don't actually track on job, that's really more of a state level, we weren't doing that. And so one of the recommendations is to do a better job of that collectively. And so I stand before you to basically say, we agree with the assertions that we want to do this better. We want it to be cleaned up. We do think that the database that local communities will now then be putting data into is going to become very onerous, because if that database today is difficult to really manage through, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when you have lots of local communities submitting this data. But if you're not asking for the same data consistently, you're going to get a whole bunch of interesting information. I was thinking about RHID just the other day, and the fact that most of those communities are going to track that by parcel. And so you could get 200 housing district with 200 different pieces of incentive information. And if you don't ask for the right information, you may not really get the answer you're looking for over time. And yet it would be a wonderful project probably for that community so that they have new housing. But again, going back to what are you measuring? What do you want collected? And then what is the definition of success? And so we want to thank our partners that have been noted, that Eric noted. This has been a much more engaging process than I think I would have expected. And I think that this kind of cooperation and partnership is really something that we should use going forward as well, because Kansas Chamber does a really great job of promoting legislation and policy, and we as practitioners aren't always as strong in that area, but we're good at how these projects and programs are being used. And so that collaboration, I think, can be very useful going forward. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Any questions? So I've got one for you. You said in a lot of cases, nothing would be on that piece of land. This goes back for the but-for thing. Nothing would be on that piece of land. At what point of saturation do you get to where that's not so much true, that there would be something on that land, but the developers are aware that these incentive programs are there, so they're kind of holding out? I mean, I understand in the case of like the racetrack, that was a field. That whole area was a field, and it wouldn't be what it is today without that. And Panasonic is another example that would have never been developed. But at what point do you get to where you are at the last piece of ground where it's developed for miles and miles around, but we're still doing incentive projects just because they're there and the developers know? When does that point get crossed?
This is not the answer you're looking for, Senator, but the answer is it depends. It depends on all of the other players around. So if you wanted a particular type of company in that location that perhaps was in a different sector than what you had in the rest of that park, then you might over-incentivize for that project because you want that particular type of company. Maybe it's in high tech. Or you might want to particular type of infrastructure inserted, right? So I'm thinking about data centers, right? That's been on top of my head for some reason. I've been marketing a particular piece of land in Wyandotte County for 14 years. I interviewed to be at Wyandotte Economic Development Council saying, I think that this particular location would be ideal for a data center because of all of the infrastructure that I knew existed there. And yet it has taken almost 14 years to get to the point where we have developers talking to us because largely of the incentives that you all passed last year. And someone would say, well, won't they come anyway? Because you've got transmission line, you've got water, you've got roads. And the answer is no, because I'm competing with Kansas City, Missouri, who's offered, large data centers 25-year incentives. I didn't have that at my disposal. What we had at our disposal is a property tax exemption on machinery and equipment, and that takes, say 70% of all of the taxable items off the tax rolls, but that remaining 30% is still a big nugget to have to incentivize. And so the answer is it depends. I know other communities may be looking at maybe a data center project because they need a wastewater treatment facility, and so that project's gonna help pay for that. But they'll give them a lot of incentives on the property tax side because they need public infrastructure. We did that in the Turner Commerce Park along I-70. We had a crumbling bridge that the unified government at that time did not have the ability to bond it and didn't want to take on the cost and the time process of RFPing it. And so North Point used their leverage to not only get some local state incentives, but also some federal monies. And they did get 100% abatement. But the local community sees the 100% abatement. What they don't see is that they didn't have to pay for all the infrastructure improvements. And today we have traffic flow that moves through there versus a spaghetti of poor highway infrastructure. So it depends. I apologize. It's
No,
not,
that-
it's not
That makes
scientific.
sense. I hadn't thought of it that way. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Eric, who's our next contestant?
Mr. Chairman, it'll be Chris Baltimore with CBIZ.
Chris, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Chris Baltimore. I'm a Managing Director of State Tax Incentives and Site Selection at CBIZ. And as Eric mentioned, I've been working with Eric and Greg the last several months, evaluating some of the incentive programs that we have, looking where we can make some efficiencies and some improvements. Obviously, my team, I work across the nation. I lead our national team, so I'm able to have a good view of kind of maybe what works, what doesn't, where there can be some improvements made. So I wanted to address a couple of things that came up through our working group related to HPIP and maybe some tweaks that could be made that could ultimately provide the benefits and the certainty of the benefits to the companies and so that they can expect based upon what they've invested. So just a little background, a company must be HPIP certified in any year that it earns a credit or uses a credit in a carry forward year. And it earns a credit the years that it makes the investment. It builds the building, it purchases machinery, equipment, it signs a new lease, things like that. For a company to be certified in any particular year, it needs to meet a number of requirements. One of those requirements is a wage standard, an average wage standard. And so there's two ways that the company can meet this average wage standard. One is it pays higher than the average wage standard for the NAICS number, or NAICS code that it is in the county or in the rural communities in the region that the company is located. The other alternative is that it pays more than 150% of the statewide average wage. In both scenarios, the wage metrics go up every year. Currently, what they call the alternative wage standard, the 150% of the statewide average wage, that is now $91,000 and increasing every year, which is great, but it is so high that it makes it unfeasible for a lot of companies in rural communities and even other businesses. It's just gotten too high, in my opinion. So in addition, the NAICS average wage. That comes from the Department of Labor. We don't know what the underlying data is there, and there's reasons for that, and we understand that. But those wages can vary wildly without explanation. For example, I had a client recently that sold, made a ton of money, and it pushed through tens of millions of dollars in payroll through to its employees. It was, it was very generous to its employees in the sale. Well, what that did, the Department of Labor gets that information, they track it. Well, then the average wage for that NAICS number increased dramatically for the next year. Well, then I had other clients in that same NAICS number code and in that county, and suddenly they couldn't become HPIP certified because they couldn't meet the average wage because it spiked so much. Another example is I'm working with a client in western Kansas, rural community. They're looking at building a $100 million food and grain processing manufacturing facility, employing well over 100 new employees to the community. Last year, their average wage for their NAICS code was $51,000. This year, it's $72,000. Makes the HPIP program unattainable for this particular client. Again, we don't know why it spiked. There's not that many companies in this particular NAICS code in western Kansas, so there are instances, not a high number, but oftentimes the Department of Labor will go through a reclassification and use new numbering conventions, and they'll reclass certain companies with a different NAICS number. Well, then their wages are going to follow. So those are some examples of, it is what it is. And so the wages just continue to go up, which is a good thing for Kansas overall. But when you have quality companies that come in or are looking or recruited to come to Kansas, they want to be able to depend on the incentives that are offered to them. So for example, if the wage metric today is $80,000 and I pay $80,000 and I earn a tax credit, and then next year the wage metric is $90,000 and I can't meet that, then that means I can't get the benefit or the tax credit for the investment that I made when I qualified. So I know that I'm probably getting into a lot of technicalities, and I could be here all day on that stuff because I'm kind of a nerd in that respect. But a couple of suggestions that we've come up with is, one, for the alternative average wage of $91,164, instead of having it be 150% of the statewide average wage, we'd recommend 125% of the statewide average wage. And then we'd also recommend for rural counties for the Department of Labor to produce a rural county statewide average wage and let those companies have an alternative wage standard available to them of 125% of the rural county average wage. So we think that would assist them, because right now, $91,000 in rural counties is often a challenge. So we think that would be a good one to assist and attract those rural communities. The other aspect, or the other recommendation, is if a company earns an investment tax credit and is certified in the HPIP program in the year that it makes that investment, we don't believe that they should be penalized or effectively kicked out of the program due to wage inflation within their NAICS number for purposes of using their carry forward credits of the tax credit that they earned originally. Which often happens. I have a number of clients that's happened to, that the wage metrics, other companies move into the county in the same industry, wages go up, wages spike, maybe it's a headquarters operation, or something to that effect. And all of a sudden, they no longer qualify for HPIP, even though they made the investment. They met the wage requirement in the year that they were recruited, and that they did the location or the expansion. And so what my recommendation would be if the company is certified in HPIP in the year that it initially earns that credit, that it should be held to that same wage standard through the term of the carry forward credits. That way, you know, it would still need to meet that wage level, but it's not going to be kicked out or not be able to utilize those credits that are originally earned due to wage growth in the future. So that's a little bit about HPIP. The other piece that I wanted to touch on briefly related to the transferability of up to 50% of the HPIP credits that are earned. In 2021, Senate Bill 65 was passed to allow the provision of selling or transferring up to 50% of the HPIP credits. My opinion, from a multi-state economic development standpoint, great bill. I think that's great. It really got a lot more attention, got a lot more focus from my client base on the state of Kansas and locations in the state of Kansas. Recently, the Department of Revenue has made the communication or determination that if you're a flow-through entity, an LLC, a C Corp, an S Corp partnership, that those entities cannot transfer their up to 50% of their tax credits unless it's before the company files the tax return in that first year, which is very, very difficult. So there's a big disparity between C corporations and all of the pass-through entities. C corporations can transfer their 50% tax credits 3 years from now, 10 years from now, whenever the case may be, as long as the credits haven't surpassed the 16-year carry-forward provisions. But however, for pass-through entities, it really puts them at a disadvantage. And it really doesn't make any sense. So, you know, kind of my recommendation or thought would be to clarify with statute for purposes of the Department of Revenue, basically, hey, these flow-through entities can continue to transfer up to 50% of their HPIP credits, unused HPIP credits. If they've used some, then obviously you can't transfer them, or they shouldn't, but transfer up to 50% of their available HPIP credits, and that they should not be treated any differently than C Corps in that provision. So, you know, I think it would be helpful because Commerce and Revenue up to this point has always said, well, you can transfer those at any point in time. Well, now Revenue has taken a different position with that. And so to the extent that you could make that language retroactive back to January 1st of 25, that would provide some relief to those folks that relied on previous state guidance. So maybe some details, apologize, but be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. And that's interesting perspective. I guess it takes somebody that's knee deep in it, like you, that really understands how they work to bring these things up. But I'm going to open it for questions here in a minute, but I just want some clarification. So up until this year, you, as somebody that qualified for HPIP, could transfer credits after the first year, but there was a new regulation made, or what happened?
No, it was an interpretation from the Department of Revenue of the existing statute.
Okay. So they didn't go backwards, right? And recapture all the tax credits from before?
I'm not aware of that. And I don't know to the extent whether or not there were any or to the extent of any. It's really up until last year, my understanding is, and Commerce could give more specifics, that there weren't a large number of HPIP transfer requests. It's just been the last couple of years that it's become more active and had higher applications.
All right, and then can you opine as to the approval rate on HPIP? HPIP's in statute and it's fairly automatic. There's an application process. Would you say that most people that apply for it get it, or is there a selection process where some get it and some don't for some reason? Or is it just if you qualify, you get it?
Well, I mean, you still have to meet the requirements. Unless you're a manufacturer, you have to have greater than 50% of your sales to from out of state sources. I mean, if you meet the requirements, you get it, assuming that you spend and invest at least the minimum number. Are there errors? Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, I guess it's somewhat job security for myself as we really understand the details of the program. But no, I mean, if you go through the application process, there are certain situations, but the Department of Commerce is really good at saying, hey, something's not making sense here, and they'll kick it back. And I've had a very small number of of clients that have not been able to get it, and it's usually based upon an NAICS code change that we didn't know happened.
Okay, so there might be some businesses out there that actually made investments and qualified for this, but just didn't know about it or didn't apply for it, and so therefore they're not getting it. But if they did apply for it, they would.
Right. In order to get the first step, in order to receive the ability to even apply and get the credit, is you have to submit a one-page project description form that says, hey, this is an estimate of what I think I'm going to invest in the next 1, 2, and/or 3 years. And so that's kind of the announcement, or that's the bright line test of, hey, whatever dollars or plans that you submit, then that can count towards your HPIP credit.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And Eric, thanks to the chamber for putting all that together and for being proactive and thinking about this months ago. And looks like we're going to have a lot to do coming up here next year. Okay, moving on. Sam Sackett is here with the aviation industry from Spirit Aerosystems. And he wants to, I asked for some representation from the aviation industry to talk about this aviation tax credit, because it was something that we did work on for several years before it passed, and I think it's been successful. But I want to make sure it is, because it's up for, it sunsets this year, and if we're going to take it up, I want to make sure that we do it right, because the goal was to bring our aviation jobs back from places like Georgia and Alabama, and especially Oklahoma, who seems to think that they can take all of our employees and all of our students, and they want to be the aviation capital of the world when Kansas is the aviation capital of the world. So I aim to keep it that way. And thanks for coming in all the way from Wichita today. Thanks. Bye. Is your mic on?
All right, let's try this again. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and to talk about a few of the programs, including the aviation tax credit program that we do promote, and then stand for any questions that the committee might have about these. Just a point of reference again, Sam Sackett with Spirit Aerosystems. I'm the head of government affairs. And I know many of you already know this, but we are, I believe, the state's largest private sector employer. We've got over 12,300 direct employees now. And the last time I checked, we had about 350 Kansas suppliers who are based, I believe, also in every congressional district of the state. So while we are concentrated in the greater Wichita area, we do have an economic impact with our supply base that touches throughout the state. The last 3 years, in our data, in terms of our economic impact with our supply base, we spent about $2 billion with those Kansas suppliers. So while we talk a lot about the direct implications for our business as a large company here in Kansas, I want to keep in mind our supply chain base, because we think about our smaller, medium size and small business vendors and suppliers who are really, really important to us as we build aircraft parts and products. The first thing, and I'll try to keep these comments brief so that you can get to any questions that you might have of me, but I wanted to touch first on the aviation tax credit program, Chairman, that you mentioned. Spirit really leverages the employee portion of that aviation tax credit. So meaning, I think there are 3 components to it. There are 2 tax credits that are applicable to the employer. And then there's the tax credit that's applicable to the employee as an individual income tax credit. So first, Spirit, what we do is we promote on every job application that we put out there that we're advertising and marketing for. Every job application, we include information about the Kansas aviation tax credit, because that's the whole reason really why we were a big supporter of this, is because we wanted to be able to use it and leverage it to entice more Kansans to apply for and enter into careers in the aerospace industry. And we wanted to be able to entice people from out of state to move here, to bring their families here, and to help increase their population here in Kansas to be part of that supply chain. So again, from the very beginning, the first thing that we do is we promote that legislative benefit to employees if they meet the qualifications to be able to have that. Secondly, we also remind employees after we go through the recruitment process, we've had interviews, and then we get down to the candidate or candidates to fill the open job requisitions. We also highlight this aviation tax credit a second time with those finalist candidates as another way to incentivize them or remind them about the incentive to join our company and to take advantage of what the legislature has provided. And so we emphasize it there. And then finally, kind of a third area is that we, at the beginning of every tax year, we'll send out a message to our employees who were recently hired. Now, we don't know for sure their tax situation and whether they, for certain, would be eligible to, qualify and get that tax credit, but we promote it with them as part of our job retention efforts, because if we went through all this effort to bring these employees into our company, we want to make sure that they stay. And if they qualify, we want to remind them that that tax credit exists and they can work with their tax professional and hopefully can apply for that and receive that. I want to emphasize again that how much we appreciate, Mr. Chairman, your work on that. And then I know many of you on the committee were involved in that aviation tax credit program. We think it's a valuable recruiting tool. While we don't have the data, the individual tax data from our employees to give you a quantitative response, anecdotally, we will say that we do believe it is a helpful tool in recruiting and retaining talent, which we desperately need here in the state and as part of our industry. And our ask of you would be that you absolutely consider extending that tax credit program as an incentive to recruit talent to the industry, both in-state with existing Kansans and also from those out of state who we want to help grow our employee base here. A couple of other programs that I wanted to mention, just because we do have direct experience using these programs, and it's been talked about both with the PEAK program and the HPIP program. I wanted to say a couple things about those. On a national level, where we see the states, many states are very aggressive with their incentives. Many states have a lot more incentive dollars to kind of throw toward big projects. We are certainly in the middle of all that, in the sense of we have to decide, where do we place projects? Where do we grow and expand our business, where we have options in other states and we have opportunities for expanding with a new greenfield site in states. And so we look at all those and weigh all of the factors in. Two of the important programs that we have used are the PEAK program and the HPIP program. I would describe both of those as foundational programs for protecting Kansas jobs and then creating more advanced manufacturing jobs here in the state. I would give a couple of examples. One, several years ago, we had the opportunity to establish a classified defense program at the Wichita site, and we leveraged the PEAK program and the HPIP program in order to invest in the capital that was needed for that program, and then the PEAK incentive to help us make the business case for the hiring of these high-wage, high-talent employees in order to do that program. Now, today, as I stand before you, that the HPIP and the PEAK program don't exist for that project anymore. Right? We did the project, we got the PEAK program, it expired, but I will tell you the more than 300 jobs that were associated with that program, they're continuing today without any incentives. So the state, through those programs, helped us win the business case to bring that program here that didn't exist before. And there are no incentives that are happening today, but there's a legacy of all that capital investment and all those employees. You know, those are going to be, you know, classified jobs. And so there's a lot of talent that has to be there. Like you have to have all the right classifications in order to be able to come into those jobs. And so we're proud that we are able to host that program and we're able to bring those employees into the state and hire directly from the state our own employees for that program. So when I say that, you know, these programs are like legacy building programs, that's one example. Another example of a time when we've used the HPIP and PEAK program is when back in 2017 and 2018, we announced a big expansion of our site where we were committing to bring in or hire more than 2,000 employees and invest more than $1 billion in capital. And so that business case for that expansion wasn't just something that we plucked, you know, an incentive program that exists today and sort of did an add-on. It was part of a business case process where we looked at where do we want to expand, where do we want to place the work. You know, we have opportunities to place work internally with our company, like there in Wichita. But we can also place that work in other states, or we can place the work within the supply chain. And we made the decision based on the business case, in part with those two incentive programs making that business case for us to do that expansion. Maybe one other final thing about those, you know, both of those programs are performance-based. So when we went through the economic challenges that were triggered, particularly in 2020 in our industry, you know, we went through a period of time where we were not eligible for the PEAK incentives, and so we didn't have the employees that met the baseline requirements to be able to continue with that incentive. So we weren't collecting the incentive because we didn't have the employees in it. But now that we've rebounded, we've hired, we're above that baseline again, we are able, based on the performance of us, we're able to tap into that benefit. So as the legislature considers changes or edits or modifications or enhancements to the PEAK and HPIP program, as a representative of a company who has leveraged these for economic development purposes here in Kansas, I can say that I appreciate this committee and you as legislators taking a hard look at programs, because it's good governance. Even as an advocate for these programs, I appreciate that you're taking the time to look at these and scrutinize them, because that's part of the process of having an incentive package, a program here in the state that is good for the taxpayer, but also works to help drive economic development. So with that, I think I'll stand for any questions or comments that you might have, and be happy to help be part of this process going forward as well.
All right, thanks, Sam. Representative Hoheisel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sam, for being here today, and thank you for advocating for the aviation tax credits. Excuse me, and thank you for your work, Mr. Chairman, and the work of your committee on that. This is a very, very important thing to my neck of the woods in South Central Kansas and the Wichita area. Sam, just if you could give us, since you have many members here of the Commerce Committee, but everybody here cares about the state of Kansas. Obviously, Spirit is going through a transition right now. Can you give us maybe a quick update on how that's going?
We're happy to do that. Yeah, so I stand before you representing Spirit Aerosystems, and we're continuing to operate as an independent company. As you referenced, we're going through a process of being acquired by the Boeing company, and we've made great strides in getting closer to that deal closing. As has been publicly disclosed, we recently had a couple of big milestones. We had the French government gave their regulatory approval of the deal to be closed, and then the European Commission a couple of weeks ago gave their approval for the deal to be closed. So as we look at kind of the regulatory process, we're still working, waiting for the Federal Trade Commission to give its approval, but we're still expecting the deal to close this quarter. So feels like we're getting.
Thank you, Sam, and I appreciate that. Best of luck with that.
Thank you.
It's kind of the round circle kind of thing. You know, it's coming back. It's Boeing again. My grandfather retired from Boeing before, you know, the split happened. To see Boeing back in Wichita and investing in our community is going to be a really good thing. So best of luck with that. And thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
We're very excited about it. I think it's going to be a great thing for the region. It's going to be a great thing for the state to have Boeing's presence in such a large way here. And I can tell you that our employees are eager for this deal to close and are excited to be able to mark that celebration whenever it happens, hopefully this quarter.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Sam. And for those of you that don't know, Sam's folks are the best constituents to have in your district. They're no longer in my district, but they are great people. You know, it's funny, when we were designing the quarter for the state, it was like, do we put a basketball net on there? Do we put an airplane on there, or agriculture? I mean, people have no idea what's all in Kansas. I appreciate your presentation. I was speaking at an event a few months ago, and the tax credit for the aviation, this employee was very upset because we did not include existing people that qualify for the credit. It's only if you're a new student or new to the industry. So maybe we should keep that in mind going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, I was at an event the other night, and I think you might have been there, when they were advocating to put back on our license tags the aviation capital of the world, Wichita or Kansas. So I think that may be something we want to put back on our tags. They used to be there, and they're no longer there. The question that I have was on peak and HPIP. You've experienced that firsthand. Do you have any suggestions on how we would improve that program?
I think, you know, as I said a few minutes ago, I'm here representing Spirit Aerosystems. And so what I'm saying here is applicable to us today. When we get a little ways down the road here and we have a new owner, there may be some adjustments or tweaks that could be recommended, and we'd be happy to work with you and work with the committee on those specific things. I will say in general, though, you think about the HPIP program, where you have a business like ours that has gone through a lot of economic challenges over the last 5 years, and we have been in a loss situation. With the HPIP program, those are tax credits that are generated. It is helpful to be able to have the option to monetize a portion of those, especially where we are actively investing in capital investment. We're continuing to hire new employees, but because of our loss situation in any given fiscal year, we may not be able to monetize the credit themselves against our income tax liability in the state. So I think I can stand here and tell you that being able to monetize those for companies or industries like ours where we're facing those types of economic challenges would be something that we would encourage the committee to look at.
I'm glad you brought that up. So when you transfer tax credits, I mean, the state's on the hook for 100% of that 50%, right? But you don't get that for them. What do you normally get? Is it 90 cents on the dollar, 95 cents on the dollar?
I don't know if I can answer the question in a public forum, but I will say it's a very high percentage. I'll just say maybe around the 90% mark that we're able to look at. And that's going to change, right, year by year, depending on what the market is for those.
So you did all the work, you made all the investment, but someone else is making a portion of the money. I don't understand the difference. If we're on the hook for 100% of it, why don't we give it back to the company by making it refundable, a portion of it, versus having you transfer it? I know that there's investors out there that make money off of all that too, but you're the ones that made the investment. And so that's one of the things I always have questioned is, you know, like on the low-income housing tax credit, we're going to spend $1.5 billion, and the feds are spending $1.5 billion. And we're getting $1.5 billion of investment because they get 50 cents on the dollar for the tax credit. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because Kansas is on the hook for that money, but the people that generate it don't really get it all. So there's got to be a better way.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned a minute ago, we would absolutely be more than willing to engage with you and the committee on ways that we could improve the accessibility of the full value of the credit, because you're exactly right. Just depending on the tax situation for us or maybe one of our suppliers in any given year, you may be able to take advantage of 100% of it. But when you're faced with some strong headwinds for a season, that's maybe all the more reason why you need to be able to take advantage of the credit that you had thought you would be able to, but you couldn't because of unforeseen circumstances. So I think you've got an excellent point.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you don't have, excuse me, the specific tax information from your employees, but there are qualifications. What are those qualifications generally?
Yeah, there are qualifications. You have to be an employee. If you're in Kansas, you can't come into our company, for example, from one of our aviation suppliers or from one of the other big aircraft manufacturing companies. You have to come in new to the industry. That's one of the qualifications. There are also educational qualifications that you have to meet that are outlined in the statute for having certain degrees or certifications in order to be eligible. And then if you think of our efforts to recruit people from out of state to help grow our population, to add to our overall workforce here, those can be employees who are coming from the aviation sector because they're coming in, they're not taxpayers here in the state. We're bringing them in as additive to our workforce. And so they are eligible if they are in the industry. And that's actually a benefit when we're able to find employees who have experience in the aviation industry and we're able to bring them in from out of state.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, quick question. Seems like some of our incentive programs are past looking. In other words, we're building fuselages, you know, we have great employees. Is there anything future looking that we should look at to try to attract current employer and the new employer as they look at sites around the United States and around the world to bring some production to? Electric aviation or anything forward looking?
There may be. I will say that, you know, in the aerospace industry, we are a capital intensive industry. And so as we think about the core of what we're doing, the Wichita site and our kind of core competency, our new owner will have to decide how they want to approach maybe that question and being able to answer it. So, you know, here in a short while, we might be able to be more specific about how to answer that question. But I would say in general that because the aerospace industry is so capital intensive, having an incentive program that recognizes that and helps incentivize the business case for that capital to be invested here in Kansas instead of going to another state or region of the country, that's critical when you think about it.
Mr. Chair, one more question. Is there anything that we could do to bring R&D to the Kansas community?
That's another great question. My experience around research and development has to do more on the federal side often, but I do think there's an opportunity there for the state to consider what role they might want to play in that. I will say that we have appreciated the legislature investing in NIAR every year. So Spirit has a great relationship with Wichita State University and the National Research Center there through NIAR. And I know that the legislature has invested in them, and we partner with NIAR to make sure that the investments that are coming there for research and technology are not something that are done in just an academic environment, but how do you have that as applied research where it's really impacting current programs or programs that we're trying to win a competitive position on. So that's one of the ways on the R&D side that the state really has stepped up in a big way, and we're very appreciative of. When it comes to incentive programs around that, I don't have anything specific for you today, but we'd be happy to have those conversations.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing no further questions. Thanks, Sam, again for coming all the way in. Nathaniel Blank is next up, Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce. Nathaniel, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Nathaniel Blank with Watkins Public Strategies, here today representing the Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce and our over 1,400 members here today in support of our state's foundational economic development incentive programs. HPIP Peak and the aviation tax credit are essential programs to the Wichita area, and the Greater Wichita Partnership is even quoted as saying, HPIP and Peak are the two most critical state economic development tools we have to grow the economy of Kansas. Together, these programs represent a balanced incentive package, with HPIP drawing in capital-intensive manufacturing investment, Peak job growth, and then the aviation tax credit, our state's signature aviation industry. Some specific numbers: since 2020 in Sedgwick County alone, HPIP has generated 185 applications representing more than $2.5 billion capital investments. That includes major projects by Spirit, Cargill, Garmin International, and Koch Industries. Over that same period, Peak received 39 applications and committed to almost 3,000 jobs and offered $22.9 million in benefits. The Kansas Aviation Tax Credit, which is again set to sunset in 2026, saw over 3,000 filers in 2022 and 2023, with 9.1 million in tax credits allowed against tax liability. Once again, as we just heard, this enables our crucial aviation industries to recruit and retain employees that otherwise we are in high competition for, not only across the state, or sorry, excuse me, across the nation with other states, but also with other foreign countries that are also developing incentive packages to try to lure away our aviation industry. Once again, we would ask that the legislature renew the aviation tax industry, the aviation tax credit, as we have seen the value of it in Wichita alone and across the state. There's been talk about replacing some of our incentives, or removing incentives and replacing them with lower corporate income tax. And while that may work in some industries, especially in the Wichita area with the aviation industry and the long lead times, we do not see that as being beneficial. Of course, we always welcome any lowering of the corporate income rate tax, but not at the cost of losing our incentives that help the area. I think with that, we just would like to hope that we can retain HPIP and peak and that we will be able to renew the aviation tax credit, and I'll be happy to stand for any questions.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. As you may or may not have heard earlier this morning, we had a presentation from the Kansas Chamber. Were you able to get or would the Wichita Chamber be able to input? Were they part of that group, the input?
I don't think the greater Wichita Chamber was able to have input. I'm not sure if any, Mr. Stafford's not here, I'm not sure if any specific industry partners were part of those conversations, but the Kansas Chamber's always been a good partner, and we feel free to reach out with any input we have to them.
Would the Wichita Chamber be able to give us their list of items that they'd like to keep, or those items they'd like to probably change for next year?
I believe we can get that to you, Senator. But at the top of our list are HPIP, peak, and the aviation tax credit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Nathaniel, have any of your members experienced the issues that Mr. Baltimore brought up earlier from CBIZ as far as qualifying for the program and then not being able to use the tax credits for one reason or another because things changed or the Department of Revenue made new rules?
I believe, I don't have any specific examples off the top of my head, but I believe we have, especially how the ups and downs that the industry can face. I believe there would be examples, but I can look into that and get some specifics for you.
All right, so no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Moving along, we've got somebody that's online here. We're running a little behind, so he's been online for almost an hour now waiting to chime in. But this is Jay Waddle, and he's with, I think it's Hageman Capital. I met with this gentleman several weeks ago regarding a different way to do bonding at the local level, and thought that this would be a good opportunity to present the program, just to kind of give a background on and a law that was created in Indiana that seems to be working to spur local investment without putting the local cities and counties on the hook for things. So I'm going to turn it over to Jay here in just a minute. Once we can pull him up. Is he online still? Okay. And do you have a presentation you need to put up, or is he going to run that? Okay. Jay, you're up.
Sure. Can you hear me? I guess I want to make sure that's working first.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chairman Tower and members of the committee. I guess I need to know, was my presentation pulled up, or do I need to pull that up as well? I apologize. I can't see the whole.
Can you turn it over to him to pull it up on his computer? Stand by just a minute. Okay, committee, this presentation was not in your email, but it is on the S drive under this committee. Okay, Jay, your presentation is now up.
Great, thank you. So we can continue. So this, the specific instrument that we've used here in Indiana has really been further utilizing TIF and tax increment financing that we've seen more from a local municipal level. What Indiana has specifically done here through several different amendments to their TIF legislation is provide for taxpayer agreements. Taxpayer agreements here kind of set the bottom line that bond debt service. So when a TIF bond is approved, what's happening here, the developer will fix out their kind of the assessed value and the projection of the assessed value. That will be set as a minimum schedule. So then it essentially becomes a payment guarantee between what would be a developer here of the property and the local municipality. Let's see if we can move forward a couple slides here. Let's keep going. I know that this should be fine for now. So what we've seen, I think that has allowed Indiana to utilize TIF in a more kind of robust structure from a development standpoint is the fact that when these have now become what Indiana sees as developer-backed TIF bonds, which has fundamentally shifted the requirement or the credit support given in city-backed or municipal-backed TIF bonds. So what we're doing here is when it is privatized and developer-backed, it unlocks kind of the developer's ability to hit another capital market and be able to monetize the use of their TIF bonds. So what we've seen is kind of a shift, this fundamental shift from credit support by the municipality, and then shifting that risk profile over to the private developer who has sought the incentives in order to develop the project. Indiana, again, there are some statistics on here. What we have seen, certainly in central Indiana, has been an uptick in these over the last decade or more. And I believe it was 2019 or 2020, Indiana had further kind of elaborated on this minimum taxpayer agreement structure in their TIF statute to provide that it is a tax lien. It is certainly the same as an ad valorem tax lien. That way, there is no special assessment or kind of a different mechanism as to where the tax lien would sit. So that in Indiana, they do sit in seniority there to any other tax lien other than the standard base ad valorem taxes. We can go to the next slide. More specifically, from a use case standpoint, again, like I said, it has been used substantially all over the state of Indiana. A vast majority of what we have seen here locally is in the greater suburban areas around the city of Indianapolis, as well as in the city of Indianapolis. Carmel, Indiana, which is where our office is located, is kind of known as one of the first users of this, certainly as successful as it has been at utilizing minimum taxpayer agreements to unlock kind of this TIF mechanism. They started using it more than 20 years ago with Mayor Jim Brainerd, and has certainly specialized in the use of these private developer-backed TIF bonds. Again, in the adage there being, or the focus there being, that it has shifted away this kind of the risk profile from either general obligation or any other requirement of a city credit support, and shifted the focus to the developer, any other private party and private market transactions. The next slide. So here's just a few brief things of what it does. So the mechanics of the taxpayer agreement does create the tax lien, as we discussed earlier. That was done through enabling legislation in its early in its earlier stance. It was more implied, and then as I noted earlier, a handful of years ago, I believe it might have been 2020, the state of Indiana went back and stamped out and just added the language to effectively note that it is on par with any other ad valorem property taxes. What we've seen, again, from the private nature of this is it allows the developers to monetize those TIF revenues up front. And this has also kind of been able to be used by developers to unlock additional funding sources to be able to get projects over the finish line, as we've seen with rising costs and labor costs input costs that developers have sought any other new way to be able to unlock and utilize the incentives that had already been provided by municipalities in the form of TIF. So this taxpayer agreement structure again allows it to kind of free up from an institutional investor or from another standpoint, really just to allow the developer themselves to unlock and utilize the capital that was provided via the incentives. We can go to the next, I guess, the next slide or the slide after here. Again, another few advantages that we've seen, but from a legal summary here, just to kind of staple out again, the minimum taxpayer agreement itself had been a bolt-on, again, to standard TIF legislation, which in Indiana parallels the state of Kansas pretty similarly in some of the metrics of the but-for test and how projects can qualify. But what it will do is set a payment floor of the tax payments for the TIF on debt service. And what we've seen in those transactions without this minimum taxpayer agreement is that there could be shortfalls that would be unaccounted for based on the assessed value changes over time, whether that be through new legislation on how assessments are calculated or a drop in assessed values. The MTAs are reported against the property. Again, they are an automatic tax lien for any shortfall payment. If there was, for some reason, any shortfall in that assessed value, the payment had already been fixed, and that becomes a guaranteed shortfall payment paid from the developer as opposed to a municipality trying to figure out the credit support metrics. The MTA themselves are enforced like any other tax lien. And again, it's there to ensure payment and certainty for financing partners and creating the liquidity for developers without providing that municipal credit support for this bond instrument. Let's go to the next slide. Typically, it's pretty standard. What we've seen is why developers would sell these with rising costs, overall project costs. Developers are either targeting return thresholds or just seeing a gap in the funding mechanism. And without having to provide additional funding, what this has been able to do is really free up the funding that's already there by allowing them the ability to monetize it in an upfront scenario. Keep going another couple slides. We can just move here to, I would just go a few more to the case studies. Just to show the projects that we've seen here in Indiana, I just want to put these out here. This is Indianapolis. This was a redevelopment project of a former office, was an office conversion to multifamily. And just kind of showing and putting a picture of how these projects are used. Typically from a bond size in Indiana, we've seen TIF 10 to 15% of the total project cost. Again, this was certainly a large project in the downtown Indianapolis, directly off Monument Circle, but one that the city has used pretty substantially to renovate what was a former AT&T building. The next slide. This is located in Carmel. Again, just wanted to put a picture to some of the projects that we see typically. Again, this had a large garage. There's retail in this as well as I believe nearly 300 units. All of these projects again were done through a minimum taxpayer agreement, private developer-backed bonds with no municipal credit support. It's kind of the end of my presentation. We're open for any questions or discussion.
Okay, so I'll open it for questions here in a minute, but this seems to be similar to our RHID program, but it allows bonding. So how long are the tax increments? 10 years, 20 years?
In Indiana, they're authorized up to 25. We generally see them between 20 and 25 years.
And is the interest tax-free, or is it not like the city's?
These are taxable.
taxable. Okay, good. All right, any questions on this program? Representative Wassinger.
I like the taxpayer agreement. How difficult was it to, A, can you provide us some of the legislation that allowed for it? And B, how difficult was it to find investors that were willing to start stepping out and doing this?
Sure. Yeah, I would be happy to provide, I can provide a sample taxpayer agreement that we've seen multiple times, as well as some of the enabling legislation. For the second question, it has not been difficult. I think there was a time, so there are multiple facets as this can go. We have also seen there are lenders that will do this, standard regional banks, small community banks that are already lending on the project itself with the construction loans. We have seen them in this space. It has at times made sense for them to lend on the same project. There have been other, and there's multiple facets that we've seen. I do not believe it took maybe a year or two for people to understand that this specific legislation allowed that. And it wasn't that it allowed it, I think that it freed it up from an investor standpoint to that it made more sense.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So there are still some property taxes paid, right? Whatever the base was is still paid to the municipality, and then the increment is what's used to fund the bond?
Correct. And we have seen, so the base will stay, it'll be set at the, when the pledge resolution is made and adopted from municipality where the base taxes can be fixed. And it differs municipality to municipality. We have seen, I think earlier on, and then cities that are, or municipalities that are seeking very specific projects, we have seen them give 100% of that split of anything above the base. We have also seen communities give 80. So then there's still there are some municipalities that are still capturing it on the upside of the increased property taxes. And just that's generally done as a private negotiation between the developer and the municipality.
Okay, and then if the valuation is on the future building ends up being less 1 year, there's a tax lien on the building, so it'll eventually get paid off. What if the valuation is greater than expected from the initial agreement? Does that the extra dollars go to pay off the bonds, or does it go back to the municipality?
That's handled a couple different ways. Usually we see that go back to the municipality. What we have not seen it do in Indiana was get recaptured in any way by the developer. So there are, we've seen it as a reserve fund, a rolling reserve fund. Sometimes these have been used at an annual basis to pay down the bonds early from more of an acceleration standpoint if there was excess. Or we've seen this be held in another account to be paid off at a certain date, or the money just does flow back into the municipality itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? All right. Well, hopefully, maybe we'll hear more about it during session. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for coming today.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're moving on to review of state economic development incentives and return on investment. Joshua Jefferson. This is, he's with the Kansas Department of Commerce, and I asked them to come review a few of their projects and how things are going, what we've collected, what we've spent, and their general view of how things are going. Thanks for coming.
Appreciate that. We need a computer, I'm sorry, to get the presentation up. Or do you have the presentation? Well, that's being set up. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here today. I appreciate you having me in front of you. My name is Joshua Jefferson. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Business Development for the Kansas Department of Commerce. We have 32 slides on this presentation, so I will try to make this quick and painless as much as humanly possible to allow time for questions at the end. So what I'd like to do is maybe just zoom out just a little bit. So when we are talking about our state incentive programs, and you've heard quite a bit today, and I assume that you will likely hear quite a bit during session as well with our partners with the Chamber and KEDA and some of the regional economic development organizations. You know, these numbers that are on the screen in front of you right now are a direct result of the utilization of the state's incentive programs, PEAK, HPIP, KIT and KER, the actual programs that are in existence today. This is a snapshot from the Kelly Tolan administration, but from 2019 to today, just shy of $25 billion of committed private capital investment into the state. And just over 77,000 jobs have been either committed or new jobs or retained into the state as well. I've kind of drilled this down a little bit, starting from the 100,000 level foot view, kind of diving a little bit deeper for you. So zooming out from the capital investment component to 2011, you saw this industry trend in Kansas of between $1 billion to $2 billion of committed capital investment for economic development projects. And then in about 2019, you started to see this kind of upward trajectory. If I want you to take anything from this slide, it's that there is a clear delineation that there is momentum in Kansas. There is momentum around the incentive programs that exist today. There's momentum around the economic activity that's been generated in the state. So last year we did $3.5 billion. This year we've actually already surpassed that number. We are right around, I believe, $3.67 to $3.7 billion. My expectations from our team is that we end up in above $4 billion with one or two projects that might get us well above that number as well if they do close out by the end of the year. So it has been a very good year as far as economic activity for us. Then looking at the job activity, zooming back out to 2011 until now, you started to see this average trend of anywhere between 8,000 to 12,000 jobs across the board. Last year was a little bit of an outlier, so we started to see a little bit of a decrease in job activity last year. A lot of that is due to automation, but it's also access to available workforce. Right, so you probably hear quite regularly that some of our employers struggle to find adequate talent into the state, and what we started to see is some of the businesses are kind of future-proofing themselves so that if a COVID era sort of situation happens again, that there is some support in that way. That being said, however, job activity for this year has already surpassed last year. I expect this number to be up in the 8,000 to 9,000 jobs total. The lower bar at the bottom is the retained jobs within Kansas, jobs that we have incented to retain activity that have been competitive, that businesses had potentially thought about leaving Kansas. And the bar on the top is jobs that have actually been created net new in Kansas as well. I wanted to zoom out and talk a little bit about some of the economic development wins, right? A lot of the data and a lot of the information that you've heard today around the state's incentive programs are really data focused and how they're actually implemented. These are perfect case studies as to the benefits and the reasons why some of these companies actually chose to either remain in Kansas or actually locate to Kansas. So Fiserv is a Fortune 500 company. They're headquartered in Milwaukee. They have locations throughout the domestic United States and internationally as well. If you've gone to a restaurant and you've used a little payment processing platform called Clover, that is their platform. So we now have Fiserv's tech hub in Kansas. This is 2,000 jobs with the potential of another 2,000 jobs following their initial offload into Kansas in this way. This is in Johnson County, but they leveraged all of the programs that are in existence today to actually land in Kansas in this way. This is a highly competitive project for us. We worked with Fiserv for about a year and a half to actually get this across the finish line, but ultimately it was the state's incentive programs, the competitive environment that we offer, but it was also going back to my previous comment around this talent component. we've really started to work closely with the Board of Regents to really swap the narrative around the available talent in the state of Kansas. So some of the things that you may see or hear me say throughout session is this narrative around surplus talent, right? There's more graduates that are actually graduate with degrees in Kansas, but actually have to leave because there's not enough high-paying jobs. Fiserv was a perfect example of us telling that narrative and them doing their research and actually locating. So it was one of those components. I think it's important to maybe just touch on that data piece as well. In 2023, KBOR did reference that there were 12,000 graduates in the year of 2023 that are not employed in Kansas. So it's that type of data point that Fiserv found extremely interesting in that way. Merck is another big one for us. There was the potential that Merck would leave Kansas. They, between Kansas and another location in the domestic U.S., they have another operation, and they were looking at kind of making a substantial investment into one of these two plant locations. If they would invest in another location outside of Kansas, they would have taken all of the jobs from their existing Johnson County plant with them to the other location, and they would have left Kansas as well. So the state's incentive programs help sell the story and really allowed them a financial environment to actually be able to make this investment into the state. This is the second largest private investment in Kansas history from an economic development standpoint. Hilmar Cheese is another major win that I wanted to quickly talk about because when we talk about the ROI of the state's incentive programs, it's not just direct impact, it's also the indirect impact. So Hilmar Cheese was a $676 million capital investment, created 247 jobs in Dodge County. One of the things that came from it, though, was a subsequent investment by Blue Sky Farms, which will have about 24 to 25,000 head of cattle that are milk-producing cattle for the supply of Hilmar cheese. So all 25,000 cows will supply that Hilmar cheese. And one of the things that's really exciting about that Hilmar announcement is that 1 in 4 pounds of cheese in the domestic U.S. is actually produced by Hilmar, which is pretty significant. But it's a big win for us. Syracuse Dairy is another win that will also apply some of Hilmar and some downstream employers. Hillsboro Industries and Spears Caney are also two major wins that we're very proud of that also leverage the state's incentive programs. Kitten Kerr, Peak, as well as HPIP as well. And then two retention and expansion opportunities that we can talk about. AIG Claims is an office environment. They were looking at potentially leaving Kansas. They were located in Johnson County. And one of the things that helped us is our availability of our existing incentive programs as well to actually help them retain into Kansas. And then obviously Heartland Coca-Cola, which was a competitive project as well. If the other location that they were looking at would have won, they would have likely taken a lot of the jobs that they actually have in Kansas City with them. So these are two major wins. On the Heartland Coca-Cola, on this photo in particular, talking about that downstream effect of some of the capital investment that's made, this vehicle that's in the picture is actually an orange EV, which was a previous economic development win. It's an electric semi-truck and tractor-trailer movement company, and so they are actually utilizing that Kansas company to supply some of their electric vehicle mobility within the state as well. And keeping in the nature of zooming out a little bit, our pipeline of future wins, I may have presented this in this group. This is the high majority due to kind of the federal nature and this sentiment of reshoring manufacturing in the domestic U.S., some of the tariff activity. The largest component of our active opportunity pipeline right now of potential projects is advanced manufacturing. Believe it or not, what we're also seeing as well is an increase in some of the aerospace projects that we're seeing. Just to talk on the aviation tax credit that you heard mentioned today, that is a major proponent to some of these companies that are looking as well from our standpoint. Energy is another piece of this puzzle. You've probably seen in the news, there's been a couple of energy projects that we've really been starting to push and really attract into the state. the intent is to try to ensure that we future-proof Kansas as far as energy production as much as humanly possible to support some of the other manufacturing and some of the population growth that we're hoping to really kind of encourage as well. And then to kind of zoom in to the actual economic development programs and the incentive programs, there was an LPA audit that was done. These numbers are reflective of what's in the LPA audit. One of the things I will just indicate is that the audit utilized a different model than what Commerce typically uses. We typically use the in-plan model. Bartik is what LPA utilized. Ultimately, what comes of that is just utilizing a larger sample size and some other modifications to that. That being said, though, this still does tell a great story. When you look at the measured economic impact of each one of our incentive programs, that is above the 1-to-1 ratio. There is a positive benefit that is resulting of the use of these economic development programs and what the actual companies utilize from that way. The incentives are performance-based. They are earned. They're not guaranteed. Clawbacks also exist on the programs. So in each one of the economic development agreements that we typically put forth with a company, there are active clawbacks. Clawbacks have been utilized by the Department of Commerce. This is not something that is new to us, and it's also one of the things across the domestic U.S. that is common across the board as well. One last thing on that previous slide that I think I just want to make sure I add as well, right? ROI, like I talked about, extends past just the direct benefit, drives payroll, workforce training, housing, infrastructure, sales tax spending, supplier growth across the state. Going back to that Fiserv example, over a period of 10 years with the 4,000 job potential with their average wage, that's a $5 billion payroll with that company, which is pretty significant into the state. So, those are the direct, benefits, but also the downstream impacts that come with some of our small business community as well. Then to give another example, everybody's heard of Panasonic Energy, but just to recap, this is a $4 billion win for the state, 4,000 committed jobs in DeSoto and Johnson County. Some of the updates, high level. August 2nd, their first shipment of their products went to their customer. As of September, 1 month later, they've shipped over 1 million cells to their customers. So it's pretty significant to us. 66 cells a second, and that is a pretty significant investment from our standpoint. So just to review some of the Apex program incentives that were earned by Panasonic, to give you a current snapshot. Their investment tax credit, they've earned $377 million for over $3 billion of certified capital investment. That's year 1 and year 2 for that. As a reminder, the investment tax credit has a maximum term of 5 years that can be actually utilized from that standpoint. So they're in year 3 of year 5 from that standpoint. Sales tax exemption, the sales tax certification was provided to Panasonic up front, so we don't have a measure associated with how much benefit has been earned off of that. I will tell you, though, there is so that expires, I believe it's the end of 2027 is the sales tax exemption expiration. Residency incentive, so they've received $520,000 for over $1 million in certified employee relocation expenses for year 1. Just to kind of recap, there is a $1 million cap per year on the residency incentive associated with the Apex program. And then the payroll rebate and the training and education incentives, there's not been any benefit provided yet as they have not been claimed by either one of those. And then to zoom out just a little bit on some of the ancillary benefits of the Panasonic investment, right? So we talked about, the cost to the state in a nutshell. But what are some of the benefits that have been resulted in an operation that had opened its doors in a few months, right? So these are some of the apprenticeship programs. These are some of the things that help contribute towards that narrative of trying to leverage some of the talent that leaves Kansas that graduate out of our higher university system or higher education systems.
And this is Panasonic's attempt to ensure that they are ingrained in our higher education system, our apprenticeship programs, our community colleges, our technical colleges, into the state to make sure that they're actually utilizing those resources to actually leverage some of that workforce training opportunity there. There are 17 interns across 4 Kansas universities across the board, so holistic engagement across the line. And then when you talk about just the community involvement from Panasonic, this is just really a culmination of logos, but this really helps tell the story about what Panasonic has done with the local communities and how they've engaged. And this is community benefit. This is engaging their workforce in community outreach in a variety of other ways in this way. But this is some of the organizations that Panasonic has directly been involved in. One thing I would like to point out to the committee is this STEM kits that were a partnership with Goodera. There were 200 STEM kits built in by production workers of Panasonic and donated to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Kansas and Kansas City, which I thought was an incredible testament and to them trying to train the workforce of tomorrow and get kiddos actually interested in science, technology, engineering, and math as well. And then to zoom into the community impact a little bit, right? So as a part of the deal with Panasonic and their investment, there's been over $229 million in public infrastructure projects that have resulted from that Panasonic investment into the city of DeSoto. So $147 million paid up front by Panasonic. And then you can see some of the benefits associated with their investment and the requirements for them to actually locate in DeSoto, what needed to occur. What this does is this future readies DeSoto, Johnson County, certain other areas as well, to make sure that there are opportunities for future investments, supplier networks, and supplier growth around that area as well. One of the things I will say is, from our standpoint, we see, this investment in our pipeline. So we see active opportunities currently engaging in one of the 2 states' mega project sites, which is, this Ad Astra Parkway and some of the other locations within Kansas, as a direct result from some of these infrastructure improvements within the community as well. Then to really zoom out from the economic impacts and what DeSoto has experienced, they were able to decrease their mill levy by 30% across the board, while also residents experienced a 7.9% property valuation increase. So, you see both sides of the table in that way. And then the new $14 million budget for DeSoto, it has a 30% increase in law enforcement funding. There's 4 additional staff members for the city. There's $2 million earmarked for capital improvement projects, which also reduces the reliance on bond activity and lending in that way. And then there's $250,000 increase in annual road maintenance program budgets. These types of investments year over year are typically unheard of at this scope and scale unless there's these types of major investments made into a community. But that 30% mill levy reduction was a direct result from a lot of the sales tax revenue generated by all of the construction work within the DeSoto community as a part of this. The other piece associated with the school funding, so some of the property tax that Panasonic pays to the state gets distributed across the entire state from that standpoint. So for 2024, that was more than $500,000 to the state education fund and more than $200,000 to school districts capital outlay fund as well. The other thing I think is important to notate is availability of housing, right? We talk about availability of housing across Kansas, but in DeSoto right now, there are over 1,100 housing units under construction right now as a direct result from the growth experienced with Panasonic. Panasonic currently has 1,100 employees, and they are continuously looking at ramping that activity up from our standpoint. And then Johnson County also has year-over-year increase of 5,500 units in 2024 as well. I talked a little bit about the future supplier growth and what we've seen as a result of some of this investment. So H&T is a supplier to Panasonic. It's a German company. They've invested, I believe it's $110 million of capital investment, which is 180 committed new jobs into the state. They are the manufacturer of the actual cylindrical cans for the Panasonic batteries that actually roll off of the production line. They are I believe, outside of Reno, Nevada, the only other U.S. investment that this company has made is in the state of Kansas. You should be very proud of that. So kind of now zooming into a little bit, often I get asked, okay, well, what is the state doing for some of the smaller activity? We talked about some of the larger projects that have landed in Kansas, and now we want to talk about some of the smaller, either the startup ecosystem or some of the small business in general. You can see in the photo here, I will just mention it. I don't think it's the purpose of today's conversation, but there is a platform that was launched by the state's Small Business Office, which exists within the Department of Commerce. It's called Connect Kansas. It's meant to be a platform that allows small businesses to have a one-stop shop to kind of start from certification to LLC formation or S Corp or however they want to form themselves. All the way up into scraping all of the state's procurement opportunities for small businesses as well, to ensure that small businesses are aware of what procurement opportunities exist in the state or other communities and things like that. So we're working through that with this program. We're also working with the World Cup as well to see what sort of small business opportunities exist within FIFA and KC26, and to ensure that our small business community is engaged in that activity as well. But I did want to bring this up as well. And then, we talked about small business, but also from our startups, right? This is kind of where I transition over into the Angel Investor Tax Credit Program that is set to sunset in this next year in 2026. Just a high-level recap. I won't spend too much time. I'm sure you've heard quite a bit about it today. But 50% tax credits for investments in qualified Kansas startups. 5 years for non-bioscience, 10 years for bioscience companies. Investors can receive up to $350,000 per year across the entirety of the program. That's $100,000 per investor per company, with a maximum cap of $350,000 across the board there. Much like the other slide, logos are great. It's great to shout from the rooftops some of the success stories that we've been seeing. These are just some of the headlines that we've seen across the board in Kansas as a result of the Angel Investment Tax Credit Program. This is not to be lost on us from our standpoint. I think there's a lot of opportunity that exists from our standpoint. In between 2015 and 2022, there were about $44 million of investor tax credits that were provided, and that resulted in $102 million invested in Kansas businesses through the Angel Investor Tax Credit Program. To zoom in a little bit, in 2025, we're at $1.25 million year to date, which totals more than 5 times of the 2011 numbers when this program was first initiated. Which is a pretty incredible growth for the program utilization. 2024, 28 companies utilized the program, resulting in $4.8 million in tax credits across 93 investors, and there was $20 million of capital that was actually infused into the Kansas ecosystem as a result of the utilization of this program in 2024 as well. This chart really, if I want you to take anything from this, it's that when you zoom out and you look at it, there is an upward trajectory of the utilization of the program, but also from the actual capital that's infused into the Kansas ecosystem through the use of this program. Right, so the Office of Innovation has existed for the years that are highlighted in orange there or yellow on the screen. That is when we really started to see this upward trajectory of the utilization and implementation of the program in a really effective way. It currently exists underneath the Office of Innovation within the Department of Commerce. And there's a sharp uphill climb, and really that kind of aligns precisely with the launch of this office as well, which I think is important to notate. So from the LPA audit that came of the Angel Investor Tax Credit Program, every dollar that the program is credited or issues corresponds to $5.33 in total capital raised by Kansas startups. So from our standpoint, this is a pretty significant look at the entirety of the program and the utilization across the board as well. There's some of the companies I'd like to quickly highlight. Really, it's the last two columns, the total money raised and the recent valuations associated with them that really tell the story. So, you'd see generally the upward trajectory of some of these projects. A few that I'll call out is Nitride Global. They raised about $16 million, and their recent valuation through Series C in 2018 was $41 million from our standpoint. The first one, HingePen, is another great example. $12.5 million raised, $27 million Series A from February 24 as well. So it's meant to be a complementary opportunity, but it is a lifeline for some of our startup ecosystems in this way. And I think it's an incredibly opportunistic way for us to stay competitive in the startup landscape as a state. So what do we have now? When you look at this chart, this really does tell a great story. So this is the total investor tax credits issued versus the total capital raised. The blue bars are the total dollars raised for each one of the calendar years. And then you can see that kind of level trajectory as to the number of tax credits that are actually issued. Right, so a better connected innovation system is really what we're looking for from our standpoint. So, the message has been shouted from the rooftops that this program exists. We've really started to see a lot of trajectory in the upwards direction around utilization of the program and the impact that has been had from the startup ecosystem as well within Kansas. And then the last thing, just to kind of close us out here, when we talk about what's next, so you can see the bottom right corner is the utilization across the board as to where some of that angel investor tax credit has been raised and issued for businesses. Obviously, a lot of that is in some of the metropolitan areas in Wichita and some of the Johnson County or Kansas City, Kansas metropolitan areas. That's just by the very nature of the startup ecosystem. A lot of that has to do with some of the higher tech and some of the financial tech and some of the startup biosciences corridors and things like that. But we've also seen some projects in some of the more rural areas, and our teams have really kind of hit the ground running, ensuring that there is a wide swath of advertisement across the angel investor ecosystem as to some of the opportunities that exist within the rest of Kansas as well. With that, I'd open it up to questions.
Okay, committee, a lot of information there. We'll open it for questions. Anyone have any questions? Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you this is a great deal of information. Can you explain to me why the Department of Commerce is not completing its transparency database online?
I believe when you say completing our transparency database.
It was reported to us that 13 out of 60 do not have transparency database. Lacked 11 statutorily required information on 5 incentive programs. That is of deep concern to me. I think it's great that you give us this information, but I'd like to see it so that everyone else can see it and have it very clear. And when we pass a statute, I'd like to see that followed. So my question is, why is it not being done?
I will definitely ask the team as to where we're at from that standpoint, and I'll report back to the committee.
When can we expect a report back?
I will follow up with Rachel, but.
Rachel, you want to answer that question? Or attempt to anyway?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for your question. So that audit, like a lot of things, was a snapshot in time, right? And it's been a work in progress for many, many years. Currently, that database is housed by what we call a very technical term, right? A mega spreadsheet. It has close to 215,000 cells of data, so tons and tons of information. There was some of those economic development incentives that the audit points out our agency didn't feel like those were actual incentives that we use, right? So it was fire marshal credits and some of those things that just weren't on our radar and that we didn't have access to their information. So since the audit, we've worked extremely hard to add those. Even before that audit was released, we got most of those added. And now we're working with all 105 counties to get that local component with the new statute that you all just passed this last session. So, yes.
One more question, sir. Thank you. The other comment was that you have a tremendous lack of communication with the Department of Revenue. How is that being fixed?
Yeah, Chairman, Representative, that's a good question. I don't necessarily remember that specifically from the audit. I think that we work with revenue as closely as possible, and we pull that information from them. We do that query from them annually every year as required by that statute. And then again, we have to manually upload it into that mega spreadsheet, send it off to our coders who then get it up and running in the transparency database. So it's been a learning process for us all. It's very, very manual, and we're doing our best. And I think that, you know, every year that we do this, we get a little bit better at it, and we know all can have clear expectations on the information that's needed. So,
and I appreciate that very much, but I can tell you that the average citizen can't say, we're working really hard to follow the statutes and we're getting there in the next few years. We go to jail. And I really, you can tell me all the reasons why it's hard, but you got to do it. So I would really like to see great strides in getting this done, because there's not an excuse. There is no excuse not to follow a statute. We don't get one. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, and I think there's somebody from the Department of Revenue that might be able to shine some light on that. And I believe the Kansas Chamber of Commerce they're working with them too to try to figure out the best way to share that data. And we may have to pass a statute that allows an MOU between the two departments because there's really no mechanism for them to share that data. So we'll get there. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that we have heard is as the project was intended by the legislature and it's implemented, things change. And it may not be the product that we're getting now may not be the intent that the legislature had when the bill was introduced or passed. An example of that is the ROS program. ROS program was basically to populate our rural areas. It hasn't done that. I thought I saw some information that said our rural areas are actually losing population. So how do we make sure that these projects and these are carried through, and do we have the right communication out there so that the intent of the project that the legislature passed is carried forward?
Thank you for that question. I would say, so currently the ROS program, I would say, currently has 2,238 student loan participants over the life of the program. There are actually 142 individuals right now that are actually waiting on a sponsor as a part of that program. Now, from the ROS perspective, I think it's had the intended effect. But I would say from our standpoint is if there is, you know, an opportunity for us to make improvements, it's something that we should explore.
One of the things that we have heard during this session was these projects that we're out here with, the incentive programs, they need a benchmark for success. What is success? What is success for the program? What is success for the people of Kansas?
I don't have what our team actually tracks as far as benchmarks of success, but I could certainly dig into that for us and see really what we're measuring the success of that program with. We can certainly provide that data.
I think that ties back into what the intent of the legislature was when they passed that program. So, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, off the top of your head, what House district is Merck in?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What House district is the Merck in their new $1 billion expansion?
I'm not sure off the top of my head from my standpoint.
Follow-up question. What House district is Panasonic in?
Not sure.
Let me answer
But I
that
could
for you.
guess.
That would be House District 117, and we all know right here what the common denominator of all that success really is. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joshua. Hey, on the Panasonic jobs, I would assume that all of those jobs, those employees do not live in Kansas. Do you have a percentage of those that would live outside the state?
I don't have the exact measurement for you. I would say the majority are actually in Kansas, however. The exception to that would be, out-of-state training that comes in to actually train employees on systems that maybe be overseas or something along those lines. But I would say the majority of those jobs are actually located in Kansas.
So those, Mr. Chair, so those people that live in Missouri who is a welder, who's working over there, their payroll taxes would go to Missouri and not go to Kansas, correct?
Correct. I would say the one thing to keep in mind is that there is a residency incentive associated with the program to locate employees into the state of Kansas. And so one of the requirements that I believe Panasonic has had when their employee negotiations is ensuring that they are encouraging their employees to locate in Kansas directly.
And a follow-up question, if I could. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've, a lot of these programs here that you've listed have had, we're bringing new jobs, we're maintaining jobs. Is there any direct correlation to the population of the state? Because the population of the state doesn't seem to be increasing very much. So do you value the population increase at all in any of your programs?
So we, if the question is around, are we seeing, the impact of population based off of our programs and that growth in that way? The intent is that the intended effect is supposed to have that population growth in that way. I would say the investments like Panasonic start to encourage the right direction, but there has to be all of the ancillary benefits that typically come, a few years following the investments, housing, workforce availability, that type of stuff, and the net migration into Kansas. I will tell you, I exist in Kansas because of some of that net migration. I'm not a Kansan at heart, but I do have a little Kansan at home. It is one of the reasons why I located here, was because of that upward trajectory and the momentum I saw that was being generated here into the state.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I want to go back to that income tax question, because I do believe, like, all those construction jobs, they're working in Kansas and paying tax in Kansas because you pay tax where you work. So his question was about a welder that was working at one of those construction sites, and I believe that person would be paying income tax in Kansas. Currently there's a $9 million a week payroll at Panasonic for construction workers, and they are all paying income tax in Kansas. Okay, just wanted to clear that up. No matter where they live. Yes, yes, no matter where they live. Senator Klemp, did you have a question? Senator Tyson, did you have a question? Go ahead.
I appreciate your presentation, I really do, but I'm sitting here thinking about our founding fathers and how they did not depend on government doles in order for these types of projects. When you put these together, like the one out in western Kansas, Dodge City, one of the biggest things we hear about is water. And you brought in one of the main users of water with creating cheese. I mean, I'm just the metrics that you guys are using for success. I'm very curious. We can't get those, as Representative Wassinger said, and as Senator Alley said, we don't know what your measures of success are. And yeah, your numbers sound decent, but well, I won't dispute, there was quite a few things that you said that it would be questionable as to the measure of success. So if we could see those measures and those weightings, I think that would help the committee a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Want to respond to that, or?
Yeah, I can respond to that. Thank you, Senator. One of the things that, we'll obviously will be in front of the committee around our annual reports and some of the metrics that are obviously provided as a requirement of statute of the programs, and we can provide that information. If there are other ancillary items that maybe the committee wants to understand, I'm always open to have that conversation and how I help produce those measures of success with what we can actually measure as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I question it, as Representative Wassinger said, this legislation passed quite a few years ago, and it has not been a priority. And it really bothers me that somebody that's trying to bring in innovative jobs and tech jobs, and you can't even get a database set up in your own group. I mean, I really, it's kind of contradictory. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to move on to your pipeline of future wins. It's not surprising that advanced manufacturing is almost half of it. With what the current administration is doing with AI and bringing manufacturing back to the United States, I would think that number might even be bigger. And my biggest concern is whether or not the state of Kansas will be able to power them. And so power, it's my belief that power is the incentive tool going forward, not necessarily all these other things. But if we can't power something, they're not going to come. And if we can power something, they may come whether or not we have incentives, because they need to build somewhere that has sustainable power. But only 9% of the future wins are in energy. Have we looked? I mean, I know there's been some press releases about like the mini nuclear towers. What's our plan? I mean, this is a commerce issue. And so do you have suggestions and a plan for how are we going to power these things and attract these huge, I mean, that's a lot of construction jobs when something like that's built. So how are we going to do that?
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And that's exactly right. So that 9%, I would say you're going to see that number increase as we continue to go down this exercise. It only can increase from our perspective. So there's been a few nuclear projects that you may have seen recently that are top of mind for us, but it's also all the other energy production and generation opportunities. The one thing I will say is, some of the data centers or other major manufacturers, if there is an immediacy of power need, there's opportunity for potential cogeneration as well to bridge the gap until an Evergy or some of the co-ops can actually provide that supplemental energy opportunity there. But we're working with the KCC and some of the other groups within Kansas and the Energy Office to kind of understand and set a plan forward. I would say in the last 6 to 7 months, it's been a topic of conversation on my calendar about on a daily basis at this point from an energy perspective. So from our standpoint, it's telling the narrative and thinking creatively and outside the box on how we do that. And it's looking at some of those future technologies, right? So, we're talking about small modular reactors. We're talking about maybe reactors that maybe have different types of containment protocols associated with that. It's talking to the state's emergency management office as well to look at are there regulations associated with nuclear that we can help maybe on the federal side as well with the NRC and DOE. The other thing I would say is there's a loan program office with the Department of Energy that we've been engaging with to understand how we as a state and how our communities or some of these projects, if there are some technologies or things that are coming that are emerging in power production or power generation, that we can bring this loan program office into the table as well and leverage some low-cost loans to help get the capital infused in that way. That being said, it's a lead time. It's a long lead time to get that across the finish line. And from our standpoint, we are trying to get the narrative out there that power generation needs to be in Kansas, much like across the board. We're not the only ones, though. And that's something that is a topic of conversation every day.
Most importantly on that subject is to protect the Kansas ratepayers as we make those investments into power. And so I'd be interested in hearing your office's perspective on that, on how we're gonna, we do need to make these investments, but we also, it shouldn't be on the shoulders of the people that are just normal rate users.
Yeah, completely understand. And I would say from our standpoint, our position is when you build the infrastructure to a level that supports that type of manufacturing pipeline or that sort of data center pipeline, you build resiliency and you build additional investment. Our intent is not to subsidize on the backs of Kansas ratepayers in that way. Our intent is to ensure that markets end users are coming to the table in the right direction as well.
Okay. Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman. So you touched on a couple of things that in my district I hear about often is we're giving away these billions of dollars to these large corporations, not doing anything for our mom and pops, our entrepreneurs. I know you mentioned Hitchpen, and yes, they are very successful and it is a great story for Kansas, but the energy, I don't see anybody working on a long-term energy state of Kansas. And I don't know if that falls on your shoulders. I don't think it falls to the KCC. Or the legislature, Mr. Chairman, but we need to have that conversation. It's past due.
Senator, I just from my comments as well, I would agree. So I think from our standpoint, it's something that we need to work cohesively with KCC and the Energy Office with, but I think there's responsibilities with both offices. From my standpoint, we need to do an evaluation of the regulatory environment first.
Senator Titus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, I guess this is sort of more about how your philosophy is when you're working on these big projects. But you know, there's an opportunity cost with something like a data center, right, that could have exponential power growth over time. When you look at that, the first question is like, is that something you consider, okay, it looks like it works now, but this is really ultimately up to the locals on the ground, whether this is okay, whether we're taking away this power from other potential projects. And then the second question would be, as you engage with these large power users, is it your intent to get commitments on the front end with the incentives agreement that they take care of the power supply they may need, or are you leaving that to others after we've already put the development incentives in place?
So I think it's kind of a twofold question in that way. So to your first point, generally the philosophy within the Department of Commerce is much like SB 98 passed last session. Data centers are incredible for some of the communities that exist within Kansas. They can be transformative to a community's general operating fund, right? So from that standpoint, they can generate significant amount of operating revenue for that community that have ancillary benefits of Main Street programs, of roadway infrastructure, utility infrastructure, all of those improvements that make it a better place to live for some of the residents that are in that area. So it does have downstream impacts, and that's why from our standpoint, data centers are a really big opportunity for the state of Kansas. And then on your second point around the utility infrastructure, the opportunity for us to control that lies within SB 98. There's the requirement of the 10-year commitment of electric utility, and then the around the water kind of sustainability aspect with some of the data centers that exist within that. So that exists within our incentive agreements. But the The requirement is typically down to the development agreement with the locals in the county to ensure that some of that information is negotiated as well with the utility provider, whether it's the co-op or the municipal utility or an Evergy.
On that bill, where we tie in the incentive to using the existing grid, I know that really doesn't match what the federal policy has been, as I understand it, to encourage them to create their own power. Do you think that's a long-term problem for the way we've structured our incentive program?
I would say, from my standpoint, I would say yes, long-term. It's something that I would say we'll probably need to look at some of that. We're still, finalizing the utilization of this, and we've seen, because of the passage of this bill, this influx of interest into the state. It's still unclear as to the general consensus across the interest level line as to the problems with the bill, if there are any in that way. But from an evaluation standpoint, and what I've seen in other markets, that would be one of the pain points associated with the bill.
So the intent of that section was because we do still collect sales tax on the generation of power. And so we wanted to make sure that we collected something out of that.
I appreciate that intent very much, but I'm much more concerned about electricity available than sales tax revenue when it comes down to it.
Okay, so part of your presentation, you mentioned FIFA and the World Cup, and that kind of triggered something in my mind. We've got a huge influx of people coming, and we're doing, from what I can tell, we're doing a pretty good job of planning for it. The one piece that we're kind of missing is the hotel piece. We've got, I think our hotels are pretty much full. There's lots of hotel rooms still available in Missouri. There's hotels much closer in Iowa and Nebraska than, say, Manhattan. And the goal is to get these people to come to Kansas and spend their dollars in Kansas. And we have some local rules against these Airbnb type things and restrictions as far as you can have one every 4 blocks or something like that. Would you support legislation that would open up Airbnb rules and regulations to supersede locals for that time period so that those families could rent their houses out for that 1 month period and make several $1,000s a week, and those people that are coming to Kansas would stay in Kansas and spend their dollars?
Mr. Chair, from my perspective, I would need to chat with the Secretary with Commerce around the agency's position. But what I would say around hotel and the radius, you're absolutely right from a perspective of some of the planning associated with this. In order for us to win the World Cup, they took a 200-mile radius around the opportunity for hotel rooms. I would say that what I've seen, and just this is from some of the rumors that are coming along the other side of the border, is that some of the hotels are holding from allowing any sort of reservations until the announcement of the teams come down in December. And I think that may be also true a little bit on the Kansas side of the border as well, but I can't speak to that intelligently from my perspective.
All right, any further questions? All right, cool. Thank you very much, and thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, our final conferee is Kathleen Smith, Director at the Office of Policy and Research for Kansas Department of Revenue. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Kathleen Smith, and I'm with the Department of Revenue. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to briefly describe the administration of tax credits. The administration of tax credit includes processes and responsibilities undertaken by our department to manage, oversee, and deliver these tax credit programs. As you're aware, the tax credits are financial incentives that reduce the amount of tax owed by individuals or businesses, often used to encourage certain behaviors, such as charitable donations or investments in buildings or machinery and equipment. Tax credits can be classified as non-refundable, refundable, or a user lose. And I think Eric kind of touched on that this morning. The non-refundable tax credits reduce your tax liability to zero, but not beyond that. If the tax credit is more than the tax liability or the amount of tax that you owe, you don't receive the difference back, but you may be able to carry forward that excess amount depending on what the statute provides. Some examples of non-refundable credits that we have on the books are the adoption credit, the angel investor credit, the HPIP investment tax credit, and the research and development credit. So those are all non-refundable credits. The second type of credit that we have is a refundable tax credit, which allows you to receive the full value of the credit even if it exceeds the amount of your tax liability. So you're actually going to receive a refund. There are silver credits that we have that are refundable credits. One of those is the Community Service Contribution Credit, which we partner with the Department of Commerce on. Also, the Child Daycare Assistance Credit is a refundable credit. Then there's the user lose credits, which are applied against the tax liability in the year earned, and any excess over the tax liability is lost. One of those credits that we have that is a user lose is the HPIP Training and Education Tax Credit, and then another example is the Single City Port Authority Credit. The Department of Revenue does provide support and oversight for many tax credits that are available to the taxpayers of Kansas. We do work with several partner agencies in this administration, as well as managing several tax credits independently. I think in the testimony that I provided, I did provide a list of the different agencies that we partner with, and I do, as far as I'm concerned, I do feel like we have a good relationship with a lot of these agencies. The Department of Commerce we work with the most on the different tax credit programs. But Commerce is one of those that we do work with. Board of Regents, Aging and Disability, Education, Health and Environment, State Historical Society, Kansas Housing Resources Corporation, Insurance and Transportation. So as you can see, we do work with a lot of the different agencies here within the state. We also do administer a number of tax credit programs on our own. An example of some of those that we do just do on our own would be the adoption credit, or the alternative fuel tax credit, the aviation and aerospace tax credit we administer on our own, and the research and development credit. The administration of tax credits involves several key steps to ensure the accuracy, compliance, and fairness. The first step that we have is the submission of the actual tax return. So the taxpayer does submit their tax return with the appropriate credit schedule for the specific tax credit that they are claiming. The next step is the actual review of the return that has come in with that credit schedule. We review the credit schedule carefully and we verify the eligibility, the completeness, and the accuracy of all of the information that this taxpayer has provided. The third step is the evaluation and adjustment. Based on the review of the submitted documentation by that taxpayer and the supporting materials that they have provided, adjustments are made as necessary to ensure that the credit is properly calculated and applied. The fourth step is the system cross-verification. A comprehensive cross-check is performed with our internal tax system, which is ATP, to confirm that the information reported on the credit schedule is consistent with system records. And then the last step is the notification of the adjustments. Should there be any adjustments to the tax return, we do notify the taxpayer of the adjustments that have been made and the understanding as to why the adjustments were made. The administration of the tax credits involves several complex challenges that can affect both efficiency and accuracy. One of the primary difficulties lies in the complexity of eligibility rules. So it's the statute that actually supports the actual tax credit. Sometimes the eligibility rules require detailed calculations and other specific criteria that can be difficult for taxpayers to interpret and for administrators to verify. Additionally, transferability, and you've done a lot of talking about transferability today. The transferability of certain credits between taxpayers or entities adds another layer of complexity, as it requires the tracking of the ownership changes and ensuring proper documentation is maintained. We have around 8 to 10 credits that are actually transferable at this point in time. Many tax credits also feature a carry-forward period that provides the credit can be carried forward until fully utilized or for an extended carry-forward period, sometimes lasting a number of years, which increases the administrative burden of tracking the end-use credit amounts and applying them correctly in future tax periods. I think that the problems lie probably with the department and with the taxpayer themselves, just based upon the number of years that these can extend forward. We have several credits that are carry forward until used. So that can go on forever until they're actually used. Some of those credits are the adoption credit, the angel investor credit, the research and development credit, and the low-income student scholarship credit. All of those are carried forward until used. And then we also have some credits that have an extended carry forward period. So like the commercial restoration and preservation tax credit, it has a 10-year carry forward. The HPIP investment credit has a 16-year carry forward. There's another historic preservation credit. It has a 10-year credit, 10-year carry forward period. So the extension of those carry forward periods just adds a level of complexity. The last thing that I wanted to talk about was for pass-through entity returns. This adds another level of complexity, such as pass-through entity returns would include partnerships, S corporations, and limited liability companies. They pose a unique challenge when multiple levels of ownership or numerous shareholders, partners, or members are involved. In those cases, allocating the credits appropriately among those shareholders, partners, and members, and ensuring consistency across the related filings can become a time-consuming and technically demanding task for both taxpayers and the department. So the pass-through entity is required to file a credit schedule with their return, and each shareholder, partner, or member files one with their return as well. So we need to ensure that everything matches up at the end, that this is the amount of credit that the pass-through entity has earned and has passed through to its shareholders, members, and partners. It is also important to recognize that rapidly evolving technology will continue to shape and redefine the administration of tax credits in the years ahead. The department is actively working with some national organizations, specifically the Federation of Tax Administrators, the FDA, the Multi-State Tax Commission, or MTC, and the Midwestern States Association of Tax Administrators, or MASADA, as well as with peer states across the country. Through these partnerships, the department seeks to exchange the knowledge that they have and that we have. We want to benchmark emerging innovations and align our tax credit review and compliance protocols with recognized best practices. These collaborative efforts ensure that modernization initiatives are pursued strategically and in a manner consistent with the department's existing technological capabilities, operational priorities, and resource constraints. With that, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I will stand for questions. I think I may just have to walk out the door. I will stand for questions.
I don't blame you.
Yes.
Well, we'll take a stab at it anyway. I'll open the floor for questions. Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you're able to you can answer this, but I got an email from someone regarding the motor carriers and how each trucking company must prove for each interstate truck registered how many times the truck will go out of state and what percentage of the loads will cross state lines in order to be exempt for requirements and registrations, and not having to pay sales tax on parts and supplies. She mentioned that it was onerous and nearly impossible for small trucking companies, such as the one she works for and such as the one my son-in-law owns. So I think, however this review on sales tax on interstate common carriers, it was probably done enhancing it so that you could make it easier to get the larger carriers. But what can be done to help the smaller carriers who can't possibly start trying to figure out when they are making these plans late? Is there a way to fix that and give them a little bit of grace, for lack of better words?
I don't know that I'm able to answer that question at this time, but I would be more than happy to take it offline and maybe get the individual's name and we could talk with them and we'll talk with you as well to
Yes,
see what
I
we
would
can
love
do.
to hear that. So thank you very much, Kathleen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Owens.
Yeah, I would like to follow up with that as well, because I have a feeling we're all going to start getting a few emails about it, because I've got one here from a local constituent in my area stating some of the exact same concerns, and it sounds like there's possibly an interpretation change in one of the rules or regs or something like that. So reach out to me as well, because I'd like to sort it out.
Absolutely.
Okay, and speaking of interpretation changes, can you comment on the HPIP issue that the gentleman from CBiz brought up earlier? Did you hear that? Were you in the room for that?
I was not in the room, but I was listening online.
Okay.
I can speak to that. We were specifically asked the question, and so we provided a response for that question. And what we believe is that once the credit has been earned by the actual pass-through entity, once that credit is passed to the shareholders, partners, or members, it's no longer the pass-through entity's credit. It now belongs to that shareholder, partner, or member. And so therefore, once the credit is passed, which is when the tax return is filed, when the K-1s are filed, when the distribution of income happens, we don't believe that it belongs to that pass-through entity anymore to transfer.
So that's why it has to be transferred during the first year, because it's automatically transferred when they do their taxes.
It's and I don't know that I would call it a transfer when they file their taxes. I would consider that as a pass through to the shareholders, partners, and members.
Then could they pass it? I mean, could they transfer it?
The partners, shareholder, and no, they cannot. It can only be transferred one time, and the way the legislation reads is that the pass-through entity or the entity that earned the credit is the entity that may transfer the credit.
Okay. We got some work to do on that one then. There was an audit done this year on HPIP, and there were a lot of questions on how many tax credits were still outstanding and how many were used, and there's some tracking issues. Have you made any progress on that?
Mr. Chairman, we are making progress. We did provide some actual data to legislative post-audit. However, they weren't able to validate the data that we provided because it was a limited scope audit at that point in time, so they didn't have enough time to do that. We have dedicated one full-time staff member to go through each one of our HPIP certified companies and ensure that everything that we have in our tax system, in our spreadsheets, all of the information is correct. And that's what we're trying to do right now. And our goal is to have this all accomplished by the beginning of calendar year 2026.
Well, that's a big task, so.
It is a very, very large task, yes.
All right, and then would you venture to guess how many tax credits are outstanding that could be used?
I don't know that I could do that at this point, but we should have that as well when at the beginning of calendar year 2026. So we'll be able to tell you the amount of credits that were issued, the amount of credits that were used, and the amount of credits that are sitting on the books.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks. Oh, Senator Alley.
Thank you. I brought that up, and I was thinking about the question I had today was, is there a problem with our computer systems not talking to each other, like with your Department of Revenue and Commerce?
Well, our, Mr. Chairman, Senator Riley, our computer systems do not talk to each other, period. We've got our tax system, and the information that we supply for the transparency database, we are providing in an Excel spreadsheet so that they can upload it into their master file, or I'm not sure what they call it. So they don't talk.
Is there an issue there that could be worked out, a better solution to that, though?
I'm not sure that there is. There may be, but I don't know. All of the information that the Department of Revenue has, or most of the information that the Department of Revenue has, is considered as confidential information. And the only way that we are able to supply the information for the transparency database is because of the legislation that was passed. And so when giving that information to the Department of Commerce, we want to ensure whatever information we give them is correct and accurate. So when that taxpayer sees their name on the transparency database with an amount of credit earned and used, that it is actually correct.
Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Kathleen. And you guys aren't the bottleneck. You're giving them the data. It's the way they're uploading or putting the data online and making it available. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Tyson, I believe that we probably have a couple credits that are outstanding to be given to the Department of Commerce.
The majority of it you've given.
Oh, yes, 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 we have.
The bottleneck's not there.
I don't know where the bottleneck is, but we have lacked in giving some of the information for the tax credit programs to the Department of Commerce. I will admit that, yes.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask how many programs?
I believe it's around 2 or 3.
Out of the hundreds that are available?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, what are your thoughts on clearing the database of all these outstanding tax credits? They offer the businesses in Kansas that own these tax credits, say they could take 10 cents on the dollar for those tax credits and actually get a refundable tax credit and then wipe the whole slate clean. That's something that is doable once you have the data?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an opinion on that, but if that's the way the legislation is drafted and passed, then that's what we would do, yes.
All right, seeing no further questions. Thanks again for coming in. Okay, committee. We've reached that point in the day that we're going to have discussion and recommendations. And we'll try to keep them general again. I think that worked out pretty good last time. And do you want to, let's start with an update of where we are, if you don't mind, if you have that. Okay. You can do both. You can just, yeah, go ahead and just pass them out. Then we'll all have them in front of us. Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was, as I was thinking through this, I think the chamber recommended some proposed tax credits to eliminate. I think we should be exploring that. They mentioned also in that conversation that there was in their proposal for business and job development tax credit, that there was a kind of a place for the Kansas downtown redevelopment tax rebate. And I'm not sure I see that in just what's presented, but it might be in a deeper dive. But I think they're looking at that as a starting point for us to develop from that. So I think the elimination of probably 25, 30% of the current tax credits aren't being utilized might be a good place for us to take a look at.
Okay, so is there objection to looking at the recommendations from the Kansas Chamber this morning? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to object, but I'm going to expand their list. There are quite a few programs on there that have not been utilized for 15 to 20 years that they did not include on their list. So I'm not sure why they don't have a more complete list. But I would say that we look at the chamber list and all of the existing programs to see what else could be possibly sunset.
Okay, you good with that? Any objection? Seeing none. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but also the Wichita Chamber should maybe present their list also. And as they go through.
I think that first one was kind of all encompassing. So any program that we could look at to eliminate or make better, and then look at the small business tax credit. Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a recommendation that in line with the Kansas Chamber of Commerce's presentation that we extend the angel investor tax credit.
Okay, any objection? Seeing none. Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion similar, but with the aviation tax credits, with any suggested changes from the Commerce Committee.
Seeing no objection to that. Any other recommendations from today? Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like us to recommend we take a look at the energy incentives tied to the data center sales tax exception to make sure if we need to align with federal policy or not on that.
Energy incentives.
The requirement that the first 10 years of electricity has to be bought off the grid rather than allowed to be produced behind the meter to access the sales tax incentive.
All right, any objection to that? None. Any other? Representative Shue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll throw this out there and I can withdraw if it's not super relevant because this was kind of tangential to the another conversation, but Senator Titus made me think of it as I think we do need an energy plan like we have a water plan. And there have been various ideas thrown out there, but with kind of incoming big projects like Panasonic, with data centers coming in, we're really going to have to take a look at kind of a 50-year, 100-year, like what energy do we need? And then what ability do we have to generate that energy? And then if we need to make any statutory changes. So, you know, I don't know that this committee is necessarily the right place for it, but you can make the argument it's pretty tied to commerce.
Well, we did discuss that today. It doesn't necessarily have to go through the commerce committees. It does have a big commerce piece, but we do have an energy committee. We could recommend it to them. Any objection to that?
No, actually, I would like to add to that.
Representative Turk.
I think this is a good excuse to do a joint committee between the two. I don't know how many of y'all have been to 100 events over the interim where energy is the key conversation. This is would be a really good joint venture that we could actually be thinking forward for once, as been mentioned in this committee last couple of days. It would be a good opportunity to think about commerce in the future as intertwined with energy.
Okay. Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, this may be going out on a limb, but the Unemployment Council that was put together, maybe we'll look at something like that for an energy council to get a long-term plan for Kansas.
Okay, I think that's all kind of all encompassing. I think you're right on something like that. That would take legislation to do, but that unemployment council really did work well. Representative Hoheisel, did you add anything to that, or you?
Yeah, no, I mean, just to build off the point on energy, I think to Representative Turk's point, a joint kind of discussion between Commerce and Utilities Committee is a good idea. Also, how are we going to incentivize through the Department of Commerce or any other department, to bring in SMRs, small modular reactors. I personally think nuclear is the future and how we're going to solve this energy crisis. How are we as a state ready to handle that through Department of Commerce, through Department of Revenue, all these other entities? How are we set up for that? So I think that is a discussion that is worthy of a joint Commerce Utilities Committee.
Okay, any objection to the energy recommendation? Seeing none, any other recommendations? Eric, there were lots of discussion today, and you did a good job last time of kind of reminding us of some of the things. What are we leaving out?
So, I don't know that I have any noted. There were several recommendations that were made by the first conferee related to regulatory review. Not sure if you want to open that back up, or maybe since we're talking about economic development, we could circle back to that when we go over the ones from last week.
Okay.
So there were a number of recommendations that were implicit in the testimony provided by post audit. The prior recommendations that were in the reports that we reviewed related to a number of particular programs, and then also related to what the legislature can do to better evaluate those programs.
Any recommendations from legislative post-audit report out today? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's quite evident that we need better matrix weightings, whatever you want to use the terminology for the success of these incentive programs. We talk about it, we've seen it in these reports, and we just don't get the numbers and the data that we need in order to decide whether they're successful or not.
So as we review economic incentive programs, we need to take into account the legislative post-audit recommendations of what our goals are for that and how to track that. Does that work?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that would be generic enough to cover it, but I just don't want it to drop through the cracks again. It's such a high priority and we're all busy. We all know how this works. And so somehow we need to make it a priority for the legislature.
Okay. Any objection to that? Senator Alley?
I think those exactly what we need to do. Those are there, but we also don't want to forget what the intent was when the legislation was first put in place. And so that intent also goes with the success. And but if the program has changed since it was put together, that also could change the success.
Okay. Any objections? Seeing none. Eric?
So related to one of those programs, there's a sunset for Star Bonds that's coming up 2026, June 2026, Star Bonds program.
I know that the Senate has already passed the Star Bonds sunset bill, and it is in the House, and we've made several other changes, and we'll probably pass that through the House and then go to conference on it. So I don't know. I mean, that could be a recommendation that we look at that just to make sure that it's out there. So any objection to that? Eric?
There was also a related recommendation by a conferee to, there were a number of credits that were recommended to be continued. There was recommendation to continue HPIP and PEAK, and then also the the current recommendations that we have as a committee for the aviation tax credit and the angel investor tax credit. So you could just kind of throw that into that recommendation.
Sure. So I'm not, is HPIP and peak, are they expiring this year? Is coming up? I think we're good there.
But so maybe recommend that the legislature extend the angel investor tax credit, renew the aviation tax credit, and extend the sunset for the Star Bonds program.
Those have all been discussed. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to be clear, we're not going to recommend anything on HPIP or peak, just leave them alone for now, other than looking at their measures.
Right. So I would like to make a recommendation that we do listen to the Department of Revenue when they have the report ready. We'll have at least Commerce and maybe Commerce and Tax both review that report as when it's available first couple of weeks of session.
That would be great, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection to that? Okay, seeing none. Any other recommendations? Representative Wassinger.
This is not fully vetted, but I would like help from other committee chairs and people who have ideas in order to start putting more of a specific verbiage in each bill that says develop rules and regs. It's really hard to make a template when I'm not familiar with utilities and not necessarily familiar with judiciary or transportation. Somehow that we can make it more specific for the agencies to know what exactly was legislative intent. So I'm not quite sure how to do that, but I would like to look into that. Thank you.
So state the intent in the statute. Okay. Any objection to that? Seeing none. So any other recommendations? Any recommendations from the first conferee that was about rules and regulations? We want to look at the sunset. Senator Tyson?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. I know he chose the sunset as the highest priority, but that is the most aggressive and most difficult to obtain. So I don't know that that would be maybe the chairman could speak to that, whether she thinks that would be the way to go. But I think he presented other ideas that we could actually obtain and make the rules and regs better in Kansas.
I'm sorry, I was not paying close enough attention because I was talking to the senator and I didn't hear what you suggested. So I can't really make a comment without having you say it again, so.
Okay, so we were talking about the first conferee today that had some recommendations about the automatic expiration of rules and regulations.
Right.
To revisit them every few years, even staggered or by department. And then Senator Tyson said that might be too big of a task right away. There might be other recommendations that are more attainable. What are your thoughts on the first presentation?
I think he's a pharmacist by trade and has worked for different attorneys. I'm not sure he quite understood the nuance that you have to use in order for it to stick in legislation. And not being an attorney myself, I would need more help with that. But I think he had some good ideas. I think I agree with Senator Tyson. It's going to be tough to suddenly say, oh, everything's sunset, so you're going to have to be done. And we've tried to get them to go through rules and regs every 5 years. So I like the idea. I just need to figure out how to implement something like that without having a total uproar of every agency. Does that make sense?
How about take steps to look at that?
Yes. We have really not a lot of influence, so perhaps we need to go through that in this committee or maybe even in Commerce or even Judiciary, trying to figure out how to get that done.
Senator Alley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that Comfrey was saying that caught my ear was once they put the rules and regs in, we ought to review them and then take them out of the rules and regs and make them into statute when they, I would say, have ripened to the right time frame.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. How about you go through every regulation that's been in the state of Kansas? What did this gentleman say? He even kind of added them up of how many thousands were in regulation. So I know I would have the agencies not only go through everything every 5 years, but also to suggest what they feel like should be in statute, and we can hear it and say, oh, well, that makes kind of sense.
Senator Dietrich?
There was also another piece to that, and I told Representative Wazinger, it kind of reminded me of a term we used to use in education, selective abandonment, because there are regulations that are no longer useful. And so it's not only just maybe looking at them, reviewing them, and considering them as a statutory language, but also to eliminate them. So I don't know who the best committee is to do that, but maybe it's a little bit of everything, right?
Mr. Chair, Senator, they already are going through are told to go through every 5 years in staggered sessions to go through their statutes and find the ones that they need to revoke. They are starting to revoke a lot of statutes. They are not anywhere near at the speed that I think they could possibly be doing. But we have had them start doing that so that they can get rid of things that are in their regulations that have no meaning and are either duplicative or just ridiculous. So, thank you.
Okay, so we're already working on a lot of this. Any recommendations from the chair for the first presenter? Because this is going back to last week.
No, I think the first presenter did a good job and gave us some good ideas of what we should try to look at, and we can pick through them. So yes, I think we should be looking at it, whether it's rules and regs, in addition to other committees that this would impact as well.
Okay, so any objection to that? Okay. Any other recommendations? I'd like to recommend we look at the Airbnb thing that I talked about earlier. If that's all right. Any objection to that? Senator Tyson?
Mr. Chairman, is that just for the 1 year for the World Cup, or are you looking at it in its entirety?
That would be the bite of the elephant I would be willing to take for this coming session, is to look at the immediate need, maybe see how that goes, and then go forward, see what the locals do. But the intent's not to overreach on local representation, local government, but that one important piece.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I think it's a great idea. I had some experience in Shelbyville, Tennessee. Every year, the walking horse capital of the year of the nation and maybe in the world, but they rent their homes out for long periods of time, and we've just never dealt with anything like that in Kansas. I think it's a great idea. I think it's good that you're looking forward on it.
Objection, Representative Turk?
No objection, Chair. I would just enhance for the committee. From what I understand, for you, it was just very narrowly tailored for just this FIFA, and then it might set a precedent for other future events of this stage and nature. Right? Is that my understanding? It's very reasonable.
I'm just looking for something that can pass for the immediate need, so that we can. I think there'll be a lot of income tax generated from the thousands of dollars people are going to rent their houses out for.
And I've heard lots and lots of complaints, specifically around sports tourism in our area, and the capacity at these hotels, and they don't have any capacity. We have to come up with something to alleviate this problem for the FIFA event. So it's a worthy conversation.
Senator Titus.
Chair, I just maybe suggest for clarity, make the recommendation in support of this, to study the scope and duration of a special exemption in support of FIFA or something along those lines.
So every recommendation that we make is in general in nature, so that we don't get into the nitpick of every single little line of it. But yeah, everything is just kind of in general. We want to look at that as a issue. Senator Alley.
Last year before last, I rented a house here in town. Do they have regulations for this? Airbnb, it was long-term. I mean, it was for the duration of the session, but they moved in right after I got back. But is there something that Topeka has that could work?
So that would be a long-term rental. The Airbnb is like the short-term rental where you rent your house as somebody buys a house and then rents it out over and over for a week at a time. No, any objection to that recommendation? Okay, seeing none. Any other recommendation? Eric?
There were some more things that came up from conferees talking about economic development issues and credits. A couple of them, the issue about clarifying the issues related to the transfer of HPIP credits. And there was a suggestion to possibly treat pass-through entities as the same as C corporations for purposes of HPIP credit transferability.
Okay, so that goes back to the issue that I asked about on the transferability. So any objection to making a recommendation to looking at that, Senator Tyson?
No objection to looking at it. I'm just, are we getting down in the weeds? So you're going to end up with a minority report?
I know there are some people on this committee that don't like the HPIP program, but if we're going to have it and we're going to make a promise to a business, I think we should find a way to make sure that we stick to it. And if they're not being able to use the credits after year one because they automatically roll downhill because it's a pass-through entity, then the program doesn't exist for them.
So we can take a look at that language, Mr. Chairman. I'm just very cautious. I know you mentioned a couple of times refundable. Boy, that one just gets the hairs up on, yeah.
Okay. Any objections other than that? Okay, any other, go ahead, Eric.
We heard from Spirit Aerosystems, there was kind of a general recommendation to consider stakeholder input on changes needed for major economic development programs. And
I think that's inherent in when we review it, we'll have a hearing on it and people weigh in on changes. Go ahead, real quick review, and then we'll, maybe jog some memories.
all right, so I passed out a document. It's a summary of preliminary committee recommendations. This was our kind of writing out what we understood to be the committee's recommendations that we had basic agreement on from the previous two meetings. So I'll just kind of go through these in order, and if I have anything that sounds wrong or needs to be corrected, feel free to jump in. With cryptocurrency, there was a recommendation by Representative Hoheisel to address concerns related to the potential for fraud introduced by the use of digital currency kiosks and ATMs for cryptocurrency transactions. Senator Owens made two recommendations to consider legislation such as the Smart Cryptocurrency Rules Act to provide definitions, streamline rules and regulations process, and ease burdens on regulators, and facilitate a uniform policy of regulation of cryptocurrency within the state. And to consider legislation such as the Right to Compute Act to limit government intervention and uses of technology. Senator Tyson made the recommendation to further study the issue of cryptocurrency to better understand how it functions and receive additional information that would help to clarify its legal status. Housing, there were kind of two parallel recommendations made by Representative Hoheisel and Representative Shu that I sort of combined into one. Explore ways the legislature can break down government barriers to development of affordable housing and consider legislation that will remove burdensome regulations that may be inhibiting developers from investing in affordable housing projects. Occupational licensure recommendations included one from Representative Hoheisel to work with agencies to identify potential issues with occupational licensure and licensing compacts and adopt any changes necessary to resolve such issues. Representative Tarwater had implement any necessary changes to statutory authority for background checks necessary to implement enacted licensing compacts and ensure future licensing compact statutes are enacted in a manner consistent with FBI requirements for agencies to be able to conduct background checks for compact purposes. Representative Hoheisel recommended that the legislature pursue legislation to provide for state level licensing of electricians and other trades. Regarding regulations, we had a recommendation from Senator Owens to reconsider the No Impact Home-Based Business Act introduced during the 25 session and resolve any outstanding concerns of stakeholders. Representative Hoheisel recommended funding the 1.5 FTE positions requested by the Attorney General's office to implement the Regulatory Sandboxes program. Senator Dietrich recommended further examining concerns raised by the state fire marshal regarding need for alternative regulatory path for state agency adoption of nationally recognized safety standards and review enacted Florida legislation or other state legislation to address the issue. And then the last one that I have from last week, Representative Tarwater recommended following the Secretary of State's office recommendations for regulations. And then I just have a kind of summary of those, which were in any consideration of legislation granting regulatory authority, the legislature should limit the scope of statutory grant of authority to prevent agencies from acting in unanticipated ways, avoid imposition of deadlines by which regulations must be adopted, avoid ambiguous language regarding requirements related to the implementation of regulations granted by legislative authority, and avoid mandating that regulations meet requirements that can be avoided merely by drafting them in an alternative form, such as allowing one regulation to be adopted for every two that are revoked or setting arbitrary dollar cost thresholds for triggering procedures. And then additional recommendations made by that conferee were that the legislature should consider legislation providing for public input early on in the regulatory drafting process, expedited processing for certain critical regulations, and distinct processes for technical amendments and substantive amendments to regulations. And then, sorry, maybe we'll
Go ahead.
take a break. Ask if we could review the ones that we have from today as well, just to make sure we have clarification.
You have those already?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Mostly, I would also just ask for leeway from the committee to do kind of what I've done with this document. So with regulations, we had sort of two from Representative Wassinger to clarify legislative intent regarding adoption of regulations when granting regulatory authority, and then reviewing the recommendations made by the Cicero Institute with regard to reform of rules and regulations. And then one from Representative Tarwater, consider policies to enable special exemptions to regulations to make short-term rental housing more available for the World Cup. And then related to economic development, I have a recommendation by Senator Klemp to consider elimination of 21 credits that are underutilized, defunct, or not achieving their attendant goals as recommended by the Kansas Chamber, in addition to any existing tax credits that are not currently being utilized. Representative Sawyer Clayton recommended extending the angel investor tax credit. Representative Hoheisel renewing the aviation tax credit, and we discussed including as one recommendation with that, those two plus extending the sunset for the Star Bonds program. And then Senator Titus recommended reviewing energy incentives for data centers to determine whether they should be required to supply their own electric generation. Representative Hsu recommended the relevant energy committees. I'm a little unclear on this because there were several that happened about, so maybe we could get consensus on these. There was the recommendation that the current energy committees consider adoption of a state energy plan. Then there was a recommendation from Representative Turk that to recommend the creation of a joint committee on energy, utilities, and commerce. And then there was a recommendation of creation of a similar task force, I believe this was Senator Tyson, task force to study the energy needs of Kansas and consider the implementation of a comprehensive statewide energy resource management plan.
Representative Hsu?
I think the only thing is I think we landed on maybe like a joint committee of commerce and energy. Sure, yeah, interim joint.
Senator Tyson?
Mr. Chairman, maybe you could explain how the Unemployment Council was very successful. It was a combination of House members, Senate members, and industry. And we were able to make recommendations that a little bit outside the box, I guess, for better terminology. And that's what I'm suggesting for an energy plan for the state of Kansas.
Yeah, that was a good way. You did a great job of explaining it. So that along with it.
So would we like that to be two, or one, a joint committee, like a standing joint committee for, no.
Council, look at setting up an energy council via a joint.
Is that, so if we had a joint committee on, there was the intersection of energy, utilities, and commerce, do you want that intersection to be part of that council, or is that particularly for creating a state energy plan?
Why don't we just make it that we're making a suggestion to set up an energy council of some sort to look at energy issues going forward. Okay. We don't care who does it, but let's, commerce can look at it and energy can look at it. We don't want to get too detailed. Right.
How about, recommend the creation of some sort of body, I'll change the language, but to study the energy needs of the state and to consider implementation of policy that involves the intersection of energy and commerce. No?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that sounds like more bureaucracy. The Energy Council or the Unemployment Council literally came in and was recommending audits, vendors for audits, a plan going forward. And that's what the type of, we call them tiger teams in IT. So you have a problem, a major problem, and you need to throw resources at it right away. And so we want those resources to be House members, Senate members, and industry members to form that council to find that energy plan for Kansas.
And so the main part of that is the goal to have an energy plan at the end. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Using the unemployment task force or whatever as a template, create our own joint energy commerce one that functions in a similar way to come up with industry-specific answers, solutions. Does that make sense?
I guess I'm still getting kind of two things out of that. One,
all joining up, all three of us are joining together with that.
But particularly to create an energy plan.
That's the ultimate goal, is a good energy plan.
Yes, thank you. And then I had, this was from Senator Tyson, reviewing recommendations made by Division of Post Audit and consider legislation requiring performance metrics for assessing program success. From Representative Tarwater, review Department of Revenue's report related to outstanding tax credit liability at the beginning of the 2026 legislative session. and clarify issues related to the transfer of HPIP credits. And that's all that I noted.
All right, anything else, committee? Yeah, but that's, yeah, we just filled up our schedule for next year. Good luck, Charles. Kyle. All right, committee, thank you for your time on these 3 days. We were scheduled for tomorrow. We are not meeting tomorrow. We're gonna probably not meet again. I do reserve the right to have that last day in use, but we'll see if something comes, if there's a subject. Because again, it's not about being here and doing things. It's about making sure we're efficient and doing the right things. So with that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn. Thank you.